I just spent 5 minutes trying to move the cursor. It's like it was stuck. All right. Let me go grab my phone so I can see comments. There is a lot of stuff piled up around me. That's good, though. Let me go get this right up here. Let's open up the chat. Thanks, everybody. Hope you're all ready for Metal Night. I have. It should be much better. That's way much better performance. Okay. All right. So welcome, everybody. Henry said, looks like you've actually slept. I was like, yeah, more than normal. Mike somehow has a cheat code to comment fast. I don't know how he does it. He's a fast little rascal. He's a fast little rascal. And I'm going to use this Guns N' Roses box to prop this up. There is a lot to sell, folks. Holy moly. I've got on my denim jacket and spiked my hair up for Metal Night. I need to get on Facebook and boost this post. All right. And then I need a boost. It's not eligible for boost yet. There it goes. All right, we invoice through QuickBooks. You can pay with any credit or debit card on Monday. Invoices are sent on Monday. And auctions?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All righty. No button. None. And then local record sale. Run it for 2 days. And spend $200. Nice. You run it for like 1 day and spend $150. We do want it on Instagram. Yes. Right. How do we know when it ships? You should get tracking to your email. Now, if Ed wasn't here today because he's working Friday and Saturday, so we missed probably a day of messaging because he was off. He was here. He wasn't here, right? Ed wasn't here today because he is he's working Saturday. Yes. These little square boxes are going to be the death of me on this Testament thing. Not that we need them, but it would help protect it. All right, let's get all this off the table. All right, let's put this right here. And let's take these off. All right. Robert Warner, I just got approved for the Grateful Dead poster group. I just got approved for the Grateful Dead poster group. Thank you for sharing that last night. I think I gained a few customers and a few sales. Big, heavy stuff here. Let me put these on the edge. All right. Old school funk and R&B, you're on the wrong night. You're on the wrong night. Now, you might see some in the crates that John marked, maybe, but I doubt it. If you like thrashing guitars and loud, screeching guitar solos and deep, demonic vocals, you might be on the right sale. All right, board's cleared. Let's go get the first crate and first auctions. And let's see what's going on over here. You take these empty crates and we'll push them right there. New vinyl price is not on the sheet. Price new vinyl. Price new vinyl. Okay. There's that. And then we have this. Everything over here. There's that. Here's this. Okay, there's those. Here's these. All right. There's that. Over here's these. Okay, this is the stuff Tanner did, I'm assuming. I'm glad I found that. I was like, there's some stuff I still hadn't seen yet. I know Patrick has some. That's got to be some of it. I know what that is. All right, let's go get that first crate. So this is price new. That's what I'm being told, yep. Okay. There's that. We won't get to those tonight. He's got some of these. You got those? Okay. All right. And then these are straight price, possibly. Trying to find stuff that boots unofficial. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. Get this low battery off the screen. What happened to the comments? Let me figure out what I've done with that. Oh, it's over here. Go. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. Otis is here. Otis. Oh my gosh. You just ran straight into, hey buddy. You just ran straight into a wall. Oh my gosh. Hey buddy. How's it going? Okay. Show is underway. Sorry, Otis, I can't play with you right now. There's Finn. Finn, you came to Tag Metal Records, huh? Finn's here to Tag Metal Records, everybody. All right. That's right, Chad. All right. First thing we have is a 1972 This is a 1972 promo, Black Sabbath, Near Mint, Laguna Sunrise promo, and Tomorrow's Dream from Black Sabbath Volume 4. It is beautiful. We had one of these a few weeks ago. I think it did very well at auction. So let's start off tonight with that. That's a $25 start, promo of Tomorrow's Dream and Laguna Sunrise. And then here's another single, this time from Dio, and this is Rainbow in the Dark. Rainbow in the Dark is also going up for bid. This is Near Mint Minus. It's a 12-inch single, beautiful condition. And the flip on that one is Stand Up and Shout and Straight Through the Heart. And Dio is a $25 star. Those are now up for bid. We have Black Sabbath Dio, and then we have actually a CD. This is Nirvana heart-shaped box, promotional CD that's shaped like a heart shape. It's a promotional item. It's also a $25 start. So there you have it. 3 auctions, all $25 starts. First thing in here I have is AC/DC Highway to Hell, $29.99. Girls Got Rhythm, Beating Around the Bush, $29.99. That's AC/DC. Also AC/DC Back in Black, $29.99. Hell's Bells, that's Otis's theme song. And then we have Deftones Adrenaline. Deftones Adrenaline is $33.99. I have a couple of those. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button on Instagram, the like button everywhere. I'd greatly appreciate it. 2 copies of Kiss Rock and Roll Over, $33.99. Kiss is a 2014 remaster, and we have Kiss Dress to Kill, and Dress to Kill is $36.99. That's also a 2014 remaster. So Black Sabbath, $25 start, no bid. Dio, $25 start, no bid. Nirvana sealed heart-shaped box, promotional CD. Who's going to break the ice first? I know somebody wants to. That's also a $25 start. Did I see a Halloween box? You did. I need to let John know that there'll be people probably here at 10 o'clock in the morning to dig through $2 records. So there'll be, with $2 records, it's going to be $2 records galore. If you're local, you'll want to be here at 10 a.m. where there's going to be tables out on the sidewalk full of $2 records. There's going to be tables inside the store full of $2 records, Finn. $2 records galore. Also, we have Ghost Prequel. This is $33.99. I have Ghost Prequel. Also, we have a Shotgun Assassin soundtrack, $38.99. The original motion picture soundtrack, Shotgun Assassin, that is on colored vinyl. And then this is Morrissey, so does Sean Fairweather. So we got a bid on Dio for $25. We got a bid on Nirvana for $25. And now what we're going to do right now, Finn, is we are going to go grab this next auction and we're going to put it up for bid because there is a lot going on. And this is a very exciting night, Finn. And this is a big night. That's all I've got to say, okay? So I hope you're ready. I'm ready. Hope you're ready. Otis is ready. This is huge, okay? Let's go over here and grab this crate. This crate right here. Sorry, Jill, I'm still in this. And let's go ahead and put Morrissey in here. This is sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, and that is sold to him. Thank you on that, Sean Fairweather. That is sold to you. And over here, sorry, I was talking to a baby. You should see him. He's just staring at me like, who the heck is this psycho? This is the Beastie Boys Root Down, $36.99. Wonderwall Music by George Harrison. That is $39.99. This is Wonderwall Music by George Harrison, $39.99. And we have Nirvana, the Black Album. Nirvana is $33.99. The single is Black Sabbath's Tomorrow Dream, and the flip on that one is Laguna Sunrise. That's a white label promo in this Warner Brothers sleeve, and the high bid on that is a $25 start. No bid yet. And then Dio, Rainbow in the Dark is the final call. There is a bid for $25. It's a final call. And then Nirvana Hot Shape Box. It is a sealed promo CD. It's also $25. Over here we have Nirvana, $33.99. That is Nirvana, the Black Album. We've got a couple of those. And then also we got Jefferson Starship Red Octopus. This is on red vinyl, and that's $39.99. Also, we have Wes Montgomery, and this is Wes Montgomery Full House, $39.99. Original Jazz Classics, $39.99 on that one. And we have the Blasters, $29.99. $29.99. Over here, we have Bill Frisell, In My Dreams, a Blue Note 2 LP, $46.99. And we have Willie Nelson, and this one is his album, Country Music. It's a 2 LP gatefold, $39.99. All right, these auctions are sold. The Nirvana is sold for $25, and Dio, Rainbow in the Dark. Dio Rainbow in the Dark is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $25. Dio Rainbow in the Dark, that is sold for $25 to Richard Bradshaw. Okay, so thank you, Richard. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and put that right in here. And then Black Sabbath, this is a buy it now for $25. This is Tomorrow's Dream and Laguna Sunrise, and it is sold to 007 Platinum for $25. Bill Kirkpatrick was second, unless Mega Blast wants it. I have a feeling Mega Blast won't want it, but if Mega Blast does want it, it's his. If not, it's sold to 007 Platinum. And then Bill Kirkpatrick, you were third. I was waiting for somebody to bid. We had somebody snipe it, though. So first three auctions are sold, 25, 25, 25. Those are gone, gone, and gone. Next thing in here is, whoop, there's another copy of that, $39.99. And we have, oh, I've already shown that. Next angle we have over here is this. Oh, I lost my spot here. Neil Young, Oceanside Countryside. That's on clear vinyl, $24.99. Next thing is Sabbath. It's got a new bid for $27. It's already sold to 007 Platinum for $25. That is gone. $2 sale starts tomorrow in the morning. There's probably 5,000 to 10,000. I don't know. After we get it all out there on the porch, there'll be 5,000. Probably $2 records to dig through, all stuff in the back room we filtered through, and then all that will be available for sale. $2. There'll be stuff on the porch. There'll be stuff inside, outside, and there'll probably be people here as early as 9 o'clock ready to walk in. So hope everybody's ready. And John's ready. He's delivering 6 crates of new vintage stuff right now. Here's another Dio. This one's in VG Plus condition. It's got a lot of hairline scuffing on We Rock, but no feelable marks. And then over here, this is a $20 start. This is Dio We Rock, and this is going to go up for a $20 start, okay? $20 start on that one. Next thing over here is Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Iscariot, $34.99. We got a couple of those. And then New York Dolls is $29.99. We have a couple of those available, all right? So next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Iron Maiden, and Iron Maiden is a $20 start. There's only one way you can make sure you win these. That Black Sabbath, everybody waited to the very, 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 very last second, start trying to bid and buy. Tonight, there's going to be very little opportunities for you to get something at the very last second. I would recommend this. I'll go ahead and give my pep speech out of the way right now. I would recommend bidding fast, often, and as soon as I lay it down. If you're like, yes, I would like to purchase that Iron Maiden, I'd go ahead and place a bid right now. I am $20, because you're like, huh, nobody's bidding. I bet I can grab it at the last second for $20. It's not going to happen. You might get lucky, and you might be one of them, but as you see, right there at the last second, 5 people tried to buy Black Sabbath at the same time, and it sold to the first person who was the luckiest at $20. So Dio's a $20 start, Iron Maiden's a $20 start, and we have the Velvet Underground, and that's $33.99. Michael Ruttman did the right thing. He's bid $25. Now, he may be the only one to bid. He might have scared off everybody else, or, you know what? We might actually have some other people like, okay, it's an auction. I'm in at 27. I'm in at 30. Whatever happens. But if you're not in early or not the first one, there's absolutely no chance you can get it. You'll be left with your hands in your pocket being like, huh, I've been here for 5 hours and I hadn't bought anything. We have Led Zeppelin, Good Times, Bad Times, the Communications Breakdown. This is a mid-70s Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus, and that's also going to go up for a $20 start. We have Cabaret Voltaire, Radiation. That's sold to Mike Massey. Thank you, Mike Massey. That's sold to you. And there's another copy for $29.99. Iron Maiden has a bid for $20 and now $25. Michael Ruttman was first. Jeff Harris, you're out. And then this is $29.99. And also, we have Billy Preston, Encouraging Words. That's on Gold Vinyl for $34.99. Let's pull back the camera some. We can do that. Let's tilt that like that, okay? Awesome. All right, so Dio, no bid. It's like a VG Plus copy for a $20 start. Iron Maiden's at $25 with Michael Ruttman. Everybody else is out, and Led Zeppelin has a bid for $20. All right, and this was crate number 1 of today's new stuff. So just going to breeze those again. And if anybody wants a price on anything, let me know, okay? Let me know. Now, tomorrow's $2 sale. There's ever going to be everything from beat up rock albums. If you like VG minus rock albums, there's going to be galore. If you like stuff like anything else, you know, it's $2 records. That's why we have them out in the $2 sale. It's stuff probably worth $10 and $15 and less that we don't put out for sale here. There's not going to be any Iron Maidens. There's not going to be any Guns N' Roses. There's not going to be any mint condition Zeppelins, but there'll be a lot of $2 worthy records. It's $2 stuff. And people come and they buy it up by the boxes, okay? So there's like, that's what you want to come dig for. Now, some people have found stuff, they're like, holy crap, Chad, I found 30 Bob Seger albums in VG condition. I'm like, that's the kind of stuff that could be out there. You just never know. They might say, holy crap, Chad, I found a whole box of Henry Mancini. I've been looking for those my whole life. And then I've been like, we got them, man. One guy showed up, he said, man, I'm looking for nothing but Jerry Reed. I'm like, we've got them. And then over here, you know what I have here? I have Tonight Metal. Tonight is going to be stuff you're going to be seeing for $100, $250, $1,000, $5,000, $3,000, $2,000, $500, $400, $300. We have AC/DC, Highway to Hell, $29.99. AC/DC Back in Black, $29. And Deftones is $33. Donna bought $117 at the last sale. I've had somebody buy $536 one time. Somebody bought $9,332. Somebody bought $7,330. Here is our next auction. This is Black Sabbath. This is a Vertigo pressing, 1978 UK of Hard Road, and the flip on that one is Sympathy of the Universe. Now, this gets even better. It's on purple vinyl, and this is a $30 start. This is a Black Sabbath 1978 purple vinyl Vertigo, $30 start. That is now up for bid, okay? All right, so here's what happened. I never did hear back from Jeff Harris on Iron Maiden, so I'm assuming he's done, and that means that sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. Thank you over there. And then over here is Led Zeppelin, and Led Zeppelin sold for one bid to Matt Nichols for $20. And Danny Czar got Dio for $20, okay? Bill Kirkpatrick has the purple vinyl Vertigo at $30. There's 2 videos posted for today. There's 2 videos. There's no hot posts. There's 2 hot videos. Collectively, they're about 5 minutes, and it's about 200 items that's going to be up for auction tonight. There's 2 hot videos. Over here, Highway to Hell, Mac McMahon. Mac, have you bought from us before, or are you a first-time buyer? Mac McMahon gets Highway to Hell. Thank you. If you're a first-time buyer, say first-time buyer. Also over here, we have AC/DC, we have Deftones, we have Kiss Rock and Roll Over, we also have Kiss Dress to Kill, Ghost, Shotgun Assassin, the Beastie Boys, George Harrison, Nirvana, Jefferson Starship, Wes Montgomery, the Blasters, also Bill Fresel, Willie Nelson, Neil Young, Smashing Pumpkins, New York Dolls, the Velvet Underground, Cabaret Voltaire, and Billy Preston. Max bought before, thank you and welcome back, okay? Black Sabbath Purple Vinyl Vertigo is now at $35 with 007 Platinum. Everybody else is out. I'd recommend batting fast and often tonight. Here's our next auction. It's another Dio single, and this is Mystery. And Dio over here is Mystery. Eat Your Heart Out Live and Don't Talk to Strangers Live. This one is EX Plus or better. Pretty clean copy, just a couple scuffs on this one. Nothing to fret about. And Dio Mystery is a $20 start. That's now available. Info on the Blasters. That's new and sealed, $29.99. Info on the Blasters. All right. Let me go up front and grab crate number 2. I'm still looking for Queens of the Stone Age, U2, and Zappa. And then we can get to the new stuff. So Dio's a $20 start. Black Sabbath high bid right now is at $36. And let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. Got a couple singles here to get the night started. And kind of warm, what we like to have kind of warm-up auctions. Stuff to get everybody's appetite. Everybody's like, warm up. That's what we're talking about, okay? So we have Def Leppard, Armageddon, and Billy's Got a Gun. Actually, it's Love Bites is the A-side. Love Bites and Armageddon, and those 2 Def Leppard singles are going to go up for a $10 star. Back to Turntable does want the Blasters. Black Sabbath 364045. Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, like button on Instagram. You shared, liked, posted, said, I love Coletco. I want to see more of this. I want to buy more of this. Whatever it takes, I'm in. Thank you, Chad, for doing this night after night. Number 2. That's all right with me. I love having extra copies. There's nothing wrong with that at all. All right, we'll get into some of the big stuff here in just a minute. It's still very early. That's why I've got some of this other stuff up for bid right now. Let's go ahead and put these up right here. Shauna Ross says Def Leppard for 10. Black Sabbath is at 51. And Dio has a bid with Danny Czar for 20. All right, that means we're officially rolling. That means we can go ahead and do right over here. So first thing we have is this. We have Pink Floyd, the 50th anniversary Dark Side of the Moon, $38.99. Next thing was Def Leppard, one bid for both of them, $10. Black Sabbath's at 51 with amenities, and Dio is at 20 with Danny Czar. The Clash self-titled, that's on pink vinyl, $39.99 for the Clash. That is on pink vinyl. And Metallica, Ride the Lightning, 180-gram remaster. Metallica's $33.99. We've got a couple of those. AC/DC for those about the rock. That's a gatefold jacket, $29.99. And the Metallica, the Black Album, 2 LP, $38.99 for the Black Album. Also, Queens of the Stone Age self-titled. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That's sold to you. Def Leppard's now at 12. And then Bad Brains, Build a Nation, $29.99. 007, You're Out on Black Sabbath. Amenities has it for 51 at the moment. Here is the other Queens of the Stone Age. This one's called Like Clockwork. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $24.99 on Tyler Childers. And Queens of the Stone Age, Lullabies to Paralyze. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 on that. Dio got a bid with Danny Czar for $20, and that's officially sold. Thank you, Danny Czar. That's sold to you. I was going to make sure 007's done on the purple vinyl Black Sabbath Vertigo. Never seen that one before. Over here, Def Leppard has two bids now. Shannon Lee has it for $12. Black Eel wants Queens of the Stone Age Like Clockwork. That's sold to Black Eel. And then we have Tyler Childers again, live on Red Bar. That's $24.99. And then Zappa and Beefheart. That's Bongo Fury, the 50th anniversary with the bonus disc, all analog, Bernie Grumman, and lithograph. That's sold to R.J. Myers. We're down to one copy of that. $46.99. Amenities has Black Sabbath right now, $51. Unless you bid again, it didn't come through. 00750, amenities 51. So unless you've bid again, I never did see it. And then Def Leppard's at 12. There's the standard version of Bongo Fury. That's $36.99. Matt Barnhill definitely wants the deluxe edition. Now Black Sabbath 55, now Def Leppard 14. So that was our last deluxe edition. I got 3 standard editions, $36.99 on that. All right, our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is another Dio single. This is We Rock and Breathless. The sleeve has a little bit of a seam crackle up there. The vinyl over here is, let's take a look at it. The vinyl over here is EX or better. The sleeve is probably VG Plus just because of that crackle. Another Dio single, that's a $20 start. Black Sabbath 5660, Mark Weiss on the Black Album. Nothing Else Matters. That's sold to Mark Weiss. Thank you on that one. And then we got 2 copies of U2 Bloody Baloney. That is sold to Mike Brangle. Thank you, Mike Brangle. That's sold to you. And then over here is Supertramp. That's Breakfast in America. That's a 2 LP half-speed master. And Supertramp is $46.99. Now, I thought there was a pre-order for that yesterday. No luck. I looked and looked. I looked at our master spreadsheet, everything. So there is one for even in the quietest of moments. So these are available if you don't have one already, $46.99. The mystery was solved on that one. Shannon Lee's out on Def Leppard. These are sold to Shauna Rice for $14. Thank you on that one. Dio's a $20 start. We Rock and Breathless, Black Sabbath 61, Black Sabbath 65. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Got some cool foreign singles here. This is Queen, Crazy Little Thing Called Love, in the picture sleeve. And this is a UK. Where's this one from? This is definitely foreign. That might be, no, this might be Portugal. This is a Portugal picture sleeve. So $10 start on Queen, Crazy Little Thing Called Love. That is now up for bid, okay? $10 start. So Supertramp sold to Mark Weiss, Chris Miser, and Alfredo Fuentes. So yeah, new half-speed master, $46.99, just like the other one that's coming out this week. And hopefully it's been delivered, so we'll find out. Let's go ahead and get these stickered so we don't lose them. And these are $46.99, okay? So thanks, everybody, for tuning in early. We've already sold quite a bit. There'll be auctions pretty much nonstop. Some of the big stuff is going to commence here at any second. I got some stuff from previous sales I'm about to start slashing the prices on. Those 3 Supertramps are sold. Anybody else, Breakfast in America, I don't have one in my box. Nope, this has never been shown. There was no pre-order poster for this. I think we were getting this confused for even in the quietest moments. I was confused because we never order this many of something without a pre-order. But I looked in the group. Everybody else looked in the group. People were looking yesterday in the group. No luck. $46.99. So M7 Corey wants one. Now we're down to 3 copies. Black Sabbath is at $80. Queen's at $10 start. And Dio, We Rock and Breathless is a 12-inch single promo. It's EX or better. There's no bid. We're looking for a $20 start on that. We Rock and Breathless, 12-inch single promo. No bids on that one yet. All right. Let's do all the stuff we've already sold right there. Well, we got 3 auctions. Let's go ahead and try to do a 4th here in just a moment, here in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up an Ozzy, and this is a 1981 OG picture disc. It's a promo, too. A promo marked picture disc. The jacket's promo. Let me see if the picture disc is actually marked promo. I don't think it is. The jacket is, though, which is unusual. I don't think there's any promo markings on the picture disc. But the jacket says demonstration, not for sale. It's actually printed on there. And this is VG Plus, and this is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. Tom Kelly has Dio for $20, and that's going once, going twice. Dio has a bid for $20. Jamie Sotar, Tom Kelly did bid $20. And then Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, is a $55 start on that. Amenities, you're out on Black Sabbath. 007 Platinum has it for $85. So not much left in here. We had Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, $38.99. The Clash self-titled on Pink for $39. Metallica, Ride the Lightning for $33. AC/DC, for those about the rock, $29. Bad Brains is $29. Tyler Childers was $24. Queens of the Stone Age, $44. Tyler Childers again, $24. The standard edition of Bongo Fury, 50th anniversary, all analog, $36. U2 Live, 1985, $29.99. We're down to 1 copy. And then the new half-speed master of Supertramp, and that is $46.99. All right. So Black Sabbath 81, Black Sabbath 85, Black Sabbath 90, and we have no bid on Queen. Crazy Little Thing Called Love. VG Plus EX picture sleeve of Portugal, $10 on that one. And then Dio is sold for 1 bid, and that's sold to Tom Kelly for $20. Ozzy is got bids now for $56 and $65, and Dan Clark wants a Diary of a Madman. Dan Clark wants a U2 Live. So we're sold out of those. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. The Black Sabbath purple vinyl single of Symptom of the Universe. Wow. Symptom of the Universe, purple vinyl, 1978 single. That's what's up for bid right now. It's at $95, and this is pretty incredible right there, okay? All right, there's that. And then over here, there's Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. And the last bid on that one was Kathy Hodges at $65, and John LeBeatty gets Queen for $10. Thank you on that. And then Black Sabbath has hit 100. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Rolling Stone Start Me Up. And this is another foreign. Which country is this from? It looks like another Portugal. The Rolling Stone Start Me Up. And this is a $10 start. And let's take a look at this. It's in this plastic baggie. It's really dusty. It needs a cleaning. I just pulled these straight out of the... I pulled these straight out of a batch back here behind us. But yeah, that's a Portugal single for the Rolling Stone Start Me Up. And this is over here a $10 start, okay? Diary 60, Diary 66. So the first bid on Diary was 65, or the last bid was 65. Now it's 66. Rolling Stone's a $10 start, and Black Sabbath's at 105, and Amenities is out. So final call on that. Let's condense, and let's go ahead and go through the newest new stuff from tonight. Newest new stuff from tonight. Let's go ahead and get started right now, and hope everybody's ready. It's going to be pretty full pace, flash, blah, blah. Okay, hope you understood that. That was called Chadish. That's all Yiddish. You've heard of Yiddish? That was Chadish. I don't know what I just said. Only a few people can translate it. It's a lost language. You'll have to go to universities out on the East Coast to figure out what I just said. All right, here is our next auction. This is sold for $105. Black Sabbath Symphony Universe. That is sold for $105. That's done. 007 Platinum. Thank you, Shane. Diaries at $66. If you're not Jeff Brent RTO, you do not have the bid at $66. That's now going to once, and that's now going to twice, okay? Black Sabbath is at $66 with Jeff Brent RTO. The Rolling Stones Portugal Start Me Up is a $10 start. And then here's another Black Sabbath single. And this Black Sabbath is The Wizard, a 1970 Vertigo. Wow, 1970 Vertigo. It's got a big ugly scuff across the front there. That's the B-side. The A-side is Paranoid. Whoa. So VG Plus Paranoid actually looks really solid. Probably VG Plus or better. And that is a $10 start. $10 start. Paranoid and The Wizard. That's now up for bid, okay? All right. And then the last bid on Diary of a Madman 66. I haven't heard back from Kathy. Haven't heard back from John LaBeatty. I'm assuming y'all are done bidding. All going once. All final call. All next. Here is our first case. It says priced vinyl. I like that. Let's go ahead and go through it. Chad needs his laptop. Oh, it's already over here. See, I'm ahead of the game tonight. Unbelievable over here. Next thing over here is Black Sabbath out. And then Black Sabbath 10, and Kathy's bid 79 on Diary of a Madman. 79 on Diary of a Madman, okay? All right, so there's that. Let me tag this. Let me tag that. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones Start Me Up picture disc. Not a lot of love for classic rock so far tonight. And the Rolling Stones is a $10 buy it now. Let's put that right over there. So the Diary picture disc, Kathy put 79. She was bidding on Ozzy. And now Black Sabbath has two $10 bids. 007's bid 10 and Jeff Harris has bid 10. Devo, or We Not Men. This is the new all-analog Kevin Gray cut, numbered. This is a numbered, and this is new for this Friday. Devo. Yeah. Ba-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. Yeah. Is Otis still here? Good. All right, let me make sure we didn't have a wait list for Dio. Dio. This is Devo with a V. And let me make sure over here. No wait list for Devo. I know we had one the other night. We sold it. Here's one extra. $44.99. There we go. We got somebody bought in on the Stones. Michael Ruttman's in at 10. Diary 80. Black Sabbath 1520. Line Stink sticking on the Stones. And then over here we have Dawkins, and this is Back for the Attack, and that's a 2LP magenta and sky blue colored vinyl. Dawkins Back for the Attack, that's $39.99. That's available. So is Devo. And then over here we have Ozzy. The last bid was $80. Black Sabbath is at $20. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. It's another Dio single, if you can believe it. And Dio is going to go up for bid right now. That's I Could Have Been a Dreamer. Dio is a 12-inch single promo. And this is Near Mint Minus. I Could Have Been a Dreamer. Beautiful condition on this one. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. That's the last of the Dio singles. We've already blasted through 7. Alex Miller gets Dawkins. Thank you. If anybody wants on a wait list for that, let me know. Hey, these finally came in. This was the Gothic Roots. This was the Gothic Roots of the Cure. These finally came in. I think it was pushed back about 3 times. Huge demand for anything with the word The Cure written on it. If it has the word The Cure written on it, you can guarantee everybody's like, holy crap, Chad, do what now? And this is $29.99, okay? $29.99. This is the Gothic Roots of the Cure, $29.99, okay? And the first thing we have is Mike Massey, $29.99. Thank you, Mike Massey. Jason Fornerat says he'll take 2 copies. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. And then Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. And then over here we got Thomas Reed and Autumn Betts. Thank you, Thomas Reed. Thank you, Autumn Betts. Also, we got one for Bob Reiger and Scott Smith. Thank you, Bob Reiger. Thank you, Scott Smith. Cynthia Herdren and Sarah L. Morgan. Cynthia Herdren and Sarah L. Morgan. Carmen Shawtiger and Clifford Umstead. And then we have one for Daryl Johnson, one for Rob Fordham, and one for John Cassidy. Now, those are all sold. More are on the way. They should be here tomorrow. That was it, though, on the pre-order. That's the exact pre-order amount on the Cure, okay? So Mike Massey, Jason Fornerat with 2, R.J. Myers, Sean Fairweather, Sherry Darnell, Thomas Reed, Autumn Betts, Bob Reiger, Scott Smith, Cynthia Herndon, Sarah L. Morgan, Carmen Shawtiger, Clifford Umstead, Daryl Johnson, Rob Fordham, and John Cassidy. And then there's more on the way. So if anybody else wants any, right now would be the time to let me know. So when you come in, when they come in tomorrow, we can go ahead and tag you for them, okay? So we sold Dawkins to Alex Miller. Kathy bid 82 on Ozzy. Calvin bid 30 on Dio. Black Sabbath got a bid for 16. Put down Sting Fandana for the Cure waiting list. Put down Tim Rory for the Dawkins Back for the Attack waiting list. And then over here, what's on the Cure? I'll leave it up to Ed to share a track listing. Sandy Villa also on the Cure. And Jeff Brent said Diary +1. So Diary's at $83. Kathy, you're out. Diary's at $83 with Jeff Brent RTO. He's going to make me do some math tonight. +1. So that's at 83 of Kathy Hodges. And then over here, the last bid on Black Sabbath was 007 Platinum at 20. 007 Platinum has the Dio Paranoid and the Wizard at $20 and Dio's at 30. Dio's at 30. Devo is still available at 44. This is Motley Crue from the beginning, a 2LP, $34.99. That's a gatefold jacket. Motley Crue from the beginning, $34.99. And then Rat Out of the Cellar with this really cool lenticular cover. It's on red and black splatter, has the bonus 7-inch, and that is $39.99. Rat, just $39.99 on that. Final call on Black Sabbath for $20, final call on Dio for $30, and Ozzy still getting bids. Kathy has that for $84. Rat's 39, Motley Crue was 34. Here is the other Rhino High Five. This is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. Now, there was a wait list for this one. If anybody else wants on a wait list, I think I just went ahead and ordered 2 more. And this is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. For some reason, my search bar isn't wanting to work right now. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. Where are you, Alice Cooper? I know it's on here somewhere. That is A-I-L-I-C-E, Alice Cooper. That's Alice in Chains. Okay, maybe not. Maybe this is available too. I could have swore I wrote somebody's name down this morning, but you know what? Sometime I'm mistaken, so I guess I was mistaken. This is still available. That is $44.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $21. 007, you've been outbid. Ben Amaya gets a rat. James Papa Constantine on a rat. And then over here, 007 Platinum is back in on Sabbath at $25. Ozzy's at $84. That means Jeff Brent over here, you've been outbid. And then next thing, we have Dio. And Dio over here, this is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $30. Thank you, Calvin. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and put that away. Boom, there it is. And then next thing I have is T-Rex. Maybe that's the one. It was T-Rex. It was T-Rex. 3 new Rhino High Fives this week. It was T-Rex, Stephen Parton. 3 new Rhino High Fives this week. We only had 1 more. I ordered 2 more of these. They'll be in tomorrow or Monday. That is $44.99. So I still got the new Rhino Alice Cooper, the new Rhino Devo, and those are available, okay? All right, so it's up to Jeff Brent RTO and Ozzy. Jeff Brent, you're out. Kathy has it for $84. Black Sabbath is the final call for $25. And here's Bo Diddley, which is the Chess all analog QRP, or I should say mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed to QRP. That's Bo Diddley by Bo Diddley, and the first song on the album is Bo Diddley. Let me make sure there wasn't anybody waiting for one of those to come in. Stephen Parton, I got you down for Electric Warrior. Thank you on that one. And let me check Bo Diddley over here. And Bo Diddley, no waiting list, so that one stray copy is still available, all right? Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that's going to go up right now at this moment. Here it is. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning, which is a 2 LP. You can put them there, wherever. Right there at work too. This is a 2008 US 2 LP. This is EX, and this is the 45 RPM remaster of Metallica Ride the Lightning. This is a 2 LP 45 RPM remaster of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. That's the 45 RPM series, which comes as a gatefold jacket. Very cool. And that is now a $55 star. That's the 2 LP 45 RPM version. Black Sabbath has a bid for $25. Black Sabbath has a bid for $25. Amenities 007 Platinum already had it. And then Kathy, you get the Ozzy for $84. Thank you, Kathy. Yes, Tanner, how can I help you?
Put my initials TH. Information.
Okay.
That way you know you
okay.
Double check condition.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. We have Winger self-titled on green vinyl. Winger is $33.99. And then this is the new album from Luke Combs. New album from Luke Combs comes out this Friday. This is called The Way I Am. And let's look up old Luke right quick. Luke Combs is the new album, gatefold jacket, and it's a 2 LP. That's a pretty good price for a new country artist putting out a 2 LP. Usually stuff like that, like Zach Bryan's album's like $60 this week. All right, Luke Combs, $33.99. Nick Humphrey, Stacey Brown, Brandon Jones. And then we have Brooke Paget and Brian Reynolds, and we're sold out. I still need to get one for Paulette Fellican. I posted this a few days ago, and I went ahead and ordered 5, and I just now realized that we sold 6, and I didn't have any extras. So if anybody wants a new Luke Combs, let me know. And then this is Luke Combs, The Way I Am, $33.99. Black Sabbath is now up for bid. We have a tie, $25. This is a 1970 Vertigo and The Wizard, okay? This is The Wizard and the Vertigo on the Vertigo label. Paranoid and The Wizard is what I'm trying to say. It is now at $30. Metallica is a $55 start, and that's Ride the Lightning 2 LP. All right, Vince Lano, put him down for a wait list for Luke Combs. And Mega Blast, you can go take a nap. You're excused. We'll see you back here about 11 o'clock when you wake up from your little nap, okay? Over here we have Winger Pull. That's on Apple Red Vinyl, $33.99. See you later, John Durden. Everybody's like, you can go take a nap, buddy. Have fun. We'll see you here in a few hours, okay? Go snooze away. Lay down on that couch, cuddle up with that blanket and pillow, and we'll see you in about 3 or 4 hours. Metallica Ride the Lightning gets a 2 LP 45 RPM. This is a 180 gram. This is EX condition, and it's a 45 RPM. So this was mastered at Mobile Fidelity. It's a 2LP 45 RPM from 2008. It's kind of like a remaster. That's a $55 start on that one. Black Sabbath's at 35. So we got a wait list. We still need Paulette Felican, who was on the pre-order, and then a couple other people live. Vince Lane, Jamie McCord. We might can have those by Monday, just FYI, okay? Anybody else on this crate, let me know. We have Motley Crue from the beginning. That's a 2LP, $34.99. We also have Alice Cooper, Love of the Death, cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, 44. Devo, Are We Not Men for $44.99. Bo Diddley for $39. Winger on green vinyl for $33. And then Winger Pull on red vinyl for $33. All right, not much left in there. There's not been much left from all the new vinyl we've ordered this week. I think collectively we're averaging like a half a crate left over every night after about 5 or 6. So I honestly can't order enough of it, it seems like. Over here, this is Ozzy. This is a 12-inch promo single of Miracle Man. Nice. A 12-inch promo single of Miracle Man. And this is in EX edition. The flip side is also Miracle Man. It's double-sided, really cool. It comes in the sleeve from the new album, No Rest from the Wicked. That's a $45 star. Very cool. So Black Sabbath's at 35. We're waiting for one person, Amenities. And then Metallica does not have a bid. It does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. I'm pretty surprised. The 2LP Ride the Lightning in EX edition. I'm going to say that about 10 more times and make sure everybody knows what's going on. The 2LP 45 RPM Metallica Ride the Lightning does not have a bid. The 2LP Metallica Ride the Lightning 45 RPM does not have a bid. And one more time for good measure, the Metallica 2LP 45 RPM does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. I hope everybody heard it that time. Final chance, Black Sabbath, 37, 38, 40. And then over here, we have Metallica does have a bid for $55. Ozzy has a bid for $47. No, that little strip is usually only on the sealed copies. That's usually on the sealed copies. This one doesn't have the Obi strip. It has an insert card with it. Now it has a bid for $55 and $55. That's usually on the sealed ones, right? The Metallica Ride the Lightning. That's probably what you're used to seeing. But no, I don't have that, Chad. All right, there we go. All right, let's get right into the next crate. Some great stuff there. And then over here, Ozzy's at $47. Black Sabbath is at $40. And now Metallica's at $55. Black Sabbath is at $41. Right into the next crate. Here we are. First thing I have, this is, the rest of them have shown up. Great. And then there's some other stuff in here as well. So here we go. Here we go. I got a bunch of stuff in from Music on Vinyl, like 2 whole crates of just single shot Music on Vinyl stuff, okay? Let's go ahead and try one more foreign single picture sleeve. This is a French Eagles, one of these nights. I don't know about y'all. I prefer American Eagles, but this is the French Eagles. One of these nights. It's probably VG plus condition. Really cool picture sleeve, though. The Eagles is a $10 start, and that's now up for bid. All right. So Metallica getting bids, Black Sabbath getting bids, Ozzy getting bids, and here is Mother Love Bone, $33.99 for Apple. Mother Love Bone is $33.99. We have Motley Crue. This is Theater of Pain, and this is on exclusive purple crush colored vinyl. Motley Crue is $33.99. Black Sabbath is at $45.47. Metallica is now at $60 with Chad Sauls, and the Ozzy has one bid with John LaBeatty. That's a promo 12-inch single of Miracle Man. That's a promo 12-inch single of Miracle Man right here. One bid for $47, and we're about to sell it. And then the Eagles is a $10 start. Next thing is Rat, and this was Detonator, and that's on red vinyl. Rat Detonator, we've got 2 copies. We already sold out of the Cellar. Detonator is $33, Motley Crue, Mother Love Bone, and then 2 copies of Dokken. And these are $29.99 on yellow vinyl under lock and key. New and sealed yellow vinyl Dokken, $29.99. Okay, Sabbath still getting bids, 50 now 55. That's still rolling. Eagles is a VG French picture sleeve of one of these nights. And then over here, I'm looking for Tedeschi Trucks. The rest of these have arrived. And let me go ahead and be pulling this up. It looks like we might be done on Metallica with Chad Sauls at $60. Chad Sauls, we may be done on that at $60. Okay, Stephen Douglas on a Rat. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero, good luck finding an OG of those. Those are very tough to get. And then Ben Amaya, I'll put you on a waiting list for Rat, but I do got you down for a Dokken, okay? I am fresh out of Rats. I'm glad I went ahead and ordered 2. I almost had 1 in my cart, and I was like, you know what? I bet it's Metal Night. There's going to be a lot of people watching. We're going to need a couple of those. Diet Coke. All right, 6 crates of new vintage stuff tonight. Patrick's working on some auctions. Tanner's up front working on auctions. Henry been here since 2 a.m. with me working on stuff. I went home and actually got a pretty good night's rest because I knew I was going to need it because we're pretty much going to be full pace for the rest of the night. Here is the newest album by Tedeschi Trucks Band, and this comes out Friday. We already called off some of the pre-orders yesterday. Yesterday, I already tagged one for Corey, Patrick Lear. That's Corey Lawson, Patrick Lear, George Jones, Chris Kirkley, Sheridan L., Scott Smith. Those 6 people already got one yesterday. So let's finish the pre-order. Next is Robert Tomick. Thank you, Robert Tomick. Brent Robley and Troy Robinson. New Tedeschi Trucks Indie exclusive. Scott Beebe and Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Scott Beebe. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. Mike Vandergis and Bill Samus. And I'm going to pause right there at Bill Samus because my crate is full. And I'm going to go ahead and stack this right here. Any other empty crates around here? I'll grab this one right over here. And I think I'm going to need a sticky note over here off Linda's desk. And that was Charlie Brown, Tedeschi Trucks right here. Scott Hughes, he wants one whenever I get to the end. That's done. Here we go. There we go. You're doing good, Jill. Thank you. Awesome. Looks good. Everything's going good. Fantastic. I like it when things run smoothly around here. When things don't run smoothly, I start getting nervous and hyperventilating. All right, those are done. Next thing we have is Jamie McCord and Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jamie McCord. Thank you, Jerry Stone. And then over here we got Janet Gray and Clifford Umstead. That's Janet Gray. That's Clifford Umstead. Over here we got Rob Fordham and we got Mary Miles. Thank you, Rob Fordham. Thank you, Mary Miles. Thank you, David Doyle. Thank you, Patty Kay. And then we got one for Todd Coe, and we got one for George Burleson. And then we got one over here for Scott Hughes from yesterday, all right? Scott Hughes from yesterday. There's 3 extra copies of Tedeschi Trucks Band if anybody wants those. Black Sabbath is at $60. Is Metallica OG 84. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call it sold to Chad Sauls for $60 because it sounds like if it was only an OG, that's the only one you wanted to bid on. So this is sold to Chad Sauls for $60. If you are interested, it is the 2LP 45 RPM. That is sold to Chad for $60. Nobody bid on the Eagles, his French picture sleeve. The Eagles is a buy it now for $10. That is one of these nights. That's a buy it now for $10. And then Ozzy didn't get another bid. Let me make sure over here. Nope. And that is sold for $47 to John LeBeatty. Black Sabbath is still getting bids. Alfredo Fuentes has that for $70. Wait till y'all see some of the other Black Sabbath singles. Maybe not tonight, but definitely in the future. We actually have them locked up. Got them locked up in the safe because I was like, holy crap, I found them. I was like, good gosh, look at these. And I was like, this is incredible. This is incredible. There's rare Black Sabbath picture sleeves I've never seen before. Those are coming in a future Coletco sale probably next Thursday. All right, how about another Ozzy picture disc? 1983 USOG, and this is VG Plus to EX. It's Ozzy, and this is the Ultimate Live Ozzy. It's a 3-track picture disc, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. Sometimes I find stuff I'm like, holy moly, I can't believe this. Ozzy's now going up for a $45 start, okay? Next thing I have over here is somebody asked price on Dawkins. Michael Luttrell said price on Dawkins, yellow vinyl, $29.99. Next thing over here is this. With the response to my comments, no way I could be purchasing anything. With the response to my comments, no way I could be purchasing anything. Mother Love Bone is $33.99 for Apple. That's newly remastered. Over here is Motley Crue Theater Pain. That's on exclusive Purple Crush vinyl, $33.99. Tedeschi Trucks new album, that's $33.99 on blue vinyl. And we have Dawkins Under Lock and Key yellow vinyl, $29.99. By the time you comment and it pops up and I have time to read it and I actually reply, it could be 2 or 3 minutes. So it's not going to happen instantaneously. But Michael Rutschel, if you do want one, they're $29.99, okay? Next, let's go ahead and put up another auction. There's Black Sabbath, there's Ozzy, and then the next auction we have going up right now, nobody bid on the Eagles. Let's go ahead and put up one of these right over here. And the first thing I have is Pantera. And Pantera is a limited edition, numbered, sealed, 45 of 2000, white and true metal gray marble vinyl. Comes with, no it doesn't, and this is sealed, and this is going to go up for a $75 start. numbered here on the front, 454 of 2000, and this is a $75 start sealed on that one. So Motley Crue is sold to Brandon Jones and Alex Miller on docket, unless Michael Luttrell wants it. Michael Luttrell, you have dibs since you asked. If you're passing, then I'm going to go ahead and sell it over here to Alex Miller, okay? So Alex Miller gets docking unless the other person wants it. And then Motley Crue is sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you on that one. He's out on Black Sabbath. This is sold to Amenities for $90. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you for $90. And then Ozzy over here is a $45 start. That's Ultimate Live Ozzy. That's Ultimate Live Ozzy there. You may remember that sleeve. That's the plastic limited edition from the live video shoot Kansas City. No bid on that, looking for a $45 start. Sealed Pantera. So this is the Revolver exclusive vinyl, marble true metal grade, the Revolver exclusive, sealed, a $75 start on that, okay? All right, there's that. And then let's go right into another crate. Lots of music on vinyl coming up in this next crate. Here it is, and let's go ahead and get started with it. Let's do it right here. Let's go ahead and get started with it. And here we go. So we have Ozzy, no bid yet. Pantera, no bid yet. It is 6:34. We're already ready to put up some of this other stuff here. Let's see what else I have over here ready to go for tonight. Bonus crate, bonus crate, bonus crate, bonus crate. Every morning when I wake up, I walk over to the mirror, and that's what I say every morning. 3 times to start my day. Bonus crate, bonus crate, bonus, kind of like Beetlejuice. And then over here we have Metallica, Kill 'Em All. This is the 88 US reissue. This is in VG condition. And let's take a closer look at it. And this has the bonus tracks, Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil. This is a VG. It's got some marks on it. Nothing feelable, but it's going to play very well, okay? It's Ozzy official, definitely. Yes, Ozzy is official, yes. Hit the lights. This is got the inner sleeve, and this is the version that has the bonus tracks Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil. VG sleeve, maybe VG plus, got a little bit of a crease right there, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. Ozzy has bids for $45, $45, and $45. That's with $45, $45, and $45. And we have final chance on Pantera for a $75 start, okay? First thing in here is Mud Honey, $29.99. Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge, a 30th Anniversary Deluxe. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. Elvis Sings, and that's $59.99. 2 LP, numbered music on vinyl, white vinyl. That's Elvis covering the Dylan, Beatles, Ray Charles, Bee Gees, Simon & Garfunkel, etc., etc. $59.99 on that. And this is Highwayman 2, and this is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Pantera has 2 $75 bids. Ozzy is at $50 with Craig Proper. That's a final call. 1986 USOG picture disc. And then Pantera is a Revolver exclusive from 2021. It's a limited edition numbered on white and true metal gray marble vinyl. And that is sealed. And we have 2 bids for $75 and $75. Metallica is the VG copy of Kill 'Em All with the bonus tracks, which is the 88 reissue. And that has 3 $45 bids. Brandon Jones is in first. And then Clay Moore's bid just popped up. Ozzy has a new bid for $50. Saxon Killing Ground, music on vinyl, limited edition 1000 on red and silver marble, $39.99. How much was Mother Love Bone? $33.99 for Mother Love Bone. Still got Saxon, Highwayman 2, Elvis, and Mud Honey. Also in here is Blackstone Cherry. That is self-titled, limited 1000 on red colored vinyl. Blackstone Cherry, $39.99. New bid on Pantera for $80. Mac McMahon, just FYI, you're outbid. And then Silverchair Frog Stomp is the 30th anniversary. That is the 2 LP, 7500 on yellow and green marble vinyl. $54.99 on that. Mother Love Bone over here is sold. Let's go ahead and tag that for David Sosby. Thank you, David Sosby. That's so to you. Mother Love Bone. Thank you. That's so to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next thing over here is Suicidal Tendencies. This is an anniversary edition, numbered to 2000 on red vinyl, $39.99. Are we done on Ozzy? The last bit on Ozzy that came in over here was Chad King at $50, which means everybody else is out. No, somebody had already bid. Craig Proper already bid 50. Chad King, you're out. Craig was already in at 50. Now Metallica's at 52, and now Pantera's at 85. That's what we're doing right now. We have Deep Purple Slaves and Masters, a 35th anniversary 2000 on blue and purple marble vinyl. A lot of music on vinyl in here. Almost all music on vinyl, and most of it's limited edition colored vinyl. Next is Iron Maiden. And this is an unofficial pressing from 2024, and this is the Soundhouse Tapes and More. And I'm pretty sure Soundhouse Tapes was some of the first Iron Maiden stuff ever recorded. Yeah, That's some of the first Iron Maiden stuff ever recorded. Iron Maiden is sealed, a $25 start. We got 4 auctions going on right now. Okay, Ozzy's at $65. That's still getting bids. Pantera's still getting bids. It's at $88. Metallica's still getting bids. It's at $55. And now Iron Maiden's a $25 start. Next is Korn Issues. That's a 2 LP, $33.99 on Korn. And we have Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. And yes, that does have Brown Eyed Girl, $39.99. Chad needs an immediate refill of Diet Coke. He needs more ice. He needs more Diet Coke. Let me step up front right quick and get that right quick. And I'm singing, and I've got a Diet Coke, and I'm about to pour it over ice, and then I'm going to drink it, and then everybody's going to be happy, and it's going to be world peace and prosperity, and this is a beautiful drink. Some may say the best drink ever. Okay, here we go. So I just solved all the world's problems. That's what I do best. And here we go. Next is going up right now. So first thing I have is this. Ozzy was at $65. Pantera out. Metallica 53. Iron Maiden 25. Pantera 90. What is the Saxon in the crate? Saxon is Killing Ground. Limited edition 1000 red and silver marble vinyl. $39.99. Richard Bradshaw got Deep Purple. Slaves and Masters. Limited edition numbered colored. That is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Iron Maiden 30. Iron Maiden 35. Iron Maiden 40. Iron Maiden 50. Iron Maiden 50. All right, so last bid on Ozzy then is a final call. Ozzy, $65. I guess it's up to Craig Proper. And then Pantera is a final call. Alex Miller, $90. And Brandon Jones says, I have Metallica at $55. Metallica, $55, Brandon Jones. Jules Siv, you're outbid. You bid 53. Somebody already bid 55. And then Iron Maiden has a bid for $55, okay? Over here. And next thing is this. I have this. I have Modern English. I'll stop the world and melt with you. $24.99. I've got 2 of those. Craig says he's out on Ozzy. The Ozzy picture disc over here then is officially sold to John Mincemoyer for $65. Thank you, John. That's sold to you. Now Metallica's at 65, and then now Metallica is at 56, Now Iron Maiden's at 65, and Pantera's at 93. So all those are still getting bids. Over here, let's slide all these down. John Mincemoyer said he wants to pay for the Ozzy picture disc, and please send it to Susie Breedlove for a free gift. John Mincemoyer said, please pay for this on his tab, but send it to Susie Breedlove for a free gift. Amazing. Brad Waite says he'll take the Saxon, so let's put Alex Miller on a waiting list. Alex Miller, you're going to go on a wait list for Saxon. Brad Waite's asked about it first, I think, and he said he will go ahead and take it. He does, so that means you're next, and we'll put you on a wait list. So Metallica still getting bids. Now it's at 58. Iron Maiden is Michael Ruttman's out. It's at 60, and Pantera's at 93. Pantera, Alex Miller's out. So we may have some final calls there. Let's go ahead and put up another Ozzy then. And this is a Miracle Man. This is pretty cool here. Ozzy Miracle Man's a 3-track 1988 UKOG, a 12-inch 45 RPM EX edition, none for sale in the United States, and this is a $30 start. A lot of bidding tonight, so the bids are very much out of order, okay? The bids are very much out of order right now. So 007 has 65 for Iron Maiden. Some people go ahead and bump these up by quite a bit, and if you're not paying attention to the restream on the board, you will easily get out of order. Look how beautiful this is. Miracle Man, The Liar, and Crazy Babies. This is in beautiful condition. It looks like it just was made. Just fantastic. Maybe a little bit of a wrinkle right there, but that is now up for bid. and that is now up for bid for a $35 start, 0 for sale in the United States. So quick update over here. Pantera is a final call, and Pantera is a final call for $93 to Josh Jones. Over here, Iron Maiden just got a new bid for $70 with Michael Wilkerson, and then he also wants a pack of outer sleeves. Ozzy's at $40, and then Metallica may be done. Metallica's a VG copy of Kill 'Em All. It's the 1988. The 1988 Kill 'Em All. 1988 Kill 'Em All. It has the original on her sleeve. This is the one with the bonus tracks, Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil. And Metallica's at $60 of Brandon Jones. Okay, now Iron Maiden's at $75 and Ozzy's at $40. Next thing in here is Elvis, Second to None, $59.99, limited edition 2000 on gold vinyl. The follow-up to 2002 compilation, Elvis 30 #1 hits, with more chart toppers and other fabulous notable recordings, $59.99. Modern English. The actual name of the album is After the Snow. It's a full album, $24.99. Full album, $24.99. Also, Blackstone Cherry, Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, limited edition colored blue vinyl, $39.99. And Silverchair Freak Show. Silverchair is another music on vinyl, red and black, numbered marble, $39.99. So Pantera over here. The last bid on that was sold to Josh Jones. Thank you, Josh Jones. That's sold to you for $93. Pantera is sold. Over here, Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Frank Vigiletti is in at $75. Next over here is Iron Maiden, and that's at $85. Michael Wilkerson's out. And then Ozzy. The last bid on that was John LaBadie. That is Miracle Man, the 3-track single, just $40 on that. Chad, did new Black Label Society come in? No, it has not, sir. No Black Label Society so far for this week. No Black Label Society so far for this week. Living Color Stained is a limited edition 2000 on black, blue, translucent vinyl. Living Color is $39.99. And Silverchair Neon Ballroom, limited edition 4000 pink colored vinyl, $39.99. Guess what? Iron Maiden's still getting bids, but this OG Ozzy Miracle Man 3-track single, it looks like we may be done. Just one bid, John LaBadie, for $40. And now there's another bid for $40, and then another bid for $40. Tim Rory on Living Color, that's sold to Tim Rory. Now Iron Maiden's at $90, but I think we also might be done on Metallica. The last bid was Frank Vigiletti for $75. And that means somebody got outbid. Brandon Jones. I'm going to make sure Brandon Jones is out. He says he's out. Ozzy's at $45. John Farrell on Silverchair. Which one of the two do you want, John Farrell? Do you want Neon Ballroom and do you want Freak Show? I'll let you have dibs on those. And then we have Fastway, Trick or Treat, original motion picture soundtrack. Once again, music on vinyl, numbered, and that is $39.99. Let's go ahead and add another auction right now. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that one is Lord Tracy. And this one is Death Gods of Babylon. Oh my, a 1989 US, and this one is now up for bid. This is one of those records where everybody goes, that's how they start breathing whenever they see it in their presence. This is Lord Tracy, Death Gods of Babylon. Overall, a very clean copy. It's got a couple scuffs there. It's got a couple scuffs there. Just because of that, we'll call it VG Plus, but overall, very, very nice, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Lord Tracy, it does have a saw mark right there. This is one of those that makes everybody go, Lord Tracy, that's a $35 start. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden's at 91, Ozzy's at 47, and then Ozzy's at 47. What is the Ozzy? More details on Ozzy, and then Silverchair Neon sold 2. Silverchair Neon sold 2. So John Farrell, I've got you down for Neon Ballroom on Silverchair. I still got a copy of Freak Show, and I still got a copy of Frog Stomp. So I've got 2 other Silverchairs still available. Okay, over here, Metallica did not get another bid, right? We may have a first-time buyer. I think we do. Frank Vigiletti. I'm probably mispronouncing your last name, so let's call you Frank V. Frank V, if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and we need to get you registered, okay? So say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered. I'll tell you how to do that. If anybody else is new, welcome. You can bid and buy at any time. The last bid on Iron Maiden that came in was 007 Platinum at $100. And then over here, this is Ozzy Miracle Man, a 3-track single. It's EX or better. It is actually really nice. 0 for sale in the United States, and that also has the Liar and Crazy Babies on it. And the last bid on this was Chad Sauls at $55. No bid yet on Lord Tracy. That's a $35 start. First-time buyer, thank you. If you're on Facebook, which you are, send us a DM. I'm going to need your email address and your mailing address, okay? I'm going to need your email address and your mailing address. Send that in the form of a Facebook direct message. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. Iron Maiden 101. What is the Iron Maiden? More info on Iron Maiden. And then David Sosby wants Silverchair Freak Show. That is so to David Sosby. Thank you on that one. Also, Saxon, the Inner Sanctum, limited edition 750 on purple vinyl, $39.99. He said Freak Show was mine too. Okay, never mind. He also wanted Freak Show. So sell this to John Farrell, and that means David Sosby, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? I can get more of these. I was confused on which two he wanted, but he wanted this one and Neon Ballroom. So put down David Sosby on Freak Show waiting list. First time buyer, make sure you send us a DM. I need your Facebook and I need your email address and mailing address, okay? And then over here we have Iron Maiden at $101. Iron Maiden at $105. Is Elvis on Go Vinyl? Yes, Elvis second to none is on Go Vinyl. That's a 2 LP music on vinyl numbered, $59.99. Iron Maiden 110, Iron Maiden 106, Ozzy at 60, and Lord Tracy has a bid for 35. Korn Untouchables, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. All right, our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Hope everybody's ready. Let's jump over here. Let's pull out one of these Patrick hats ready. Oh my, Poison Flesh and Blood, a 1990 USOG, and Poison Flesh and Blood is a 1990 USOG EX. It has the original inner sleeve, and Poison's going to go up for a $100 start. And this is now up for bid. $100 start on Poison. We had two copies of this, one of them over there, and the backup tub looked like it had been used for a Frisbee. And when I pulled this one, I was like, oh yeah, this one's not easy to get, and it's nice. Poison Flesh and Blood, $100 start on that. Here we go. Iron Maiden 112. Chris says he has Iron Maiden at 112 and he doesn't even know what he's bidding on. This is Iron Maiden, the Soundhouse tapes and more. It is a sealed, unofficial Iron Maiden, the Soundhouse tapes and more. The high bid is now 120 with 007 Platinum. Ozzy still getting bids at 65. And what's the bid of Lord Tracy? One bid, $35 EX. John Kaiser has it for 35. John Kaiser has it for 35. Levi Hilton does get the Elva, second to none. Thank you, Levi. And then Poison's a $100 start. Ken Granger gets Korn. Thank you on that one. And then Doc and Breaking the Chains, that's on red vinyl for $29.99. We got two copies of Dawkins, $29.99. And then Skid Row is on black and blue marble vinyl. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And then Winger in the Heart of the Young, that's on blue vinyl, $33.99. And Brittany Fox, numbered 750 on blue vinyl. Brittany Fox is $39.99. Okay, so first thing over here is Iron Maiden. Chris Gardner has it for $130. Chris Gardner has Iron Maiden for $130. 007 Platinum, you're out. Paul Vihar gets Dawkins. That's Breaking the Chains on red vinyl. Next over here, Kathy's out on Ozzy, so Ozzy's a final call. And Ozzy's going to be moving to a final call to Chad Sauls for $65. Thank you, Chad. Chad has that right now at $65, okay? And then in the middle is Lord Tracy. The last bid on that came in was James Papa Costestein at 40. That means John Kaiser, you're out. Iron Maiden just got a new bid for $135. And Poison Flesh and Blood is a $100 start. That's where we're at on all of our auctions right now. Let's go back to the main cam and let's read through those one more time. After, let's read through them one more time. A lot of music on vinyl in here. First is Mudhoney, Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge, $29.99. And then Elvis Sings, that's a 2 LP. That's on white vinyl for $59. Highwayman 2, $39, music on vinyl. Blackstone Cherry, red vinyl, $39, music on vinyl. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights Camera Revolution, red vinyl, $39, music on vinyl. Korn Issues is a 2 LP, $33. Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. This is a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Brown Eyed Girl. Haven't seen a true OG copy of this in high grade in probably 2 years. That's how scarce they are. Lord Tracy, new bid 45. We have Modern English, After the Snow, I'll Stop the World and Melt with You, 24. Blackstone Cherry, Between the Devil and Deep Blue Sea, blue vinyl, $39.99. Trick or Treat, Fastway soundtrack, $39.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp, $54. And then Saxon's $39. Dawkins, $29. Skid Row was $39. Winger was $33. And Brittany Fox. And those were all blue vinyl, blue and black, and red vinyl right there. A lot of colored vinyl in there. Ozzy's officially sold. And Ozzy is officially sold to Chad Sauls for $65. Thank you, Chad Sauls. That is sold to you for $65. Let's put that away. Iron Maiden is still getting bids. 135 with 007 Platinum. James Papa, you're out on Lord Tracy. And over here, we have Poison, a no bid, $100 buy it now. Wow. Figured this would rank 125, 150, 175. It's a 1990 USOG. Not the in-print version of this is terrible. It's probably one of the worst sounding represses. I don't even order them because I get so many complaints about them. So that's a real 1990 OG, and it's sold to Shannon Lee for $100. Shannon gets it for $100. Next over here is Arms of Rilla Tribe on the Fast Way. That is sold over here. Modern Lovers. No, we had Modern English. And then next was Joseph Felicetti on Poison. So now we're down to 2 auctions. Let's go ahead and get out a big dog. These are probably going to sell tonight. I don't know if they're going to get 5 bids or 1 bid. I don't know, but there's a good chance they're going to go to new homes tonight. I've never had this one signed. Now, this is JSA authenticated. I will have to mail you the letter at a later date. Sometimes I hold these and then I wait for them to come in and then we go ahead and sell them, but I just got this authenticated at JSA. It will come with a full letter, which I've already paid about $100 for, and that will be shipped to you at a later date. So it's good. It's JSA. Right now, there's no sticker or anything on it. It will have a photo matching full letter from JSA. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. And this is this is Ozzy Osbourne, The Ultimate Sin. And I've never had one of these. I've never had one of these signed. Now, the more obscure, it seems like Ozzy albums we have tend to get the most activity for people who collect these signed. I know the last time I had a No More Tears and a Volume 4 that I don't get as often, they sold for over $2,000. There's not many examples I see out there before of Ultimate Sin autographed. So this is a $1,500 start. If it doesn't get a bid, it'll be a buy it now. If it gets a bid, it will sell to the high bidder. Ozzy, JSA authenticated Ultimate Sin, $1,500, that's $1,500. That's now a forbid. And we got a couple we're going to try to knock out tonight, okay? First thing over here is this. We had Poison sold and then a backup. Lord Tracy's at 48. What is Lord Tracy? Deaf Gods of Babylon. OG EX and the high bid's $48 right now. John Kaiser was third on Poison. Melanie Jennings wants a Modern English, and then Iron Maiden is out, and Iron Maiden's out, and that's sold to 007 Platinum for $135. So Lord Tracy over here, James Papa has it for $48. Ozzy's $1,500, and then our next auction is XYZ. And yes, this is an unofficial pressing. It's on red vinyl. It's a 2024 unofficial on red vinyl, and of course, y'all know OGs of these are very tough. This is XYZ Hungry, red vinyl unofficial, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start. Yes, this is an OG Holland press. This is an OG Holland press. Of course, as y'all know, this has never been reissued. That's another thing. A lot of the Ozzy albums people get signed. A lot of the Ozzy albums people get signed are reissues because the jackets are in beautiful condition. He signed a lot of reissued Black Sabbath albums, Paranoids and Blizzards. This one is OG. As y'all know, it's never been reissued. So I don't see a lot of copies of Ultimate Sin, and this is a more tougher to get signed Ozzy album for sure. $1,500. That's going to be the start on all of them tonight. That's going to be the start on all of them tonight. Corey, who just bid $1,500, he's already bought about 4 of these for me. And Corey, or whoever wins the auction, same story. I'll mail the JSA letter whenever it comes in. Right now, they're 2 or 3 months out. Ozzy does have a bid. Are we done on Lord Tracy? John Kaiser's out. James Papa 48 and XYZ 55. So these don't come through too often. It's an OG Holland press. It has the inner sleeve. The vinyl's clean. And Ozzy has a bid for $1,500. All right, let's go through another crate and let's put up another auction. So far, we're gone through 3 crates of new vinyl, 2 more left. And then we got all kinds of vintage. There's so many auctions tonight. Box sets. I hope everybody's locked in and ready to go. I'll be going through other new vinyl tonight too. Probably should be a big night for that. John's got 6 crates over here. I might price some stuff live on the fly tonight. Who knows what might happen, okay? I like this distributor. This is the stuff that's kind of the run out and stuff that I get on sale. So it should be stuff in here we typically don't see. And if it is stuff we see, it's probably a little bit cheaper than normal, okay? All right, everybody in. XYZ's at 700, XYZ's at 70. Make sure everybody has plenty of time to think and bid on Ozzy, because it'll be a while before I get another signed Ultimate Sin. And we'll probably run these signed Ozzies back to back to back. All right. Whew, I got some other big signed albums. Some of them over here I don't have fully researched, but I can do it pretty quickly, as y'all know. I think most of y'all know signed stuff. I'm pretty fresh on details. We work on it almost every day here. Cannibal Corpse, Keel, 20th anniversary, green slime, $36.99. I don't think I've ever had that one before. Cannibal Corpse, $36.99. Minutemen is $29.99. What makes a man start fires? I thought that said what makes a fat man fart. It says what makes a man start fires? Minutemen, $29.99. Okay. Lord Tracy is sold to James Papa Constantine for $48. Timer is ticking on Ozzy. Probably down to the last 60 seconds on that. One bid, 1,500. XYZ's at 75 and now 80. Let's go ahead and move these over. And over here we have Eye Against Eye, Bad Brains. Eye Against Eye is $29.99. And we have Cancer to the gory end. Cancer is $29.99. The GNR Live Era. I think I ordered one yesterday. Do you need to be put on a waiting list? Because I think I ordered one yesterday. I don't have anybody down, so if you need one, let me know. And then over here, let's put up another auction. And our next auction is Merciful Fate, the beginning. Oh my. A 1987 US. This is a 1987 US, and this is going to go up for a $55 star. Merciful Fate, the beginning. Beautiful vinyl. Near mint minus, and it's in shrink with the hop sticker. 1987 Merciful Fate. It does have a wicked punch hole. I mean, it's got a big punch hole out of the cover. It is in shrink, though. $55 start. All right, we got our first air horn of the night. This is sold for $1,500. And thank you, Corey Ross. And let's go ahead and get a new fresh sleeve for that. Air horn alert. Did Tanner leave with Finn and Otis? I don't want to. I guess so. I don't want to blow. He's gone. Okay, I don't want to blow the air horn with a dog and a newborn baby in here. So here we go. Let's put this in a fresh sleeve. One Ozzy down. Hope everybody has hit the like button. Corey, thank you. You've got quite the collection. Corey, are you trying to get every Ozzy album signed? That'd be a heck of a collection. That'd be pretty amazing, having a wall framed of every Ozzy album signed. That'd be a heck of a display piece. That would be starting with Black Sabbath self-titled, all the Black Sabbath and all the Ozzy solo albums signed. That would be a lot. You'd probably be spending a lot of time on that and a lot of money, but that'd be a heck of a collection. Thank you, Corey. That's so to you. And let's bring out the air horn. First of many tonight. I can promise you that. First of many. This over here. Don't tell my secrets. There you go. Yeah, that'd be an awesome collection. Holy moly. You're working your way. I think that's the 5th one I've sold you. This is sold. And here we go. 5, 3. Fair warning. Adjust your volume or turn it up. All right. I bought, Patrick had his ears plugged. I have to wear headphones. One night we did an autograph night. We had a platinum autograph night here, and we blew the air horn about, 18 times, and I was sick. I was literally sick. I thought I was going to have to go to the emergency room. That is real. I was blowing that thing stupidly without ear protection. So, Chad, air horn inventory. We are sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 air horns. No, those are small ones. I've got 8 big ones and 4 tiny ones, okay? XYZ, red vinyl unofficial. Tony Bradford has that for $95. And then over here, we have Merciful Fate, the beginning. And Merciful Fate does not have a bid yet. We're looking for a $55 start. Rick Hall does one on the GNR waiting list, okay? That should be in tomorrow, if not Monday. Rick Hall on the GNR waiting list. I know I ordered one, and I know they're in stock. XYZ's a red vinyl unofficial. XYZ's a red vinyl official. Still got Cancer. I have Bad Brains, Minutemen, Cannibal Corpse, and another Cancer, Death Shall Rise, $29.99 on that. All right, I promise back-to-back Ozzy. So here is the next. I think this one's incredible. I love the blue ink on this one. Another one, same thing. This came from the same collector. He got these signed at one of those conventions. What are they called? Like famous monsters or whatever. And this is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. And this is should be another Holland press. Let me make sure on this one. Let's see, this should be another Holland press. Let me see the matrix here. Let me take a look at this. There's the inner sleeve. The inner sleeve's kind of been chopped up. Just FYI. Not that that's important. But it is definitely an OG jacket. I know that's important to a lot of people. Yeah, I think this is a foreign. I think it should be another Holland press. But yeah, very nice. I love the blue paint. And he actually did a full kind of Osborne there. Sometimes you'll get about that much. Sometimes he gives the full Osborne on that one. So very cool. That is awesome on the blue. And that's another $1,500 start on Diary. That's another starting bid. That's now up for bid. Ozzy, $1,500, okay? Merciful Fate has a bid for $55. Here we go. Let's keep going here. We have Pat Benatar Icon. That's on blue vinyl, $29.99. Are we done on XYZ? We're going to move through these pretty quick. If it stalls or it doesn't get a bid, it's going to be poof and gone. So XYZ's at 95 of Tony Bradford. I haven't heard back from James Papa Constantine. James, I've lost you. Merciful Fate for the longest did not get a bid. Now it has one bid for 55, so that's a final call. If you were waiting to snipe it, you better go ahead and get your bid in. Ozzy's at 1,500, and here comes our next auction. Let's go ahead and do the Motley Crue unofficial here. This is the Motley Crue 2023 of the self-titled. This one, of course, has never really been reissued. It's a 2LP unofficial on gold, yellow vinyl, more like yellow vinyl, and that's going to go up for a $95 start. That's the Motley Crue self-titled unofficial, $95 start on that. Bad Brains, and this one is Omega Sessions, $29.99 for Bad Brains Omega Sessions, $29.99 on that. Did you miss my call on Fastway? No, I pulled it so fast you didn't even see me. Arms Gorilla Tribe did get Fastway. Yes, that was earlier. Emerson, Palmer, and Barry. And this is a 2LP, only $29.99. These originally, like the MSRP on these are like 40 or 50 something dollars. So that's an on sale. Emerson, Palmer, and Barry, $29.99. All right. I lost James Papa on XYZ. We got to sell it. So did Tony Bradford for $95. Thank you, Tony Bradford. So for $95. The Beginning over here. The Beginning. Merciful Fate. That got one bid and sold to L. Silverhorn for $55. Thank you, L. Silverhorn. That is sold to you for $55. Let's go ahead and put that away. And then Ozzy, final chance, $1,500 on Diary of a Madman. Full letter from JSA. I'll send it to you later. Motley Crue, an amazing sounding bootleg. I've had other people say that before. 95 on that. And then we have Fats Domino, Walking with the Fat Man, the best of 1949 to 1961. Fats Domino, $24.99. I got Kicks, Metal Church, Shotgun Messiah, Firehouse, Queensryche Slayer, Pantera, Jerry Cantrell. Oh my, here we go, folks. A 1998 US 2LP. One of the most asked about and sought about records. This is it. Jerry Cantrell, his OG album from 1998, Boggy Depot. It has both inner sleeves, and it is nice. It is EX Plus to Near Mint Minus. Holy moly. There's inner sleeve number 2. There's inner sleeve number 2. Number 1, number 2. Very clean 2LP. It does have a clip corner, and it has some kind of promotional item here. It has like a promotional tag, like a lanyard thing that people would have wore in music stores. Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains, Boggy Depot. Holy moly. This is a $150 start. That's now up for bid. Fats Domino, $24.99. And we have Dead Kennedys. Now, this is a gatefold on orange vinyl. That's a gatefold orange vinyl, $39.99. Gary Samuel said, listen, Chad, man, I'm here for one reason, and that's to buy Seven Dust. Can you please put it up for bid? Ozzy is available if anybody wants it. $1,500 if anybody wants Ozzy. And I am talking to myself, Patrick. I am grabbing a sleeve right here. This is $1,500. Motley Crue has a bid for 90 and then 95. I don't know if that's people trying to snipe them or people trying to bid. I'm not for sure. Did I say it was a buy it now? There's some people just they had it keyed in. Let me go over here and try to put Ozzy in a new sleeve. And this will be sitting back here all night tonight if you decide you want it. I rarely have, every time I've had Ozzy signed albums up, by the end of the night, they are rarely available at the end of the night. So here's a chance. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $1,500 on that, okay? People love the signed jackets. You heading out? Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Over here, we got Motley Crue. So I'm assuming I can't hear. I'm starting the bid at. Okay, Sean Sam, you're out. Johnny Hancock has Motley Crue for $95. Sean Sam, you're out. Jerry Cantrell, 150, 150, 160, 160, 170. This is a grail for a lot of people. Never been reissued. Jerry Cantrell, Boggy Depot. That is $170. Next is Government Mule, Like a River. Government Mule is $29.99. And then we have Cannibal Corpse Keel. Somebody asked, what was the Cannibal Corpse? Green slime vinyl, $36.99. John Durden said, Chad, can you please fix the glare? I'm over here having a panic attack. I'm starting to scream and shake if you can't fix the glare. How about I just take it off the screen then? We don't want John Durden to start screaming and crying. Motley Crue is at 100, then 110. Jerry Cantrell, 175. Eagles, Hell Freezes Over. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy, $29.99. John Durden said, Chad, I was literally shaking in my chair because that record was reflecting a glare back into my eyes. Jerry Cantrell, 175. Motley Crue's at 110. Our next auction. Let me see if I can locate Seven Dust. There's been about 7 requests for Seven Dust. Hold on, that's 77 requests for Seven Dust. Hold on, that's 777 requests for Seven Dust. Hold on, that's 7,777 requests for Seven Dust. Hold on, that's 77,777 requests for Seven Dust. Hold on. That is 777,777 requests for Seven Dust. Seven Dust is now up for auction. This is a 2023. This is an unofficial reissue white vinyl, near mint, only vinyl release for this title. Wow. Seven Dust. This is a $75 start. It's an unofficial. Here we go. John Durden. I'm just giving you a hard time. There's about 5 people I know I can pick on and they can take it. And one of them's Jim B and one of them's John Durden. So I wear these guys out. They're here, and every time they come here, they say, every time I come here, I am abused. That's what Jim B and John Durden says. Every time I know I can wear them out. The other one is John Robb. Where's John Robb at? I wear out John Robb. Oh my gosh. He says the same thing. Every time I come here, I am abused. Just like the guy from Zimbabwe or whatever at the United Nations. All right. How is a reissue an unofficial? That really isn't a thing. They call unofficials reissues. Sometimes the bootlegs, if they're the first time on vinyl, they'll call it, there is no OG bootlegs, essentially. So a bootleg's a bootleg. A bootleg's a bootleg, but there is no reissue unofficial. I guess all unofficials are kind of reissues. Okay, first thing I have over here is this. I left off with this. Good Lord, look at all these bids. Holy crap. Hold on a minute. Let me touch my toes early tonight. Oh my gosh, there went my right knee. Oh. Okay, so first thing we had, I left off Jerry Cantrell, top cam. Jerry Cantrell, $160. Jerry Cantrell, $165. Motley Crue, $95. Motley Crue, $95. Jerry Cantrell, $170. Motley Crue at $100. Sean Sam at $100 on Motley Crue. Jerry Cantrell, $175. Motley Crue at $110. Cameron Davis says Corpse. Cannibal Corpse. This is sold to Cameron Davis for $36.99. Jerry Cantrell, $180. And then over here, Jerry Cantrell, $185. There was a 2020 reissue Jerry Cantrell. Wow, I didn't realize that. Jerry Cantrell, $185. Mark Weiss on Leonard Skinner. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Babylon Been Shown. No, it hasn't. Jerry Cantrell, $190. Next thing over here, Jerry Cantrell, $200. Seven Dust is at $80. Jerry Cantrell, $200. Over here, we have Seven Dust at $80. And then over here, we have Jerry Cantrell at $205. And then Jerry Cantrell, $210. So an unofficial, same as a bootleg. Yes, unofficial and a bootleg is the same thing. For example, this album was manufactured somewhere, essentially without licensing from Seven Dust or the label. Somebody made this virtually illegally, okay? This is not an authorized pressing of Seven Dust. If you hear me say unofficial, if you hear me say bootleg, that means somebody made this. That means somebody made this to make money off of it without the knowledge of Seven Dust or the label who owns this music. They do that because they know people want them on vinyl and nobody's making them. So you have bootleggers who make them, who can sell them and make money on them. This is what this is, and this is what this is. We bought a collection where this guy had all these sought-after albums. So if I say bootleg or unofficial, it's a bootleg or unofficial. Jerry Cantrell is an official original pressing from 1998. So this is a 1998 OG original, and then these are bootlegs over here. Motley Crue, just for clarification, I got to sell it really fast if the other bidder doesn't bid. Johnny Hancock has it for 110. Sean Sam, just so you know, you're out. Sean Sam, just so you know, you're out. It's $110. And then Seven Dust has one bid for $80 with Josh Jones. One bid with Josh Jones for $80. We're about to sell it. One bid, $80, Josh Jones, okay? One bid, Josh Jones, $80. I need to put my address in this. Dang, I forgot to do that. I knew I forgot to do that. All right, let's do, this is Coletco, and this is 101 Short Street, dang it, Lebanon, Tennessee, 37087. I'm running an ad about our $2 sale in the morning. Okay, so thank you on that one. Now, we're back to business. So here we go. Ship to Canada. Yes, at cost. Here we go. And Seven Dust today, too. First thing we have bass on top, Paul Chambers. Blue Note Tone Poet. That is RTI pressing gatefold jacket. And this is 39. Is this supposed to be 29 or 39? Hold on a second. Who is this? Paul Chambers? Paul Chambers. Chambers. How much is this? Paul Chambers, bass on top. Wow, it is. A Blue Note Tone Poet. I can do it for 29. Usually these are 39. Wow. $29.99. A bass on top, Paul Chambers. And then Ryan Bingham, Mescalito. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. All right. Motley Crue, and somebody said Motley Crue. Somebody said Motley Crue. Motley Crue says, I'm out. This is sold to Johnny Hancock for $110. Is that illegal? Yeah, for the people making them, it is. 100%, yeah. Well, some regions are in other parts of the country are a little bit less, strict about it. But if you're doing it here in the United States, yeah. If you have an illegal pressing plant somewhere in your house in the United States, you'll probably get a visit from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Jerry Cantrell, the last bid on that was Stephen Parton at $235. Bass is sold to Amenities, and then Seven Dust is at $86. Jerry Cantrell Boggy Depot is a 1998 OG. It does have a clip corner, and it has a store pass. It's like a really cool promotional piece with it as well. Like a lanyard that someone would have wore in a music store. The high bid on that's $240. And Seven Dust is an unofficial on white vinyl. That has never been pressed to vinyl. So they have never pressed that to vinyl ever. Seven Dust, okay? Next thing over here is this right here. This is been asked about already a couple times tonight. This is Babylon AD. This is an official. If you hear me say that, it's a real one. And I'm going to be stressing that a lot tonight because there are a lot of unofficial pressings, but there's also a lot of OG stuff. Babylon, an 89 US SRC pressing, $100 start on this. This is a nice copy. It has the original on her sleeve. And this is a $100 start. Babylon AD, near mint minus, hop sticker and inner sleeve, $100 start on that. Seven Dust is at 91. We have Jerry Cantrell at 275. Seven Dust is at 93. And let's go ahead and knock out an Iron Maiden Monstrosity. Are y'all ready? Here comes an Iron Maiden Monstrosity. An Iron Maiden Monstrosity. Folks, this is an Iron Maiden Monstrosity. A $400 start. Iron Maiden, the complete albums collection, 1990 to 2015 box set, near mint minus, and I think some of them, one of them are sealed, I think, yeah. Two of them maybe are sealed. Iron Maiden, it weighs about 4,500 pounds, that's 2.5 tons, and it's a $400 start. Let's set it back here for size perspective. It is ginormous, okay? Let's see it from this angle. Yeah, it takes up about a third of a crate. Iron Maiden's a $400 start. The complete albums collection, 1990 to 2015. Holy moly, that's now what for bid, okay? Over here, First thing we have is Jerry Cantrell 275, 7 Dust is at 93, 7 Dust 95, Babylon AD 100, 7 Dust 98, 7 Dust 100, Babylon AD 100, 110, and then 7 Dust 110, 110, and 7 Dust is 118. And then we have Ryan Bingham, Roadhouse Sun, that is $34.99. We have Ryan Bingham, Roadhouse Sun, $34.99, and a Love Supreme John Coltrane Acoustic Sounds, $38.99. Okay, so quick update. 4 live auctions right now. First one is a 1998 Jerry Cantrell OG pressing over here. 1998 OG Jerry Cantrell. John Kaiser's out. Stephen Parton has it for $275. Final call. Real, near mint minus, tough to get. 7 Dust is between a couple people. Josh Jones has it for $118. Now Michael Wilkerson, $1.25. And then over here we got Babylon AD. Terry Lee Watts has it for $110. That means somebody's out. Right now, the high bid is $110, and then Iron Maiden's a $400 start. Kevin LeBady said he was on the wait list for Ryan Bingham. Yes, I was about to search that over here in my spreadsheet. Ryan Bingham, and Ryan Bingham is sold over here to Kevin LeBady. Thank you, Kevin LeBady. There's that. Roxy wants a list of all the Iron Maiden albums in that box set. Time out, hold up, time out. Nirvana, Live at Reading. That's a 2 LP. $38.99 for Nirvana. That's an official release. 2 LP on that one. Iron Maiden albums that are open. What are the condition? And then Babylon AD, 7 Dust, and Jerry Cantrell. Time is ticking on Jerry Cantrell. 7 Dust is still getting bids. And I want to make sure everybody knows Babylon AD is at 110. Let me turn around this box. All the discs are near mint minus. The jackets are probably going to be VG Plus or better. I think whoever had it, it didn't see a lot of play, okay? That is No Prayer for the Dying, Fear of the Dark, The X Factor, Virtual XI, Virtual 11, Brave New World, Rock and Rio, Dance of Death, Death on the Road, A Matter of Life and Death, Flight 666, The Final Frontier, In Vivio, and The Book of Souls. That is No Prayer for the Dying, Fear of the Dark, The X Factor, Virtual 11, Brave New World, Rock and Rio, Dance of Death, Death on the Road, A Matter of Life and Death, Flight 666, The Final Frontier, and In Vivio. Those are either, let's see, and which ones are sealed? Somebody wants to know which ones were sealed. It looks like Brave New World is sealed and No Prayer for the Dying is sealed. The rest of them are opened and VG Plus jackets and near mint minus vinyl, okay? All right, so there's that over there. And let's go right over here, okay? So that is what is going on with that. So first thing is this. We have Iron Maiden does have a bid for $400. Jerry Cantrell is still getting bids. Now it's at $300. Stevens at $310. Paul Vihar, you're out. And that means Babylon AD is sold for $110. And Babylon AD is sold for $110 to Terry Lee Watts. Thank you, Terry Lee Watts. 7 Dust is at $180. And then we have the magnificent Thad Jones Blue Note Classic Vinyl Series, $29.99 on that. Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits, $29.99. Ryan Bingham, Junkie Star. That's Ryan Bingham and the Dead Horses. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Dinosaur Juniors, $29.99. And the Black Crow Shake Your Money Maker, and that's on green vinyl. Green vinyl Black Crows is $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Oh boy, let's go ahead and run it. A 1989 USOG pressing of what? Badlands with the original on her sleeve. Any other given night, this would stop the show. Everybody would lose their mind, start hyperventilating. Tonight, with all this other crazy stuff, this is another brick in the wall. Badlands, self-titled. So here's your chance. This one might slip underneath the radar. The hype is around everything tonight. This is your chance. Here it is. This is now up for bid, and this is Badlands, self-titled, $95 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. The cover is VG. It has a little bit of a stain or discoloration right down here. So VG on that one. It's a U.S. retail, no cut marks. Iron Maiden's at $450. Do I smell an air horn? 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 And then 7 Dust is at $205. And then Badlands is at $95. And what about Jerry Cantrell? It's a final call. He's out. It's actually sold. Let's get that off the board. Stephen Parton gets that for $310. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Scott Leach, for an amazing collection. If anybody out there has a collection for sale, start messaging the page. We're about to start going on a buying trip in about 2 weeks. We still have a store full of stuff, but it's about time. We've blasted through about a month without buying hardly anything except for this crazy toy and local collection over here that we still have not done a deal on. I don't know why, but it's over here, and it is time's ticking because we need to buy some stuff. So if you're out there and you want to sell us your collection, send us a message. I'm probably going to spend most of Sunday just going through messages and making sure I have got everybody called up, and we're going to start setting up leads and buying trips, okay? We will fly to you if we need to. We will fly to you, we'll drive to you, we'll helicopter to you, whatever it takes, plane, boat, sea, land, air, kite, air blimp, hot air balloon, magic carpet, whatever it takes, teleportation, we'll get to you, we'll buy your records, we'll bring them back here, and we'll sell them. Seven Dust, $180. Richard Bradshaw, very unfortunately, your bid on Babylon came in late. And I think the cheapest near mint copy of that on Discogs was $155. It just sold for $110 here. Mark Weiss on Toby Keith, thank you on that one. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Mark Weiss got Toby Keith, Iron Maiden 425, Seven Dust 190, and then Creek Small wants Ron Bingham Mescalito. That's right back here. Sell that to Creek Small, Seven Dust 205, Iron Maiden 450, and then over here Badlands 95, Badlands 100, Badlands 110, Badlands 115, Badlands 120. Okay, and then we have Meet You at the Jazz Corner of the World, Art Blake and the Jazz Messengers, and this is $29.99, okay? The back of Badlands. Here's the back of Badlands. It is a U.S. original, and this is a club copy, manufactured by Columbia House under license. It does have a little bit of a stain down here at the bottom. Badlands is with Chris Paneca at $135. If I parachute in, I will do that. Iron Maiden has a bid with Chris Gardner for $450. That means, Brian Stern, you've been outbid. Seven Dust, Michael Wilkerson's out. The last bid on Seven Dust was Josh Jones, and that is $205, okay? $205 with Josh Jones. $205 with Josh Jones, all right? Now, next thing is our next auction. It's going to go up right now. The next thing is our next auction, and this is going to go up for bid right now. What was the Overkill? I just saw somebody request Overkill. Overkill Underground. Let's go take a look at that one. This is the Kill and Land. This is Cover Kill, and this is Bloodletting. That's not the one I have over here. Give me a few seconds on that. Let's run another unofficial, okay? This is the unofficial pressing of Pantera Power Metal. It is sealed and is unofficial, and it should be, and, well, it's in a resealable bag, and it looks like it's been opened. Let's go ahead and open it up and confirm the color, okay? Let's go ahead and open it up and confirm the color. Or no, it is sealed. It's just in a resealable baggie, okay. Most of these are colored vinyl, unofficial Panteras. I've seen red, orange, white. I think I've seen other colors, but that is Pantera Power Metal. As y'all know, an extremely rare album. That is sealed, a $45 start for that unofficial, okay. $45 start for that unofficial pressing of Pantera Power Metal. It's now up for bid, all right? So let's go back over here and see what's going on. So the first thing was Badlands 135, Iron Maiden 450. Michael Wilkerson out on Seven Dust. Over here, Chad, can you put up System Has Failed? Did I hear you mention Minutemen? Badlands out. Can I see the tracks on Meet You? Meet You, and then over here, Badlands 125, and Michael Thurr says, I want to see Lynch Mob. And let's go ahead and give me 1 second. Let me open this up. Let me open this up. And Tommy Call wants to see the Art Blakey here. And that's what somebody just asked to see the tracks of. Tommy Call, can I see the tracks on Meet You? Where are the tracks? Does it have tracks? This is volume 2. Volume 2, High Modes, Night Watch, the things I love, the Summit, and the Theme. $29.99 on that one. All right, Seven Dust is sold over here to Josh Jones, and Seven Dust over here. Josh Jones has this for $205, and that is sold. $205, that is sold. Okay, let's go ahead and put that away. That is done. Now, Badlands. The last thing that came on this, I want to make sure everybody knows who has the high bid. Chris Paneca has Badlands at $135. Chris Paneca. If you're not Chris Paneca, you do not have this at $135. It is a final call. Sealed Pantera Power Metal, colored vinyl, unofficial. $45, no bid yet. I want to clear up all confusion right now. $135, no bid, $45 start. And somebody wants me to check the bid on Iron Maiden. Brian Stern's out. Chris Gardner said, I just bid against himself. You did. You already had it at $450, and then you bid $465. Iron Maiden's a final call for $450. All right, now, fast or way, 3, 2, 1. You've got to put what you're bidding on. I have a feeling you're bidding on Badlands, but you've got to put Badlands and then a number. Otherwise, I don't know what you're bidding on, because sometimes we could have as many as 5 auctions running tonight. Do I have the Beatles? Yes. We have Kurt Cobain, Montage of Heck, the home recordings, $34.99. This is a 2 LP. Kurt Cobain, $34.99. Billy Idol, the very best of Billy Idol. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. And then Neil Young, Ragged Glory. And Neil Young, Ragged Glory is $38.99. And there was a waiting list for this. Let me check it right quick, okay? Neil Young, the Ragged Glory, was over here, and that was Sean Miller and Andy Wade. This is a 3 LP, just $38.99, okay? There's 1, and then there's 2, and I have 1 extra. 007 says Brian Stern had it first at $450. No, I think, well, I'll double check it. Let me make sure. Iron Maiden, we've had a review. Brian Stern, $450. I think Brian Stern, $450. No, he did. You did bid against you tied him. Unless there was a bid, I think Brian Stern does have it for $450. Iron Maiden, Brian Stern, $400. Chris Gardner, $425. Brian Stern, $450. Chris Gardner, $450. Chris Gardner, $465. Okay? That's what's going on. All right? That's what's going on. And we have Paul Vihar on that other Neil Young. So I want to clarify on such a big auction over here, all right? Iron Maiden, Chris Gardner, you probably want to go ahead and bid $465. And then Brian Stern, if you're done, which I think if Brian Stern was done at $450, he's probably done at $465. But we'll make sure, okay? We'll make sure. And then Highwayman, $33.99. This is supposed to be a music on vinyl press. It is. This is bizarre. It's a music on vinyl press, but it's not in the normal baggie and stuff, and it's a lot cheaper. $33.99. So Chris, $465. Badlands finally has a bid with FASRWA1 for $136. Okay? Now, that means Chris Paneco, you're outbid. And then Pantera is at 55 with Sean Sam. 55 with Sean Sam. That means Bradley Smith and Kevin Richards, y'all were outbid. We're about to sell it. Next auction is up for bid right now. This is Shotgun Messiah. Shotgun Messiah is a 1989 U.S. original, and this includes Shotgun Messiah's stencil, not completely intact. Yeah, the stencil's kind of beat, and this is a $75 start. So this is an 89 U.S. original. The stencil's kind of chewed up, unfortunately, but part of it's there. And then it has a nice inner sleeve and a nice jacket. Shotgun Messiah is real, and it's OG, a $75 start. Details on Pantera. This is a sealed, unofficial pressing. High bid's $55. I've lost 3 other bidders, and that is a final call, okay? Iron Maiden is sold for $465 to Chris Gardner. Let's go ahead and lay that over here. Sold to Chris Gardner for $465. Thank you, Chris. All right, let's take that off the table. Let's set this stuff over here. And sorry for any delay. Tonight's going to be pretty dang busy. This is going to be a heavy auction night in more ways than one, okay? There's going to be a lot of crates we're going to go through, but tonight, about 90% of my brain power is going to be on these bids. And I need 90% of y'all's, I need 100% of y'all's brain power to also pay attention to the feed. Because if you're trying to bid on these right now and participate in other activities, you're probably going to lose something and be like, oh no, what have I done? I decided to bid and then walk outside and walk the dog. There's right now some people, they'll bid Pantera 60, and then they'll set down their phone and they'll go outside and play football with their little boy. Now, after you get done playing football with your little boy, when you come back inside, you'll realize you've lost the auction. So it's totally up to you. But if you can stay engaged for about 7 minutes, you'll probably win it, especially if you're bidding recklessly and extremely high, as long as you have the money to pay for it, okay? As long as you have the money to pay for it. Badlands is at 140. Pantera, a 60 and another 60. Everybody else is out. And then Shotgun Messiah is a $75 start. Chad Duggan said, listen, man, I need you to locate that overkill that has the crosses on the cover. If you can locate the overkill that has the crosses on the cover, at this point, I will do just about anything possible to obtain that record. He says it's an overkill album. It has crosses on the cover, and I need it. I want it. And honestly, there's nobody that's going to outbid me. What Pantera is up for bid? We have Overkill from the underground and below. Overkill is a 2015 Europe reissue, out of print currently, near mint minus, a $75 start. Overkill's a $75 start, okay? $75 start. We have a request for Dawkin, another request for Dawkin, another request for Dawkin, a request for LA Guns, another request for LA Guns, another request for LA Guns. What is Shotgun Messiah? Can I put back Neil Young? Paul Vihar wants to pass on Neil Young. It's going to be a longer night than usual. I'm going to be spending a lot more money than I realized. What Pantera is up for bid? Shotgun Messiah 75. Can you tell me more about Badlands? I'm not much of a bidder. Can I go over here and bid more on these auctions, Chad? Chad says he needs you to neglect your animals and children. Shotgun Messiah 77. What is Overkill? Can you put up Queensryche? Ron Fuller says he'll take the Neil Young that was put back. Overkill 85, Overkill 90. Chad, what is Badlands? More details on Pantera. Can you put up posters? Good Lord. All right, so Badlands over here. The last bid to this that came in was possibly a new buyer over on Twitch. Fast R Way 321. That's a new buyer, I'm pretty sure. And the high bid over here on Badlands, the last bid that came in on Badlands, was $140 on Badlands. $140 on Badlands. Final call on Badlands, $140. Pantera is a sealed unofficial on colored vinyl. Right now, Sean Sam has it for $60. Everybody else is out. Shotgun Messiah got a bid with Chris Smith for $75. John Kaiser bid $77. Chris Smith, you're outbid. Overkill has a bid for $100, $100, and $105. Can you put up Lynch Mob? What is the Queensryche? OG Mechanical Tesla Mechanical Resonance, please. I hope everybody has a clear schedule for about the next 8 hours. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on some auctions. I need you to cancel your plans, or you kick back in your recliner, and are you just locked in, okay? Because about everything that's been requested will be put up within the next hour or two. If y'all hadn't noticed, there's already 4 live auctions up right now that keep getting bids and keep getting bids and keep getting bids. If I tried to put it up any more, I would literally just have to stop the show. I would lay down 4 more auctions right here, and I would just keep calling out bids and calling out bids and calling out bids, which is fine. But right now, we're maxed out at 4. So if you're waiting for something else, wait until I sell one of these other ones. As you can see, they're all still getting bids except for Badlands. It's a final call. Everything else is still getting bids. Here's what's left in here. Minutemen. What makes a man start fires? Minutemen is $29.99. Maybe you can grab some stuff out of here. Bad Brains, Eye Against Eye. Bad Brains is $29.99. Cancer, To the Gory End, $29.99. Also, Cancer, Death Shall Rise, $29.99. And Pat Benatar Icon, Blue Vinyl, $29.99. A request for Lynch Mob. Michael Thrower's like, listen, man, I have got to bid on that Lynch Mob. I'm over here, and I am about to lose it on you if you don't put that up. We have Matt Bushy on Minutemen, sold. Darren Johnson on Bad Brain, sold. Overkill's at $120. Shotgun Messiah, $85. And Pantera has a new bid, and the last bid on Pantera was Stephen Lewis Jr. at $65. Everybody else is out. And are you a first-time buyer over on Twitch? I do not recognize this handle. Fast R Way 321. If you are, say yes, and then I'm going to sell this to you. I got to make sure you're registered. I got to make sure you're good to go. This is sold for $140. Overkill 120, Overkill 125, Overkill 125. Now, Fastway's a first-time buyer. That's what your handle looks like, it says. It looks like Fast R Way 321. Just make sure you fill out the first-time buyer form. Once you have that completed, it says, yes, I have completed the first-time buyer form. Pantera, 65. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid. If so, it should have already popped up. Shotgun Messiah, Bad Brains, Omega Sessions, red vinyl, $29.99. Emerson, Palmer, and Berry is $29. Fats Domino is $24. Dead Kennedys is on red vinyl. That is $39. And Government Mule, Like a River, that's a 2LP colored vinyl, $29.99. We have probably one of the most insane lineups of auctions that we've ever had in the history of Coletco. There are a couple people that have already lost their cool, and they're like, listen, Chad, man, I am here, and this is just, honestly, I just don't know if I can do this. I might have to just go take a nap and come back and just see what I've missed. This is a 2024 unofficial on white vinyl, and this is a $45 start. This is Lynch Mob. It is an unofficial on white vinyl, a $45 start. What Dead Kennedys? Give me convenience or give me death. This one's a little bit more than others because it's on red vinyl, $39.99. Cannibal Corpse Kill is $36.99. Eagles Hell Freezes Over is $34. And Ryan Bingham, Roadhouse Sun, $34.99. Pantera is sold. Colored vinyl unofficial, Sean Sam, $65. I'm assuming we're done on Shotgun Messiah. I haven't seen any other bids in quite some time. The last bid that came in on Shotgun Messiah was John Kaiser at $85. I haven't heard back from Chris Smith since then. Chris Smith, I'm assuming you're done. Overkill's at $145. Lynch Mob is a $45 start. Steve Riley says he'll take a Dead Kennedy's red vinyl gatefold. So to him. Let's go ahead and swap out crates right quick. Before I do anything else, Lynch Mob has a bid for $45. Sundays wants Kill. And that was Cannibal Corpse. Let me put that in a new crate, actually, because my crate over here has gotten a little bit too tight. Chris Smith said he's out on Shotgun Messiah. When I come back, if there's not another bid, we're selling Shotgun Messiah for $85. Let's put these right over here. Somebody commented earlier, they said, what's the deal with metal, and why does everybody want it? If you could give me a reasonable answer, or if you want a reasonable answer, you'd have to ask some of these guys that's watching. This is the night, this right here, this night makes or breaks Coletco. Next Thursday night will be next Wednesday, just FYI. Next will be next Wednesday, okay? Next Metal Night will be on Wednesday next week, okay? Metal Night is on Wednesday next week. Metal Night is on Wednesday next week. Remember that, okay? Stephen Lewis said, I bid $65 on Pantera. Who did I say sold to? I'm pretty sure I said sold to you for $65, did I not? Pantera was sold for $65, and $65 to Pantera was sold to, yeah, it was sold for $65 to Stephen Lewis Jr. Is that not what I said? The Pantera was sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $65, okay? $65. $65. That was sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Is that not what I said? I hope so, because that's who got it. Shotgun Messiah. I said if there wasn't another bid, I'm going to sell it. Let's sell it. Shotgun Messiah is sold to John Kaiser, and this is sold to John Kaiser for $85. Thank you, John Kaiser. That is sold to you. Overkill has a high bid of $170. Lynch Mob is at $75 on that. Lynch Mob is at $75. Next thing is Mark Weiss wants a Pat Benatar blue vinyl. I'll take a fresh fruit for rotten vegetables. I'll have to put you on a waiting list. I don't think they're in stock right now. Over here, next thing is this. I have John Coltrane of Love Supreme, $38.99. Nirvana Live at Reading is $38. And the Magnificent Thad Jones, that's $29.99. Megadeth, the system has failed. There's a couple guys that's like, listen, Chad, I'll buy a lot more, but there's a couple things in here that I have to own. Okay, there's a couple things like I have to bid on them. And if I know I win them, I'll know how much more money I can spend for the rest of the night. Otherwise, you're going to make me have a panic attack seeing all this other stuff go up, not knowing if I can buy it or not. This is a 2013 Music on Vinyl purple numbered vinyl. They only made 1,000 of these in the 2013 Music on Vinyl press. It's near mint, and it's an $80 start. $80 start on that. Next thing in here was Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits, 29 on that. Ryan Bingham, Junkie Star is 34. Dinosaur Jr. is 29. The Black Crows is 29. That's on green vinyl. Art Blakey's 29. Kurt Cobain was 34. Billy Idol 34. And Highwayman 33. Okay? Over here, the last bid on Overkill was $170. I'm showing $170 of J Nutria. And now Megadeth already has bids for 80 and now 100. The last bid on Lynch Mob was at 75. I lost Sean Sam again. Sean, if I can get you to bid or say out, let me know. I lost you on the Pantera on the last auction as well. Make sure you let me know as soon as ASAP as possible, okay? We've already sold one Ozzy. Here's another one. This is Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, signed. Beautiful silver paint pen signature, $1,500. We've already sold the Ultimate Sin album. There's the other Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, $1,500 on that one, okay? That's now up for bid. Overkill's at $175. Shauna Rice wants the Eagles. That was Hell Freezes Over, this 2LP. Let's go ahead and start going through some vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer, okay? Eagles Hell Freezes Over is sold, and this is sold over here. And this is sold over here, and this is sold over here to Shauna Ross. Lynch Mob 77. Lynch Mob is at 80. What is the other Ozzy? This one's also signed. It's a copy of Diary, $1,500. We already sold Ultimate Sin. It sold earlier for $1,500. Diary's a buy it now for $1,500. Blizzard of Oz is $1,500. Those are now up for bid. Let's go ahead and pick out our first crate of vintage. These are going to be buy it now or best offer. I know it's metal night, but in these crates, you could see anything, okay? You could see Louis Armstrong. You can see Tony Bennett. You might even see Led Zeppelin. You might even see the Chipmunks. You might see the Carpenters and Billy Joe and Santana. That's what's in some of these vintage crates. I'm going to go ahead and go through one. Then we're probably going to go ahead and go through some other new vinyl. I've got another crate of new vinyl that hadn't been priced, okay? All right, I hadn't been priced, all right? Overkill, Megadeth, Overkill, Megadeth, Overkill, Megadeth, Overkill, Megadeth, Overkill, Ozzy, Megadeth, Lynch Mob, Overkill, Lynch Mob, Megadeth, Ozzy. Over here, this is Overkill, Lynch Mob, Megadeth, Ozzy, Lynch Mob, Overkill, Megadeth, Ozzy. Overkill, Lynch Mob, Megadeth, Ozzy. Ozzy, Megadeth, Lynch Mob, Overkill. The last bid on Megadeth was $115. The last bid on Overkill was $185. Lynch Mob is a white vinyl unofficial. Lynch Mob is a white vinyl unofficial. It's at $90. Calvin Ward, you're out. Ozzy's $1,500. This is Lynch Mob self-titled. Lynch Mob, Overkill, Megadeth, Ozzy. Overkill, Lynch Mob, Ozzy, Megadeth, Lynch Mob, Megadeth, Ozzy. Ozzy, Lynch Mob, Overkill, Megadeth, Ozzy. Over here, Lynch Mob has a new bid for $91. Ozzy is signed. Blizzard of Oz, $1,500. Megadeth is at $130 and Lynch Mob's at $91. This is a vintage crate. Buy it now or best offer. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, 20 Golden Greats. That is sealed unopened, $24.99. The Seekers Gorgy Girl, $9.99. Overkill, $200. Megadeth, $150. Lynch Mob out. Harper's Bazaar, that's in shrink, $14.99. Anything goes. BG Spirits Haven't Flown, that's $9.99. Captain and Tennille's Greatest Hits, that's sealed unopened, $14.99. And Joe Cocker Luxury You Can Afford, that's also sealed for $24.99. Seals and Croft Taking It Easy, that's sealed for $14.99. And then Santana, $17.99. Megadeth is at $170. Megadeth is at $170. Lynch Mob is at $95. Overkill, the last bid over here was Jay Nutri at $200. The Hits of Judy Garland, Over the Rainbow, UK flipback cover, $9.99. Ringo's Rotogravure, sealed $24.99. And Carly Simon Boys in the Tree, that's also sealed with hop sticker, $14.99. Over here, Ozzy, if anybody wants it, it's $1,500. Corey Ross already grabbed the Ultimate Sin. Now, if you want to go ahead and get Blizzard or anything else, let me know. Chad Duggan says he's out on Overkill. And then we have next, Megadeth is at $180. Megadeth is $180. And then right now we have Lynch Mob at $96. Let's go ahead and put in this sleeve right there. Ozzy's in a new sleeve. And let's put this right over here. Jay Nutra has Overkill for $200. That's a final call. Next thing is the Doobie Brothers. It has a promo sticker on the front, $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And that is this album right here. This is going to go up for bid at this moment. Some people may say, good gosh, Chad, holy moly, what is going on? Here's another one of those Panteras. This is a 2000s unofficial, so this has obviously never been repressed. Pantera tries to delete this from their history. This is called Metal Magic. It's on red vinyl. Excuse me, it's a black vinyl red label. It is an unofficial pressing of Metal Magic, and that's going to go up for a $50 start, okay? $50 start on that. Next thing over here, Lynch Mob 96. Next thing over here, we have Lynch Mob at 100 and Creek Small on the Judy Garland comp. That's sold to Creek Small. Thank you on that one. We have Jimmy Smith and West Montgomery, $24.99 on that, and Mike Ofield, $14.99. What's overkill? This is from the underground. It is a final call right now at $200. Lynch Mob is a white vinyl unofficial at $101, and Overkill is a final call for $200. Andy Wade on the sealed Carly Simon for $10. That's sold. Megadeth is a music on vinyl 2013 purple vinyl numbered, and the last bid over here on this was Megadeth, and Megadeth was 180 with 007 platinum. Lynch Mob's at 100, 101. We sold Carly Simon for 10, and Pantera's at 60. Next is Duke Ellington 65. That is sealed for $19.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles is $14.99, and the Partridge Family Notebook, a white label promo, $24.99. The Partridge Family Notebook, $24.99. Also, we have Bob Dylan Self-Portrait, $49.99, and Rock and Roll The Early Days, that is sealed for $24.99. Lynch Mob at 102, Pantera's at 60, and Megadeth's at 180. And then we have Overkill over here. This is sold, and Overkill is officially sold to Jay Nutra for $200. Justin Duckelman said, listen, man, I've requested Testament twice. I don't know what it takes for you to finally put this thing up for bid, but you have got to put this up ASAP, okay? I don't know what your problem is, but I'm here to bid on it. I don't know what you're doing. I'm sitting here literally counting through my wallet, looking at all the money I'm trying to hand you. I don't know what's going on. And I'm assuming you're talking about this fully signed Testament here. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, okay? I hadn't actually even got to look at it. This is Testament Practice What You Preach, fully signed. And I'm assuming you're talking about this one right here, huh? I'm assuming you're talking about this OG beautiful German press that looks like it's brand new. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. That is near mint minus. That also happens to be fully signed and JSA authenticated. Practice What You Preach. It also comes with a backstage pass. Testament VIP, probably where they had it signed. It's JSA authenticated, and Testament's going to go up for a $275 start. Practice What You Preach. We're talking OG, fully signed with the original inner sleeve, and that's a $275 start. Here we go. We have Lynch Mob at 102. We have Lynch Mob at 105. Megadeth's about to sell. A Drum is a Woman, Duke Ellington and his orchestra, $19.99 on that one. Carpenter's A Song for You is $9.99. Megadeth is sold over here for $180 to 007 Platinum. Lenny to put that in a new sleeve. Where's my new sleeve over here? This is sold for $180. Thank you on that. Let's put this right in here. What happened to my other copy of Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz? Did I put that in the sold crate? I bet I did. Yeah, Ozzy's still available, $1,000. There's only two no bids. Ozzy, collectively, they're $3,000. I would love for somebody to buy them. Over here, we have Lynch Mob at 105 with Sheldon Bergenhire. White vinyl unofficial. I'm assuming everybody's done, right? Pantera is also an unofficial pressing. Black vinyl has a red label. That's a variant on Discogs. Alan Montgomery has it for $60, and we're about to sell it. Testament has a bid for $275, and Lynch Mob's at 110, now 111. We have the Beach Boys Summer Days. This is $19.99. It is in mono, and it's on Capitol Records, $19.99. And we have Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin is $14.99. Welcome, everybody. This is a pretty insane night of auctions. I hope you're ready. If you're not ready, you probably need to go ahead and get ready. And if you're already behind, you need to get caught up because this is going to be pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and knock out one of these Monstrosity Iron Maiden box sets. I've got some more Iron Maiden stuff tonight. We got more Monstrosities over here, okay? We already sold one for $465. Here's the first part of that box set. This is Iron Maiden, self-titled Killers, Number of the Beast, Peace of Mind, Power Slave, Life After Death, Somewhere in Time, and Seventh Son. That's Iron Maiden from 80 to 88. They're all near mint in this box set, and this one's also a $400 start, just like the last one. The complete albums collection. Over here, Testament has a little bit of a paper pull right here on the cover. Yes. Not personalized, all fully signed. It's an OG album jacket. Has one little paper pull right there. Yes, it has the inner sleeve, and the disc is near mint minus. The high bid on that is Cindy Yarborough at $275. Next is Lynch Mob 100, 110, 120, and 121. Next is BG's Mr. Natural. That is sealed for $19.99. Chicago is $9.99. And over here, we have Tony Orlando and Don Skybird, $9.99. This Pantera Metal Magic unofficial is sold for $60. And thank you. This is sold for $60. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. And that was sold for $60 to Alan Montgomery. Thank you, Alan. That's sold to you. OGs are very expensive. Lynch Mob 120, 121. Testament 275. And then over here, Iron Maiden's a $400 start, just saying. Next is Wings Over America, the triple LP, Paul McCartney, $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Kicks Hot Wire. And yes, it is a 1991 German OG in VG Plus condition. And right now, there's only 2 listed for sale, and they start at $335 and $336. This is Kicks VG Plus condition, a $250 star hot wire. This is now up for bid. VG Plus or better vinyl, and also VG Plus jacket with the original under sleeve. That is now up for bid, okay? Iron Maiden's a $400 start, going once, going twice, and now Testament has a new bid for $276. So Deckelman hasn't bid yet. He may be passing, but also the first bidder, you're out. This is actually EX. Testament, or excuse me, Kicks here is actually probably better than VG Plus. Chris, yes, that's the first part of the album collection. You bought part 2 earlier, and Chris Gardner's in at $400. He bought part 2 earlier. I'm going to mute my mic right. All right. Whoo! All right, Testament has a new bid for $280 conditional wings. No condition notes on wings. This is Chicago, and this is Chicago self-titled, $24.99. It's on the second Columbia label, very clean. And Carly, Simon and Carly, Lucy and Carly Simon, the Simon sisters, that is sealed, $24.99, okay? So what happened on Lynch Mob? The last bid on Lynch Mob, Sheldon Bergenhire out, Michael Thrower $150, sold to Michael Thrower for $150. That is sold. Testament all of a sudden waking up, $280, $285. Kicks is a $250 start, and final call on Iron Maiden for $400. Next is Queensryche, Rage of Order. Queensryche is the 1986 USOG with the blue ring, and it's in it's a gold stamp promo. Gold stamp promo, beautiful copy, near mint minus, and this is an $85 start. Let's call this one EX. Excuse me, I have a note here. Maybe I would read the whole sticky note Tanner would leave me. That would be best, right? This one is VG Plus, okay? 1986 US blue ring specialty press, Rage for Order, blue ring, and has the original inner sleeve. That's Rage for Order, blue ring. That is VG Plus EX, okay? Kicks $225. It's supposed to be $250, but I'll take $225. Going once, going twice. $225, Testament $285, and Queensryche. So just for clarification, if I made that all pretty confusing, this is OG, the blue ring gold stamp promo, VG Plus EX, right on that borderline, and it is a $80 start, okay? I think I said different stuff 3 different times. Silver, Wham, Bam, Shang-a-Lang. That has the hop sticker sealed, $24.99. Britt Midland in this band that later played with the Grateful Dead. Leon Redbone Double Time, $14.99 for Leon Redbone. And Vintage Sinatra, Volume 3, $14.99 on Sinatra. Iron Maiden is sold for $400 to Chris Gardner. Thank you, Chris. He bought Volume 2. Now we bought Volume 1. And then we have another one that's the picture disc. We have another one coming up that's the picture disc version. I'll get that one rolling. Well, I guess we probably need to go ahead and do it right now. Queensryche has a bid for $90. BG's main course, $9.99. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding on Queensryche. We have Firefall Undertow, that's $9.99. And Brooklyn Bridge, the second Brooklyn Bridge, $9.99 on that one. Are we done on Testament? Cindy Yarborough's out. Final call to Jay Nutra for $285. This is OG, Practice What You Preach, fully signed, $285. Kicks has one bid with Chris Panecka for $225, and Queensryche's at $95. This is music from the NBC TV film Holocaust, composed and conducted by Morton Gold, and that is sealed for $24.99. Details on Queensryche. It's a 1986 USOG blue ring, Rage for Order, gold stamp promo, VG Plus to EX, and that has a high bid at this moment. It just popped up at $100 with GMB. Oh my gosh, GMB's bidding. Here's the picture disc collection. Right now, these start on Discogs. 11 copies for sale, $933.33. And I'm pretty sure those are all overseas. This is near mint. It's nice. And this is the Iron Maiden picture disc collection. We're going to start this for $900. Iron Maiden picture disc collection. And this is all sealed. They're all sealed. Iron Maiden picture disc collection, 1980 to 1988. Those are sealed, $900. A rare box set from Iron Maiden. 900 smackers gets the bidding started on that one. All right, we have Queens Rock 85, 90, 95, 100. And that means 2 records, and I'm selling 2 auctions. Al Green's greatest hits. I'm still in love with you, $24.99. Carly Simon, another one sealed for $14.99. And Judy Garland in London, that was $14.99. The Fifth Dimension is $14.99. And we have Chipmunk Punk. Hey, I told you if I have the Chipmunks. There it is. Chipmunk Punk is sealed, $24.99. All right, Testament is sold. And thank you. That is sold to Jay Nutra for $285. And I think we got another first-time buyer on Kicks Hot Wires, Chris Medeka, $225. If you are a first-time buyer, just make sure we have your information. I need your name, email address, mailing address, etc., etc. The Kicks is sold to you. And let's go ahead and put away Testament. I do have other signed albums over here. I'll probably only do those at request because I really don't have them researched and done. And then over here we have Kicks. That is sold to our new buyer. Make sure you send us your information. Chris Paneka, $225. Thank you on that. We are just getting, it's just 8 o'clock. Holy moly. There's 2 live auctions right now. Queens Rock 105, Queens Rock 110, and Iron Maiden, which is a $900 start. Jay Nutra, Chipmunk Punk will be yours, but it will be $24.99. If not, Mark V says he'll take it for sticker, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up another crate and some more auctions. Let's go ahead and knock out another one of those Pantera unofficials. This is Pantera. This is another unofficial on green vinyl, and this was called Projects in the Jungle. And this is a green vinyl unofficial Pantera. Dark green vinyl, $75 start. Chipmunk is sold to Mark V's sticker, and there we have it, okay? All righty, boom, 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 new Muse album. Yes, make a note, Chad, please post Muse pre-order. I will get that done. So there is that, and let's grab another crate, okay? I think I have one over here I need to sling some prices on. A lot of vintage stuff in there. Those will be available at any time. Buy it now or best offer. New vinyl. Prices not on the sheet, okay? I can do that right quick. Most of these I already know. And yeah, I know what all these are. I'll go ahead and knock them out. And I bet we'll sell a bunch out of here, okay? Here we go, here we go. Queens Rock, 115. Pantera is up for bid, a $75 start, green vinyl unofficial. And this is your last chance on Iron Maiden, $900. Can't get it any cheaper. Can't get it any cheaper. Just going to go ahead and let you know that right now. Our next auction is going to go, good gosh, I forgot about all these over here. Good gosh, this is Lynch Mob, Little Caesar. Have y'all watched the video? Queens Rock, Skid Row, Badlands, Dawkins, Heaven and Hell, Testament, Skid Row, Trickster. I mean, have y'all paid attention to what's going on over here tonight? This is a very desirable Lynch Mob album, Wicked Sensation. Heck, the new reissues cost like $100, and this is an original. This is OG, Lynch Mob, Wicked Sensation, a 1990 U.S. original, near mint minus. And this is going to go up for a $125 start. Lynch Mob, $125 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Here's what's going on. Queens Rock, 115. Queens Rock, 120. What's the start on Pantera? $75. And then over here is the second half of the Maiden picture disc available too. I don't know. Let me see here. I don't know. Iron Maiden, the complete album. No. No, I don't think so. No, just that one. $900 start on that one. And then over here, Queens Rock 120 and Motorhead 25 and live auction request, please. Okay, so I'll have to find it. Pantera 75, Lynch Mob 125, and here we go. I've got to put stickers on some of these. Tesla 5-man London Jam. I've got 2 copies. We sold these autographed last week. Here they are, new and sealed, unsigned, of course. $44.99 each. This is Tesla. I've got 2 copies available. 5-man London Jam, $44.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Also over here is Tears for Fears. This is Songs from the Big Chair, $36.99. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, $36.99 on that. Lynch Mob does have a bid for $135. Iron Maiden's a no bid, $900 buy it now on Iron Maiden. $900 buy it now on Iron Maiden if anybody wants one, okay? Lynch Mob has another bid for $135. And then in here we have Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2. Guns N' Roses is $49.99. Folks, we're talking about November Rain. This is a 2 LP remaster, Guns N' Roses, $49.99 on that. Over here, we have Alex Miller on Tesla. That is sold to Alex Miller. Thank you. There's one copy of that left if anybody else wants one. And we have Yes, Time and a Word. Check this out. Music on vinyl press, $39.99 for Yes, Time and a Word. Music on vinyl, $39.99. Queens Rock, are we done? John Kaiser's out. Jim B has Queens Rock for $120. $120. Gold stamp promo, Blue Ring, Rage of Order, VG Plus EX, 120. Pantera, one bid, $75. Final call, green vinyl unofficial. And Lynch Mob was with Michael Thrower at $200. Here we go. Our next auction is Little Caesar. Little Caesar is going to go up for bid right now. This is a 1990 UK version. Little Caesar, Geffen label. It looks like a German press, right? Beautiful vinyl, near mint, and it does have the inner sleeve. Let's see here. Does have the original inner sleeve. Little Caesar's a $75 start. Nice copy. That's now up for bid, okay? All right. Pantera is unofficial. Yes. All the early Panteras tonight are all unofficial pressings. One bid, $75 above the seller. Lynch Mob is at $200. And then over here, we have what? I have what in here? This is the Aerosmith Greatest Hits. This is the 2 LP expanded, and this is $39.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, the 2 LP expanded, $39.99 on that. Warrant, She's My Cherry Pie, and this is $39.99. Limited edition 2500 on yellow marble vinyl. Tears, details, please. My wife decided to try and talk to me as you were talking. Mike Locke was like, be quiet, I'm trying to listen to Chad. For the love of all things good and holy. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair is $36.99. We have over here Little Caesar, opened at $75, another $75. Pantera has a bid for $80, and Little Caesar $90. All right, so that means Queens Rock over here is sold to Jim B. Gosh, he must know something we don't. This is sold to Jim B for $120. Now Pantera has a new bid for $80, so the first bidder, James Montgomery, you're out on Pantera. T-Base has that for $80. The last bid on Lynch Mob was $205, and now Little Caesar's already at $90. Also, the next thing I have in here is what? The next thing I have in here is, This is Stranger Things seasons 1 and 2 together. That's the soundtrack to Stranger Things. Let me search my spreadsheet right quick and see if we have waiting list for this. Great price on that, $29.99 for Stranger Things seasons 1 and 2. Little Caesar's at $105. Let me search over here and see what we can come up with, okay? I'm going to type in Stranger. And we have a wait list for season 4. That's already been fulfilled. And then over here, let's search this main spreadsheet right here. Let me close this out. Let me close that out. Command F and Stranger. And Stranger was nothing. So all three of these are available, $29.99 each. Nick Bargeron wants Stranger Things, sold $29.99. Now Lynch Mob's at $210. Who was that first bidder on Pantera? The first bidder on Pantera, you've been outbid. Alan Montgomery, not James Montgomery. Alan Montgomery, you've been outbid, okay? Alan Montgomery, you've been outbid. The sticker was crooked, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, hard to pay. You won't get an invoice for anything you bought tonight until Monday. That's a good point. I didn't notice that. I'm glad you told me that. That's going to freak me out. Let me get that peeled off there. If you buy anything tonight, you will be invoiced on Monday. You will be invoiced on Monday, okay? You will be invoiced on Monday. That is sold. Amenities gets one, and Roger Tagavilla gets one. Those are all sold. How much was Guns N' Roses 2? Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1 is $49.99. How much is Guns N' Roses 2? Also $49.99, and we have that up for, we have that available. It's over here in a crate behind me. So this is $49.99. I'm not noticing these stickers are going on crooked. There we go. That's something I would fire somebody over. Pantera over here. Pantera is out. He's done. This is sold then to T-Base for $80. Thank you on that one. Let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. Lynch Mob. The last bit on this. Lynch Mob is $210 of Michael Thrower. Little Caesar's at $125. We only got 2 auctions up. That means we need 7 more. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody hit the like button everywhere there's a like button? This is Trickster here. This is another unofficial on splatter vinyl, near mint Trickster here. And this is going to go up for a $75 star. It is an unofficial $75 star. Let's give Alan Montgomery Guns N' Roses. Let's make a note for Chad to find Use Your Illusion 2. Boy, it's around here somewhere. Chris Gardner, are you sure you don't want this other Iron Maiden box set for $900? I figured you'd be all over that, just like yippity dip dip dip. Here's our next auction. Here is Megadeth, and this is going to go up for $175. This is out of print, and it's Megadeth Warhead on your foreheads. This is not cheap whatsoever. There's only one copy for sale right now for $400. That's the only one listed for sale right now, $400. We're going to start this one at $175. That's Megadeth Warhead on your foreheads. That's now up for bid. So we got one Guns N' Roses tag for Alan Montgomery. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Make a note for me to go pull Use Your Illusion 2. It's back here in a crate somewhere behind me. Our next one here is $39.99. This is Testament Souls of Black. Testament is a music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. How much was Tears for Fears? Tears for Fears is $36.99. How much was Blind Melon? Blind Melon is $39.99. Megadeth already has a bid for $275. Trickster already has a bid for $75. What about Little Caesar over here? Little Caesar has a bid for $135 with Donnie Parsons. Richard Davis, you're out. What about Lynch Mob over here? Lynch Mob. Who has the high bid on Lynch Mob over here? I think we're done. I've already said that a couple times. Michael Thrower, $210. Let me make sure John Kaiser set out. John Kaiser set out, sold to Michael Thrower for $210. Now Megadeth's at $280. This is sold to Michael Thrower, and that is sold. Thank you on that one. Now over here we have Little Caesar. How much was Yes? $39.99. Let's lay something else right over here. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is, let's pull something from this stash. How about we go ahead and put up, oh my gosh, this is it. Folks, this is one of those albums. If people find out you have this, they will absolutely, I mean, don't make me go into this explanation. Y'all know the consequences of owning this album. This is one of those, when you mention it, people gasp at the sound of it. Bullet Boys self-titled. This is one of those, I could go into a long, drawn-out, really just over-the-top explanation about this record. But y'all know the consequences of owning this. So be careful when you're bidding. This one is insane, okay? I would just take it easy. Make sure you understand when you're bidding on this, what's going to happen when people find out you're in possession of such a grail, okay? Otherwise, you could get overwhelmed, okay? So just be very, very careful bidding and owning on such a record. Otherwise, you may be calling me and just being like, Chad, I'm sorry. I was not prepared for ownership of this. Just please, I don't know. Can you give me some advice? I just cannot do it. I just cannot do it. So be careful. That's your fair warning. An 88 USOG in shrink. It has the inner sleeve. It's a $45 start. All I got to say is good luck. May God be with you. Be careful, okay? $45 start. It's up for bid. Last thing was Megadeth, $175. Megadeth, $280. Megadeth's already at $280. How much was Yes? Eli and Paul, $39.99. If you pass, it's so to Sid said. This is all new stuff, sticker price. Richard Bradshaw gets Testament. Richard Davis is out on Little Caesar. This is a final call to Donnie Parsons for $135. Trickster over here, this unofficial pressing of Trickster, this only has one bid. I want to let everybody know I'm about to sell this. Alan Montgomery's the only bidder at $75 on Trickster, okay? And then going down to the bottom, we got Blackie L on Blind Melon. Blackie L got Blind Melon, thank you, okay? Blackie L got Blind Melon. And then down here at the bottom, we got Testament. This was already sold for $39.99. And then Bullet Boys got a bid for $50. Bullet Boys got another bid for $50. Bullet Boys got a bid for $45. Bullet Boys got a bid for $60. Bullet Boys got a bid for $45. And Bullet Boys got a bid for $75. Okay, that's awesome. Next is Skid Row self-titled, $33.99. Yes, that is 180 gram. New pressing of that, $33.99. Okay, $33.99. So right now, Megadeth, Richard Bradshaw is in, or Todd Fisher's in at $280. Todd Fisher's in. Skid Row, $33.99. And then System of a Down Toxicity, $29.99 for System of a Down Toxicity. Everything in here is new and sealed, and these are sticker price. Greg Smith wants Skid Row. That's sold to Greg Smith for $33.99. It's time to end some auctions. Trickster. Trickster is sold, and let's take it off the table. And that is sold for $75 to Alan Montgomery. Alan Montgomery gets that for $75. $75. That's sold. Here we go. Let's take it off the table. That is sold, $75. Next thing over here is Little Caesar. Little Caesar is sold. Little Caesar is sold, and Little Caesar is done, and this is sold, and Little Caesar is sold for $135 to Donnie Parsons. That is done. And then over here, we have Megadeth, final call for $280. Bullet Boys is like at $3,000. I'm joking. Bullet Boys is tied for $80. Alex Miller bid $80. Brian Stern bid $80. Megadeth is at $280. Bullet Boys is at $100. And yes, time and a word. Yes, time and a word is sold to Sid said for $39.99, unless Eli and Paul says they want it, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Somebody just said, listen, man, I'm here tapping my foot. You're putting up all these amazing records. I see my friends and I see your fellow customers bidding on all these. Dude, I'm asking for one thing, Tesla forevermore. Please, for the love of all things red, white, and blue, please put this up for bid. Tesla is an unofficial on blue vinyl, a $75 start. That's now up for bid. That is now up for bid. Next thing in here is what? This is Def Leppard Adrenaline, $34.99 Adrenalize. That's me right now. If you don't think I have some adrenaline, you probably should check my beats per minute on my heart. It is beating right now. Def Leppard is $34.99. Next thing is Tesla. That has a bid for $75. Nico says, man, listen, I don't care what it takes. I'm not leaving here until that's sold to me. All right, this is sold. Megadeth. Let's go ahead and tag that. Richard Bradshaw, $280. Excuse me, Todd Fisher, $280. That is sold. And then over here, Bullet Boys. The last bid was $100 with Richard Bradshaw. Nico Capolanis has Tesla for $75. Def Leppard was $34.99. And then here is Metallica, Master of Puppets, $33.99. Master. $33.99. Sanitarium. Next is going up for bid right now. It is an unofficial pressing. It is Badlands Voodoo Highway. Oh man, another very rare record. This is an unofficial. It's near mint. And Badlands is going to go up for a $50 start. It's on purple vinyl. Good luck. And that's a $50 start on Badlands Voodoo Highway. Now up for bid. How much was System of a Down? $29.99 for that. Yes is a music on vinyl, new and sealed pressing. It's nowhere close to an OG. This is a Black Album. This is $38.99. We already sold one earlier tonight. Here's another one. Nothing else matters except you buying this. That's all that matters right now. Jay Nutra said he'll take System of a Down. That is sold. Bullet Boys. Are we done? I think everybody's like, Chad, at that price, I really can't hold up to the responsibility. That's at $100. Tesla right now is at $90. Badlands already has a bid for $125. Nealon Black. Let's put Nealon Black on a waiting list for System of a Down, okay? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up for bid right now. There's a couple of people that have said, listen, Chad, I know you got that laying over there. Now you can tease us and yiddy and blah, 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 blah all night long. You can do your little shoop-a-doo-doo-doo, all that crap. But listen, man, there's one thing we want, and that is LA Guns cocked and loaded. You can just sit over here all night and go sheep-a-deep-a-dee-da. We don't care about all that. That's all just smoke and mirrors. You know what we're looking for, man? We're looking for LA Guns. That's why we're here, Chad. That's why we're here. That's why there is 343 people watching right now. They want a chance to bid on this auction. Otherwise, their day is ruined. A perfect day ruined if they don't get a chance to bid on this. Here's your chance. This is out of print. I wish it was in print. I probably could sell 250 copies right now. This is a 1989 USOG near mint. LA Guns cocked and loaded, a $95 start. Good luck. You're going to need it on that one. LA Guns is a $95 start. Over here, Bullet Boys is officially sold for 100 smackers, and that is sold for $100. And that is sold for $100 to who? That is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $100. Richard, man, I wish you the best of luck. Now, if for some reason ninjas break into your house in the middle of the night and take that from you, I already warned you, okay? Tesla, the last bid that came in was Shauna Rice at $100, then $101. Badlands, purple vinyl unofficial, $135, and LA Guns already has a bid for $100. Folks, we're talking about the Ballad of Jane. We're talking about the Ballad of Jane there, okay? This is $46.99. This is Def Leppard Retroactive. That's a 2 LP. Def Leppard Retroactive, 2 LP, $46.99. Let's tag Def Leppard. That's $46.99. And these last couple, I honestly don't know the prices. Was this Napalm Death a pre-order, enemy of the music business? That might have been something that was a pre-order. If so, let me pull it up right quick. Tesla has a bid for $105. LA Guns is at $115. And let me pull this up over here. Let me pull this, and let me pull this, and let me open up this. Brian Studdard wants a Master of Puppets. That is sold. What is the Tesla? Can you tell me more about Badlands? What is LA Guns? Who are you? And then over here, I have this. Let me search Napalm Death right quick. That's Napalm, and that's under the word death, okay? All right, so there's that. And now, so let's go to the top cam so we can spread these out right quick as I introduce the fourth auction. So right now, there's 2 unofficials up. This is an unofficial of Tesla Forevermore. The last bid is $116. Badlands is a purple vinyl Voodoo Highway, $140, unofficial. And then LA Guns over here, the last bid that came in was Nick Bargeron at $125, okay? $125. I don't see anything on that. All right, so we'll wait on those. And then do you have another Guns N' Roses Volume 1? I do not. I do not. But if you want on a waiting list, let me know, okay? All right, so tonight's new vinyl, there's a handful I still don't have priced. Give me a second. I'll check prices on those. I got my laptop already open. And I want to show you all the newest stuff that came in for tonight. Let me go ahead and move this over here. And actually, let's go ahead and go through this crate right here. Excuse me on that one. Okay, I'm out on yes. It's already been tagged anyway to Sid said. Okay, let's introduce a fourth auction. We do have our top cam on, right? Okay, let's go over here to that. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Diet Coke, please. Ah, delicious. Whew, okay. Here we go. Let's go ahead and peek in here and see what else we have. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and knock out one of these. And let me go over here to JSA. And here we go. And JSA certification. Verify. And this is CL. And this is 89. And this is 394. And here we go. All right. Signed by Michael Kelly Smith. All right. Michael Kelly Smith. Rock and roll something. Michael Kelly Smith. Okay. And Michael Kelly Smith here in Brittany Fox. Okay. All right. So we have Brittany Fox signed by Michael Kelly Smith, JSC authenticated. It's inscribed. It's not personalized. This happens to be an OG pressing, and it's in really good condition. It's signed, and it's JSC authenticated. Brittany Fox is a $95 start. $95 start on that. So here's what's left in this crate very quickly. Tesla 5-Man London Jam, $44.99. Aerosmith Ultimate Greatest Hits, a 2 LP, $39. Warrant Cherry Pies, $39. Tears for Fears is $36. Def Leppard Adrenaline was $34. Metallica, the Black Album, $38. And Def Leppard is $46.99. Okay? Scott Leach got these Brittany Fox albums signed at a record convention. He was there and got it signed in person. We bought them from him. Then we had them JSA authenticated. Just our responsibility as a record seller. We got to get autographs authenticated. And if anybody wants anything else in there, let me know. Let's blast to another crate of vintage. I'm going to see if I can find John's check condition crate over here. There's usually some pretty good stuff in there. I'm not for sure if he's marked mostly just near mint stuff, but whatever is marked over here, we'll go through it. I want to go through another crate of new vinyl as well. Might be pretty short and sweet on the check condition, which is okay. Some people's like, Chad, I only buy near mint. Look at all these other box sets I have over here. Got to knock those out. We've already sold about half of them. Let's move this around. Let's move that around. There's the Thursday flip video. There's that and there's that. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go ahead. And I need to condense. Let's see. I need to condense. It is time to do this before we get too much in the week. and this will be a great time for me to advertise this is a great time for me to advertise about our private group, Whole Lot of Records, okay? I'm going to be doing some vintage discount stuff here, okay, to keep y'all entertained while we're running all these insane metal auctions, all right? So while we're running all these insane metal auctions, I'm going to be keeping y'all up to date with some vintage stuff here. I'm going to keeping y'all entertained, with some vintage discount stuff, all right? So here we go, vintage discount stuff. Make sure you join our group. Every 6 a.m. Central Time, I post a new vinyl recap, just like the stuff we just went through. And then every 9 a.m., there's a vintage discount crate. Usually this crate is completely full. For example, on Tuesday, here's what was left. And then I'm about to show it right now. We're going to probably discount it even again and make a bundle. And so I hope you are ready. Now, let's pick a point and work our way down. There's 4 auctions right now. And the last time I looked, they were all still getting bid. So let me pick a certain point. I'm going to pick a certain point and work my way down. And then some of these have got to end pretty soon. They've been up for a while. We still got collectively about 2 crates full of metal auctions to run, and it's already $820. All right, so Badlands is at $140. Badlands was a purple vinyl, unofficial. Tesla, also unofficial, $116. And then LA Guns, $120. That's a U.S. original of Cocked and Loaded. It was at $120. And then Tesla over here was at $125. And then Brandon Jones got a warrant out of the last crate. Brandon Jones got a warrant. She's My Cherry Pie. Music on Vinyl Press. Right there it is. Thank you, Brandon Jones. That's so to you. And then Brittany Fox is signed, and it has a bid for $95. Brittany Fox, $100. Brittany Fox, $110. Brittany Fox, $110. Tesla, $126. Tesla, $130. Brittany Fox, $130. Tesla, $131. Brittany Fox, $145. Tesla, $145. Tesla, $146. So a lot going on. Tesla's at $146 right now. Badlands is the only one I didn't say a bid there out of all that. So hammer up on Badlands, Purple Vinyl, Voodoo Highway. We're about to sell it, and that's being with Chris Ligero now for $140, okay? Let's go ahead and do it, actually. That's been 6 minutes. $140, Chris Ligero, okay? We'll go ahead and take that one off. Everything else is still getting bids. Tesla's an unofficial, $160 with Nico Kapelanis. LA Guns, Cocked and Loaded, $125 with Ken Crooker. And then Brittany Fox, signed, is at $115 with Michael Hamburger. That's who I'm showing right now, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Speaking of Yoda, it's about time for me to go to George Costanza because Serenity Now, Serenity Now. Holy moly, Serenity Now. All right, so here we go. These 2 records, this was marked down to $19.99, which is half off. So these prices I'm telling you are already discounted, no more, no less. Black Moses, Isaac Hayes OG with that huge fold-out cover was $19.99, $19.99, okay? And then we had some great $9.90 stuff, $9.99 stuff here, okay? These next records are $9.99. The first one was Golden Earring, the whole shrink wrap and hop sticker, $9.99. LA Guns, Brittany Fox, and Tesla all still getting new bids. Let's go ahead and add a 4th auction then. Our next auction, somebody said it signed Queensryche, coming soon. But how about we go ahead and do this? This is an OG Cinderella 1990 Euro OG EX with the original on her sleeve. Heartbreak Station, OG Cinderella, Heartbreak Station, nice. With inner sleeve, $75 start on Cinderella. That's not what for bid. We have Alan Parsons Project Eve. Alan Parsons Project is $9.99. Also $9.99 is Paul McCartney Tug of War. Also $9.99 is Pat Metheny Group Sealed. A sealed copy of American Garage. $9.99. Also Campbell, I Can See Your House From Here. It was $9.99. And Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, VG Plus $9.99. And the last one was Steppenwolf Gold, their greatest hits. There is some cover damage up here. And Bob Dylan Infidels. All those were half off or more than half off. Everything you just seen right there was half off or more than half off of the original sticker price, $9.99. Dylan, Steppenwolf, Eyes of the Beacon Street, Camel, Pat Metheny, McCartney, Alan Parsons, and Golden Earring. Those are all $9.99. All right, let's update all these insane auctions. So the first thing I have is Tesla. And the last bid on that was Shauna Rice at $200. Shauna Rice at $200. Nico Kapelanis is out. LA Guns, the last bid on LA Guns was Ken Crooker at $140. Ken Crooker at $140. Cinderella's already hit $90 with MT Matt. And the signed Brittany Fox, the last bid that came in was Michael Hamburger about 2 minutes ago. Calvin Ward was before him. Calvin, you're outbid on Brittany Fox. Those are some final calls, okay? First thing we have here is Joseph McCormick got Pat Metheny for $9.99. Next is John Howard on Steppenwolf for $9.99. Joe DeGatto got Alan Parsons for $9.99. Mark Weiss, Alan already sold. Richard Bradshaw got Camel for $9.99. How much was Bob Dylan? $9.99. These are no more, no less. You see what y'all missed not watching the 9 a.m. video? Imagine what's already been claimed. These were the leftovers. $6.99 for John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. A VG copy for $6.99. Bless Our House, Mahalia Jackson. That's $6.99. Another Mahalia Jackson. Sweet Little Jesus Boy. Hall & Oates No Goodbye, $6.99. Jack Bruce was $6.99 Out of the Storm. And then the Ikettes, Gold and New. That is sealed for $6.99. And Al Stewart, Time Passages. That is no condition notes. Al Stewart, $6.99. Time for new auctions. Don't go anywhere. Tesla is sold for $200 to Shauna Rice. Sold to Shauna Rice for $200. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Thank you on that. Sold for $200. LA Guns out. John Kaiser, $145. We're about to sell it. Did Brittany Fox get another bid? Brittany Fox did not get another bid. Sold to Michael Hamburger, $125. Thank you, Michael Hamburger. $125 on that, okay? Done. And then Cinderella, John Kaiser, $100. John Kaiser, $105. Nick Bargeron says he's at $150 on LA Guns. Chris Ligero says he'll take the Dylan for $9.99. All right, new auctions going up right now. That next item I have at this moment is this. I have going up for bid. Here it is. This is it. Here we go. This is Dockin. Dream Warriors theme from A Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Folks, this is OG and Shrink, Near Mint Minus theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Dockin is a $45 start. Shrink, Near Mint, inner sleeve, and that original Sound Warehouse, $45 start on that. We're still bidding on Cinderella. We're still bidding on LA Guns. We need a fourth auction, and that fourth auction is going to go up right now. That is Arcade. There's been somebody asked for this for a while. This is an unofficial on red vinyl. It is EX, and it has the original inner sleeve. The last time we had one of these, it was requested for about an hour straight. There was over 3,000 people interested in buying it. There's Arcade, a $50 start. That's now up for bid. Dawkins at $45, LA Guns at $160, and Cinderella's at $110. So everything in here is still available. Isaac Hayes, Black Moses, $19.99. Golden Earring, $9.99. Paul McCartney, $9.99. Isla Beacon Street Union, $9.99. And then the $6.99 records were John Lennon, Mahalia Jackson, Hall & Oates, Jack Bruce, Al Stewart, and the Ikettes, okay? I'm going to add more to it because here at the very, very end of this crate, I'm going to try to do a bundle with somebody. So here was the leftovers from Monday, and I think there's some great stuff in here. A couple of these I flipped through. I was like, wow, nobody bought that. Wow, nobody bought that. Wow, nobody bought that. All right, here we go. So the first thing is LA Guns out with Nick Bargeron. John Kaiser, $160. Cinderella, $110. John Kaiser, you're out on that. 2, Nick Bargeron. Dockin already has a bid for $45, and Arcade is at $50. Okay. All right, these right here were $14.99. Yeah, these right here were $14.99. First thing is Red Army on Lennon for $6.99. That was Plastic Ono Band. Sell that for $6.99. $14.99 for this Purple People compilation. 73 UK Deep Purple's on here. Tony Ashton, Silverhead. It's a 1973 UK, originally $34.99, and that is $14.99. Just saying, it's still available, that compilation, okay? Also $14.99 is Elephant's Memory, a 1969 pressing. Huge markdown on that. Huge. Sunlight God, a power. Listen to this, 15 Flower Power Trippers from the 60s and 70s, a compilation, $14.99. That's still available. LA Guns, out. This is sold to John Kaiser for $160. That is sold. That one doesn't come through very often, and that was fantastical. Nick Bargeron, I got bad news. You're out on Cinderella. The new high bid's at $115. Are we really already done on Dawkins? Dawkins a final call, $45 to Calvin Ward. Nobody else, and nobody wants on Arcade. Shocker. I am absolutely shocked on that. That's an absolute shocker on Arcade. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go over here right now. Now, somebody's been asking for a Motorhead, and honestly, I can't remember which one was what. I barely even know who I am right now. So you'll have to keep reminding me and keep reminding me and keep reminding me. Here's a reissue of Testament. We had one earlier. Fully signed an OG. This is a 2011 white vinyl remastered 2LP. It does have a seam crackle right up here. This is Practice What You Preach. Practice What You Preach. It is a white vinyl. Excuse me, it's just a single LP. It's just a single LP. Not easy to get. Testament, Practice What You Preach. A $75 start. That's a gatefold jacket, white vinyl, 2011 UK, back on black. Ironically, it's on white. $75 start on that one, okay? Next, all the Dio's singles have already sold. Cinderella 120, and then we have Cinderella 120, and then over here we have Motorhead. Arcade is unofficial, yes, and we have another side of Bob Dylan. That was a VG copy, also $14.99. Also $9.99 for Heart Magazine. Heart was half off at $9.99. No condition notes on Heart. Just saying, just FYI, it's only $9.99. And $9.99 for Alan Parsons Project. No condition notes on Vulture Culture. No condition notes on Vulture Culture. $9.99. Cinderella. John Kaiser's out. Nick Bargeron gets that for $120. That is sold for $120 on that. And that is sold. Now, Dawkin. No bids, 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 no bids. So to Calvin Ward for $45, just one bid. Shocker. And then Arcade is an unofficial on red vinyl. Yes, Arcade is an unofficial on red vinyl. You're absolutely correct. There's no bid. We're looking for a $50 start. Over here is Testament. Testament is a white vinyl official reissue. The sleeve is VG Plus, just because of that one little bitty itty crackle there. Other than that, it's now up for bid, and it's a $75 start. Over here, please take a look at Al Stewart for me. This is near mint minus. Sold to John Farrell for $6.99. Richard Davis gets Alan Parsons for $9.99. And then over here, what is Arcade? Details on Arcade. That is an unofficial on red vinyl, a $50 start, going once, going twice, going three times. No one's bid. I've been begging somebody to bid. Just a moment ago, I said I'm begging somebody to bid on this. Please, for the love of all things good and holy, please bid on this. This is Rat, and this is their self-titled album, a 2023 unofficial, and Rat is on this yellow vinyl, a $50 start. Testament has a bid for $75. Arcade is at $50. The only two no bids tonight are Ozzy and Ozzy, $1,500 and $1,500. Ozzy and Ozzy, $1,500. Blue Vinyl Diary, and over here Blizzard. Those are $1,500, $1,500. Amazingly signed Ozzy. Full letters from JSA. I'll be sent to you in about six weeks. And then the other no bid is $900. And this no bid for $900 is the Iron Maiden Picture Disc Collection. These start right now on Discogs overseas, not including shipping, and taxes and import fees and tariffs and duties at $933. So I think if you were to get online right now and buy one of these, it's going to set you back about $1,000. We've already reduced it to $900. It did have a tag for $950 start, no bid. I think I said a $900 start, so $900 on that. Very fair price. That's our only no bid right now, plus the two signed Aussies. We already sold one signed Aussie. Those are $1,500, $1,500. This is $900. We got to get those sold tonight. Come on, whoever bought the other Iron Maiden boxes. We got other box sets over here to run, coming very soon. First thing we have is this, Testament 75, Arcade 50, and now Arcade only has one bid. I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid. It's a red vinyl, unofficial. Rat has a bid for 50, Rat has another bid for 50, Rat has a bid for 51, Arcade has a bid for 51, and now these are $6.99 records. Green on red, there is some cover damage there back here, but the vinyl's fine, that's $6.99. Also $6.99 for the Fifth Dimension Portrait, also $6.99 for Three Dog Night Cyan, and also for sealed Jermaine Jackson, $6.99. Sealed Jermaine Jackson, $6.99. Here comes an overkill, a 2017 Record Store Day reissue, limited edition green vinyl. Folks, this is overkill, and this is near mint. They only made 400, and this is going to go up WFO. Look at that. Green and black marble vinyl, and overkill's an $80 start. Good luck bidding. Rat 65, Rat 65, Arcade 51. That means Richard Bradshaw, you've been outbid. And then that means Testament. When I come back, I'm selling it to Hiram for $75. Solid price on that one. Really solid price. Possibly the best price. Let me go ahead and put these right over here. I'm about to add more to this flip crate. I hope everybody's ready. More is happening right now. Let's go ahead and add more. I'm going to be doing vintage stuff here till we get all these condensed down into about one crate. There's not much left in each one. Here's another $6.99. That's all of Monday's flip crate. That was the birds in VG condition. $6.99 for the birds. Here comes some more. This was Wednesday's flip crate. Let's start with the higher price stuff first. And that is only one $14.99 record. Wow, nobody on the pot, nobody on the weed record, nobody on the Devil's Lettuce, A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy. That's only $14.99, okay? Over here, the first thing I have is Arcade, and the last bid on Arcade did come in at $51. Richard Bradshaw's out. Aaron Harris, you're about to get that for $51. There was no more bids on Testament, and Testament's over here is sold for $75, and that's sold to Hiram Aponte. $75 on that one. Next is Rat. It's at $71, and Richard Boosie is trying to get in on Overkill. Overkill, the bid on that one to get that one started is $80. Make sure you put Overkill 80 or OK 80. That way I know what you're bidding on. Here is another record for $9.99. Rare Earth, get ready, no condition notes, and Donovan, hurdy-gurdy, man. Most of these are half off or more. Those are $9.99 and $9.99. Let's go ahead and add a fourth auction. Let's do one of these box sets. That's what I was cleaning up over here so we can make room. And I have something called what? I have something called Halloween Starlight. This is a $200 start. I've got all the Discogs comps right here in front of me. Halloween Starlight, near mint, a $200 start. The Noise Records Collection. The Noise Records Collection on Halloween. That's what it looks like. It looks like 2, 4, 6, and then maybe a picture disc or a slip mat. Halloween, the Starlight Collection. That is now up for bid, a $200 start, okay? Richard Boosie does have the Overkill at 80, out on Rat. Rat's at 86. That's still getting bids. Halloween's a $200 start. Our code over here is officially sold to Aaron, and that's sold through Aaron for $51, right? Aaron Harris gets Arcade for $51. Yep, that's sold Rat 100, Rat 101. Overkill's at 80, and then somebody asked over here about Metal Church. They said Metal Church, have you sold Metal Church Human Factor? I have not, but it's right here next to me. I'll go ahead and run it. Right now, we're doing some vintage stuff. I'm trying to get everything in one crate. Here is a bunch of $6.99 stuff I'm about to show you. Just $6.99 on these LPs. If I don't say anything about grade, then the vinyl is EX Plus or better. Rat's at 101. And then we just got asked about Metal Church. It's right over here. Golly, look at all this stuff. Metal Church, the Human Factor. This is a 1991 US. A 1991 US. Let me take a quick peek at a vinyl. Had somebody say, Chad, I want you to look at these before you put them up. Oh, yeah, this one's nice. They had it at near mint minus. It is near mint minus. Metal Church, the Human Factor, that's a $70 start. $70 start on that. Here's more $6.99 records quickly. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, just $6.99 on that. $6.99 on Carole King Fantasy. Also $6.99 on Captain Daniil's Greatest Hits. Also $6.99 on Stone Ground. Also $6.99 on Tiger. Also $6.99 on Orion Reborn. That's on gold vinyl. $6.99 on that. Okay, first thing we have is this. We might be done on Overkill. It only got one bid, and it's sold to Edward Boosie for $80. Thank you, Edward. That's sold to you. Wouldn't be surprised if that sold for $120. But guess what? It's sold for $80 to Edward Boosie. That's gone. Right over here, the last bid was $100, $106, $105, $106, $110, $111. Metal Church, a $70 start. This is your last chance to grab the Halloween. Here's a look at the spine. That shows you a visualization of the albums. Some of these are out of print and hadn't been reissued in a long time. That one hadn't been reissued in a long time. Neither has that one or that one. Self-titled and Judas. That's pretty cool all together there. That's some classic Halloween stuff. $200 start on that box set. Motley Crue, you'll have to be more specific. We already sold Motley Crue self-titled, but I do have a Motley Crue right over here, and that's Motley Crue New Tattoo. And this is an unofficial 2LP on red vinyl, and Motley Crue New Tattoo, an unofficial 2LP on red vinyl, is a $75 start. This must be what they're talking about. It's an unofficial 2LP, and that is a $75 start, okay? And now Metal Church 70, now Metal Church 73, and now let's do some more 699ers. Round 1, Scrubbabaloo Cain, that's $6.99. Also $6.99 for Diamond self-titled. Also $6.99 for Doll by Doll, and $6.99 for Released Don Farden. That is a German press. Emilio Harris Cimarron and Rita Coolidge, Nice Feeling. How much are those, Chad? They're all $6.99. Okay. Motley Crue already has a bid for 75. Rats at 126. Metal Church at 80. And Halloween, we're about to sell it. I mean, look at Ken Crooker's profile. You think he's a Halloween fan? Look at that profile picture. $200. That's a final call on that one. All right, we're about to sell it. How about Dio? All the 12-inch singles of Dio are gone. I do have some autographed Queensrock stuff over here, and I'll put those up in just a second, okay? I still got some other signed stuff. I don't have a lot of research done on these, so if you request one, you'll have to give me a memento, and then I got a bunch of other Ozzy stuff over here I hadn't put up either. So, I mean, it's a busy night. It's only 8:39 right now, and we are flying through some of these auctions. Some of them have not been sold, and right now I'm trying to get all of our vintage discount flip crates together so we can do a bundle deal, and I can show you everything that's left. Somehow I have ended up with a bazillion empty crates. By the way, I am ready to slash the prices on some big box sets that have not sold. The first one is one of these Guns N' Roses, okay? So here in a minute, I don't know how I'm going to bring it over here to show it. It weighs about 75 pounds. I'm going to slash the price on one of these gigantic Guns N' Roses box sets where I'm going to force you to bid. It's going to be such a crazy low starting bid. You're going to say, good Lord. Okay, Chad, my gracious. All right, well, if you're going to put it to me that way, I mean, good gosh. Okay, I'm in. So I hope y'all are ready for that. What's in this crate right here? Aha, that's what I was looking for. I knew there was some unsold metal from last week. I just found it. And then here's another crate. Here's another crate of Japanese. Here's more crates of new vinyl. Here's stuff that hadn't been priced. Here's stuff of auctions. Here's other things. Here's T-shirts. Here's autographs. Here's another Guns N' Roses box set. There's another this is that. Okay, we have Rat over here. We have Rat self-titled. This is an unofficial pressing of Rat self-titled. I'm showing Sheldon Bergenhire at $126. Sheldon Bergenhire at $126. Sheldon Bergenhire at $126. I'm showing Metal Church at $101. I'm showing Metal Church at $101. I'm showing Motley Crue at $105. And I'm showing the Halloween box sold. I'm showing Halloween box sold to Ken Crooker for $200. Thank you, Ken Crooker. Let's put that one over here on the table with the other box sets, okay? Thank you, Ken Crooker. Halloween is sold to him. So we've sold Iron Maiden, and that on the box sets. Awesome. All right. Sorry, I'm talking a minute mile. I mean, we got all kinds of vintage stuff too, but I'm trying to show other stuff over here. All right. So there's that. There's this. There's that. Sheldon Bergenhire says, please call that thing sold, Chad. Rats at 126. People keep asking about it, though. It is on its final call. Metal Church is at 101, and Motley Crue's at 105. All right, let's get some more stuff over. Let me go grab this other crate. I think here is Thursday's. Yep, here was today's. This was this morning's flip crate, and here's all the leftovers. And this should be all of this week's together now in one crate after I condense this right here. It looks like the only thing left were the $14.99 records and then $6.99, okay? Over here, we have John Lennon and Yoko Plastic Ono Band, a 1978 press, $14.99. John Lennon, $14.99. We have Marillion, $14.99. Script for a Jester's Tear, that's now $14.99. Atomic Rooster, self-titled VG Plus, $14.99. Blue Cheer, $14.99. Vince's Eruptum, Seam Split and Seam Split. Blue Cheer, $14.99, okay? Also, we have this right here. We have, oh, there we have. Facebook was hung up. Facebook was hung up. Any John crates with near mint minus vinyl? Yeah, like 7,500 of them. Metal Church has a bid for 91. Metal Church has a bid for 95. Motley Crue has a bid for 106. Metal Church has a bid for 100. Metal Church has a bid for 105. Metal Church has a bid for 110. Rat has a bid for 128. Metal Church has a bid for 115. Motley Crue has a bid for 120. Motley Crue has a bid for 125. Rat has a bid for 128. Metal Church has a bid for 120. Rat has a bid for 129. Metal Church has a bid for 125. Facebook was hung up. Facebook was hung up. John Farrell on Marillion. John Farrell on Marillion for $14.99. That sold script for a Jester's Tear. Okay, now, so Facebook was hung up for a second, so a lot of comments just come in. When I say Facebook's hung up, over here, the feed we use, Restream, where my hand is going up and down right here, right over here, this shows everybody, okay? In case you didn't know, we're live streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and a lot of people's watching on different platforms. It all comes to one feed right here. It all comes to one feed right here. Sometimes Facebook's been hung up. They've had a problem with their server this week, and now all the bids are through. So Rat is a yellow vinyl unofficial, 141. Metal Church is a OG press. Boy, I've already lost my sticky note, or is it still on here? Dang, I lost my sticky note. It was a U.S. original, though, 1991. It was a U.S. original, and it just got a bid for 130. And Motley Crue is a red vinyl unofficial, $125, okay? Here comes some more $6.99. John Robb says, Chad, I don't know what you're doing, man, but I got to see what's in those 6 crates of John New Vintage Near Mint Minus records. I'm about to have a panic attack if you don't start putting those up. Give me 1 second, John Robb. We have Carpenter's A Kind of a Hush, $6.99. Hall & Oates is $6.99. Raiders is $6.99. Roadmaster was $6.99. The Nice was $6.99. Prelude was $6.99. ELO was a VG copy for $6.99. Dickie Betts, No Condition Notes, $6.99. Leo Sayer, $6.99. John Fogerty, $6.99, Randy Newman $6.99, John Lennon $6.99, Paul Simon $6.99, and another Paul Simon $6.99. Yes, those are all still available. Rad has a new bid for $175. Motley Crue $125 with Sean Sam. That means somebody's been outbid. Misty Wire's already bid $125. Sean Sam, you're out. Misty already bid $125. You're out. Metal Church was a clean copy, a U.S. original, and Chris Paneca has that for $130. Chris Paneca has that for $130, okay? Everything you just seen right there is $6.99. Let me put up another auction right now. Here it is. Hope everybody's ready. This is Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, a 1988 USOG specialty press in EX condition. Oh my, a real OG Operation Mindcrime, and it is super clean. A $100 start on that one. What was the Dickie Betts LP? That was Dickie Betts in Great Southern, $6.99. Okay, that's everything. I've got it condensed now, so now I can kind of do more of a thorough read-through on these. So let me go ahead and try to knock that out right now. Let me try to do more of a full, here's everything, and you can understand what prices we have right here, okay? So all these are available. I've got them sorted by price. Whatever's left, we'll try to do a bundle deal with somebody. I hope y'all are ready. Motley Crue, $126, now $130. Queensryche is a $100 start. Metal Church is still getting bids too. And then Rat over here, we may be done. Rat could be sold. The last bid was $151, $175 with Todd Fisher. Okay. Very quickly, because I want to show new stuff. Black Moses, Isaac Hayes, $19.99. $14.99 for Purple People compilation. Elephant's Memory was also $14.99. Dylan was a 65 mono VG. Child's Garden and Grass, No Condition Notes, $14. John Lennon was $14. Sometime in New York City. Sunlight Guide was $14. Atomic Rooster VG Plus and Blue Cheer $14.99. And Blue Cheer was clean vinyl, but it did have a seam split at the bottom. All right, Rad is sold to Todd Fisher for $175. Sold for $175. Metal Church, the last bid was Johnny Hancock at $126. Chris Paneca already had it for $130. So that means Johnny Hancock, you're out. Chris Paneca already has it for $130. Motley Crue, Misty has it for $130. Now, there's MC for Motley Crue and MC for Metal Church. I'm not for sure who's bidding on what. Johnny Hancock, are you bidding on Metal Church or Motley Crue? There's 2 MCs up for bid right now. I've got Misty at 130 on Crue. She's made that very clean and plain and to understand. Crue 130. Now, Metal Church, I'm not really for sure. Chris Paneca actually spelt out Metal Church 130, and Queens Rock is $100 start, and that's an OG U.S. Operation Mindcrime, and as of right now, it does not have a bid. Let's do another box set. Black Sabbath Sabotage. I think somebody just asked about it. Here it is. Black Sabbath is a 2021 Super Deluxe. A 2021 Super Deluxe, near mint vinyl book and posters, an $80 start on Black Sabbath Sabotage. Black Sabbath Sabotage, that's an $80 start on that one. I've lost Johnny Hancock. I got to confirm which one he was bidding on. Otherwise, I've got to go ahead and sell it to somebody else. Black Sabbath is an $80 start. And then for $9.99, we had Golden Earring the Whole, MC 131. Hertz, looking at which one I paid $60 for. I still don't know what you're bidding on. Are you bidding on Metal Church or are you bidding on Motley Crue? Queens Rock has another bid for $100. Black Sabbath, Andy Wade is in at $80. Thank you, Andy Wade. Let me straighten up all this over here, okay? Next, over here, these are already discounted. Carico Nation, these are already discounted. No more, no less. They're already like half off. You're asking for another half off. At that rate, I'd go out of business. I'd be living in a van down by the river. I'd have to fire everybody, and then there would be no more Coletco. Also, $9.99 on Donovan, Hurdy Gurdy Man. Also, $9.99 on McCartney. $9.99 is of Beacon Street Union. And Heart Magazine is $9.99. He's bidding on Motley Crue. That means Chris Paneca, you get the Metal Church for $130, okay? You get the Metal Church for $130. That means Motley Crue's at $131. Misty Wires, you've been outbid. Now Queens Rock's at $110. And then the rest of these are $6.99. That was Mahalia Jackson, Hall & Oates, Jack Bruce, the Ikettes, Green on Red, Fifth Dimension, Jermaine Jackson was sealed, Three Dog Night, The Byrds, Rare Earth, and Carole King. Let me pause right there. Now Queens Rock's at $115. The signed Ozzies are $1,500 each. We've sold one. There's two left. Our next auction is Tesla. Here we go. Another Tesla battle is about to happen. An 89 U.S. Original EX edition of the Great Radio Controversy. $75 start on Tesla. Good luck. $75 start on Tesla. Also $6.99 is Captain and Tennille. Stone Ground, Tiger, Orion, Scrubbabaloo Kane, Doll by Doll, Diamond, Released, Emmylou Harris, Rita Coolidge, The Carpenters, Hall & Oates, Raiders, Roadmaster, The Nice, Prelude, Leo Sayer, ELO, John Fogerty, Randy Newman, John Lennon, Paul Simon, and Dickie Betts. All right, there we have it over here. So first is John Farrell on Donovan for $9.99. Thank you on that one. All right. So Motley Crue, the last bid, Johnny Hancock out, sold to Misty Wires for $140. Thank you, Misty. That is sold to you. All right, that means Queens Rock all of a sudden is waking up. We had Scott Williams bid $115, MT Matt bid first, and now John Minsmore is at $125. And then Tesla. The high bid on Tesla is $110. That already has a bid. And Black Sabbath is sold for $80 to Andy Wade. Thank you, Andy. I'm going to put that one down in the crate. Thank you, Andy. That's sold to you for $80, okay? All right, next thing over here is what? And here we go. Let's go ahead and put up two more auctions. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And this is, This is what? This is Rat Infestation. This is an unofficial Rat Infestation EX edition on green vinyl. This is an unofficial release of Rat Infestation, a $55 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, we have Scott Witt, which may be a new buyer over on YouTube. He wants the Ikettes sealed for $6.99, and he got the Atomic Rooster over here in the $14.99 section. Okay, Atomic Rooster for $14.99. All right, there we have it. And John Minsmore says, Chad, you've got to find that Motorhead 25 and live. Boy, I'm still trying to find it. I've got Metal Church, Firehouse, Queens Rock, Slayer, Judas Priest, Faster Pussycat, Testament. I've got Overkill. Okay, that's one crate. Over here in another crate, I have Iron Maiden, Slaughter, Metal Church, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, South Gang, Alice in Chains, Queens Rock, Princess Payne, Skid Row, Dawkins, Motorhead, Heaven and Hell, Cradle of Filth. And then over here, I've got Motley Crue, Shotgun Messiah, Firehouse, Megadeth, Slayer, Motorhead. Here it is. I found it. Another Motorhead, Slayer, Dio, Keel, Slayer, Steelheart, Mastodon, Meshuggah, Tesla, LA Guns, Poison, LA Guns, Poison, 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 Bullet Boys, War, Badlands, Badlands, Velvet, Motorhead, 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 Iron Maiden, and Slayer, Slayer, Motorhead, Slayer, Motorhead, Slayer. Good Lord. Okay, here we go. Motorhead, 25 and Alive, Bone Shaker, Italian, limited edition red, white, and blue vinyl with poster, a $250 start. Wow. This is Motorhead, 25 and Alive, 2009, Italian, official, red and blue vinyl, $250 start. Holy moly, did y'all hear all that? Whoa, almost fell backwards. Goodness gracious. And then I got stuff to price on the fly later tonight. More metal to price on the fly. A lot of Iron Maiden sealed stuff. A lot of Motorhead sealed stuff. There are 6 crates of vintage stuff over here. Buy it now, best offer to go through. I've got a lot of this. And then also here, I got a lot of that. Goodness. And then over here, I got some of these still as well. Any Van Halen, absolutely. Just name it, and I'll put it on your invoice for $100. Any album, $100. Boom. Name of Van Halen, I'll put it on your invoice for $100. It'll be new and sealed. We have over here Rad at $75. Dio, Motorhead, Van Halen, and here we go. Let's go ahead and grab a new crate. And right here is this crate. I'm about to fill it up right here, and this is it. This is it. Okay. Queensryche. What happened? Let's work our way down. First thing over here is Tesla, $90. Next thing is Queensryche, $120. Tesla, $125. Rat, $60. Tesla, $129. We got a request for Slayer. We got a request for Shotgun Messiah. We got a bid on Rat for $75. A request for Dio, Motorhead, $250. A request for Van Halen. A request for something else, and a request for something else. Fast our way. I just want to make sure that you are registered if you're a first-time buyer on the Badlands. I want to make sure you filled out the first-time buyer form, okay? I need to go ahead and pull up messages. If anybody's a first-time buyer, make sure you've sent us a DM or you filled out the first-time buyer. That Tesla is not in print. No, it's never been reissued, never really been put in print, okay? All right, so because I got to confirm who some of these handles are. Otherwise, there is going to be a lot of confusion when it comes invoicing time, okay? I see where only one person has filled out the first-time buyer form an hour ago. Now, we've been live for 3 hours, okay? I see a first-time buyer from somebody's initials BW, and I see a first-time buyer with somebody with the names GM, or excuse me, GMH. GH is their initials, first and last. So the person who won Badlands, that was the Twitch handle, Fast Our Way 321. And he says, I've tried. Okay, before I sell you Badlands and before I can allow you to bid on anything else, you have got to fill out that first-time buyer form in about the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, I got to sell Badlands to the backup person, okay? So if you're new tonight, I'm looking right now, in the last 3 hours I've been live, there's only been 2 people fill out the first-time buyer form, and then DMs, we have 1, and then 2, and 3. We had 4 other people go ahead and register on Facebook. Those are probably good. So Fast Our Way, fill out that form. If I don't have it in about 10, 15 minutes, I'll have to go ahead and sell Badlands to the backup bidder. If you're new and you're buying a lot of stuff tonight, you make sure you're registered. And if you start buying a lot, I may go ahead and send you a bill and we'll expect immediate payment. I feel like if you're on here ready to spend $1,000, you probably have $1,000 on some kind of credit card, debit card, bank account, wire. Somehow you've got access to $1,000 right now, liquid assets to your name if you're on here buying $1,000 worth of vinyl. So make sure if you're going to spend that kind of money, you're prepared to pay for it. Some of y'all may have $5 or $6 million in just cash laying in your living room. Some of y'all may have a negative withdrawn balance in your checking account, and somehow you're on here still buying records and you're like, screw it, I'll figure out how to pay for it on Monday. That may not be the best route to take, but if you're sitting on $10, $12 million in liquid cash, I'll sell you anything you want, high bidder, and you can pay for it. Otherwise, if you're like in withdrawn balance, you got debtors coming after you, discovers calling you every day, and they're like, hey man, I'm $85,000 in debt. You probably shouldn't be buying records tonight for the first time because I'm probably going to ask you to pay for them right now. Okay, is that all clear? If you're a first-time buyer, We got to get your information. If you start throwing out a lot of cash, I'm assuming you have access to it in an account somewhere. I'm assuming you're some kind of oil sheik worth billions of dollars and you're ready to pay for it tonight. Otherwise, you're going to be like, oh, man, I'm screwed. I'm over here. I have $0. I got debtors coming after me. My wife's left me. I don't have any money. And I'm on here trying to buy Badlands Records, and now I'm in a pickle, dude. I am in a major pickle. I'm homeless, don't have any money, trying to buy Badlands Records. Man, okay? So make sure you're good to go. All right? So I have to have that first-time buyer form filled out, and then I'll sell it to you. If not, we'll sell it to the backup bidder, okay? So first thing, let's figure out where we're at on Queensryche. Now that we're clear, because there's some big money being thrown around for a lot of big records, I want to make sure we have everybody registered. Scott Williams, you're tied with MT Matt. This is with MT Matt for $130, okay? MT Matt has this for $130. If you're not MT Matt, you do not, at this moment, have the high bid on Queensryche at $130, okay? You do not have the bid. If you're not MT Matt, $130. That's a U.S. original. Over here is Tesla, the Great Radio Controversy. Tesla over here, the Great Radio Controversy. Shauna Rice has it for $140. Shauna has this for $140. If you're not Shauna, you don't have the bid on this for $140. $140, Tesla. Rat over here. The last bid on Rat that came in was who and where? The last bid on Rat that came in was this. I'm showing Rat with Todd Fisher at $75. Todd Fisher at $75. And then Motorhead over here has one bid for $250. And that $250 bid is with John Mintz Moyer. John Mintz Moyer has this for $250. Are we done? All finished? Motorhead, $250. We may be done. Good to go. Here we are. This crate is buy it now, best offer. There's only a handful. Carole King Tapestry, VG, nice jacket, $12.99. VG, $12. Since then, two new bidders. Two more bidders have messaged us on eBay. I still don't have a form registered from the person over on Twitch. Make sure you filled out the first-time buyer form on our website. Rush Moving Pictures is VG Plus, $24.99. We have Botman Turner Overdrive 2. This is VG Plus condition, $9.99. Merle Haggard, The Fighting Side of Me. Merle Haggard is VG Plus, $9.99. Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. EX edition, $12.99. George Carlin, Toledo. EX $12.99 for George Carlin. Moody Blues is VG $9.99. And Three Dog Night, American Pastime. That's EX $12.99. Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Steve Steele, Superstation, VG $9.99. And James Taylor Gorilla, EX edition, $12.99. $12.99. To the new buyer over on Twitch, can I confirm what your, I need to confirm what your name is, okay? I got to get a name. Otherwise, I have no clue, okay? I got to get a name. Some people may not be able to stay conspicuous. I got to get a name. I have to have a name. We need a name. You remember that episode of Seinfeld? Give us a name. We need a name. Aliens Among Us, and that is sold to Rush. Rush goes to Aliens Among Us. Over here, Motorhead. Thank you, John Mincemoyer. Ask and you shall receive. Motorhead is sold to John Mincemoyer for $250. Over here, Rat. This is sold to Todd Fisher. Rat is sold to Todd Fisher, and Rat over here is sold to Todd Fisher for $75. That is sold for $75. Tesla, $145 of Phil Toretto. $145 of Phil Toretto. $145, now $150. And then Queensryche. This is MT Matt. Scott Williams, you're back out. Scott Williams, let me know if you want in higher. Let me know if you want in higher, okay? Now we need new auctions. Let's get back in another gear, okay? We need a name. We got to have a name. Blacklisted, okay? No communist on here, okay? This isn't probably the right place for any communist. We have Slayer, Hell Raises. Slayer is a 1989 unofficial white label soundboard recording live in the Netherlands, $50 start on Slayer. This is called Slayer Hell Raises. It's a live unofficial, $50 start on that. $50 start. Next thing over here is going to go up right here. Firehouse. Firehouse is a 1991 South Korean press. 1991 South Korean press. It is official. It is OG from 91. An $80 start on Firehouse. That is now up for bid, okay? $80 start on that. Tesla, $155. Slayer's a $50 start. And what is Queensryche at? It is a final call over here to MT Matt for $135. Firehouse is already at $120. Tesla, $155. Tesla is $165. And over here we have Firehouse at $120 with James Chilcott. Anybody else on this crate, let me know. And we have James Taylor Gorilla, Super Session, Three Dog Night, Days of Moody Blues, Juge Carlin, Willie Nelson, Merle Haggard, BTO, and Carole King, all still available. I think I have an idea what people want to see in the crates. I have a strong idea of what people want to see in the crates. They want to see a lot of metal, especially if it's something new and sealed. Over here, it seems like that's the theme so far. We probably need to go through this crate right here. I see Slayer, Halloween. I think we might even went through this one a couple nights ago. But I have a feeling everybody today is like, Chad, we want metal, okay? That's why we're here. We got one night a week of it, buddy. Can you just go ahead and throw us up something in the crates that possibly is the genre of metal? Well, there's a good chance that's only going to happen right here in these crates right here. Okay? All right. And then Slayer's at 55. Donnie Parsons said, man, listen here, buddy. Listen here, buddy. I need this information right now. Can you please put up that kill record? I'll work on it right here. Let's do this right here. I'm waiting for the person who bought the Badlands over on Twitch. I got to confirm your name, okay? That's why I keep saying we need a name. The person over on Twitch that bought and I don't know if you're registered or not, okay? Did Queensryche get another bid? It didn't. Queensryche is sold to MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. That sold to you for $135. Sold. Tesla still getting bids, $170. Slayer, one bid, $55. Are we done on Firehouse? James Chilcott has it for $120. Let's keep going. We've had over 300 viewers pretty much for the last couple hours consistently. I still got a lot of crazy stuff over here. Here is Shotgun Messiah. It is an unofficial 2024 on blue vinyl sealed, and this is a $95 start. This is Shotgun Messiah 2024 blue vinyl sealed, a $95 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Over here, we have this. We have Stone Temple Pilots number 4. That's on white and opaque black splatter. Stone Temple Pilots, $33.99. Slime the Family Stone's Greatest Hits, $24.99. And we have Rat On by Swamp Dog, $29.99 for Swamp Dog. Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer's new and sealed, $33.99. And Sepultura, this is Roarback. This is $38.99, a 2LP gatefold. Are we done on Tesla? It is up to one person, and that is up to Shauna Rice on that one. Shotguns at $95, and then Slayer and Firehouse about to sell. I will sell you Carole King for $6.99. Whoever asked for that. That was his VG copy of Tapestry. Sell it for $6.99. You got it, okay? Sell it for $6.99. You got it, okay? Next thing over here, Shotgun, one bid, $95. We got Beastie Boys. This is $36.99. We also have Ngozi Family, Day of Judgment. Welcome to Zamrock, $29.99. And then Creator, Renewal Creator is $34.99. Firehouse sold for $120, and that's sold to James Chilcott for $120. Thank you, James Chilcott. That's sold to you. Slayer over here. Slayer over here is sold one bid, Joseph McCormick, $55. Tesla still getting bids. It's at $180. Shotgun Messiah is an unofficial 96. Tesla still getting bids. Shotgun Messiah still getting bids. Here comes the next auction. Here is another chance at another Iron Maiden box set. Now, we had this one earlier. This is Iron Maiden, the complete albums collection, okay? And we had one of these earlier. Here's another one. This is 1980, 1988. Same price, a $400 start. Iron Maiden's a $400 start. The complete albums collection, $400 start on that. Don't let me forget about the. The other signed stuff over here. Okay. Here is our next auction. This is a signed Queensryche Rage for Order. It is 4 signatures. It should be fully signed, right? Let's see here. Might be one short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 signatures on here. Queensryche, Rage for Order, JSA authenticated, and this is going to go up. It's a beautiful OG disc, and this is going to go up for a $225 start. $225 start. Queensryche, Rage for Order, $225 starts. Tesla is at 180. Tesla's at 180, and then over here, Queensryche, Promised Land. Okay, that has nothing to do with it. All right, that's up for bid. Queensryche already has a bid for 225, and then over here, Shotgun Messiah, MT Matt has that for 105. Tesla was at 180, and that means it goes back to somebody else. That means it goes back over here to Shauna Rice. Did we pull Sepultura? We haven't. 007 Platinum got Sepultura, and then we have Halloween, the Time of the Oath. That's a 2LP expanded on purple vinyl, $46.99. The Creator is Renewal, a 2LP, $34.99. And we have Halloween. There's another copy. So we have 2 copies of Time of the Oath, just FYI. And then the Pretty Reckless, that is Death by Rock and Roll, a 2LP, $46.99. Queensryche is at $225. Shotgun Messiah is at $110. And then over here, Iron Maiden's a $400 start. That's for the complete albums collection, 1980, 1988, okay? I need a bottle of water, something fierce. I need a bottle of water, something fierce. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, button on Instagram, etc. Crazy. Are you something? Sorry, I'm chugging some Fiji water right now. I usually drink a couple bottles on my way to work. I didn't drink any because I was working on looking stuff up. Some people drive and text. Chad drives and looks up autographs. All right. My mic is in and out. That's because I was walking up front. I had to chug some water right quick. Okay, so over here, we have Shotgun Messiah at 110, Shotgun Messiah at 112, Shotgun Messiah at 110. Steve Weaver does want Creator Renewal. That's so to Steve Weaver. Shotgun Messiah 115, Shotgun Messiah 125. Can I see Queensryche again? Shotgun Messiah 130, 135, 150. Wow. So what happened on Tesla? Did the other person go out? Phil Toretto went out. Shauna Rice 180 on Tesla, and that's sold to Shauna Rice for 180, okay? That's sold for 180. Shotgun Messiah, 135, 150, 160. Okay, that's a blue vinyl unofficial. Closer look at Queensryche. Here is Queensryche. 4 signatures. Sorry, I can't identify them. I'll check on JSA right quick, but I don't think they list them. Give me a second. There is a closer look at it. Sorry, they don't really list a lot of this stuff. They'll just put signed by 4 or signed by 5. Give me 1 second, though. Let's look this up. We got so much crazy, like, still got some air horns worthy stuff over here to do. But right now, this is CL 89412. And Queensryche, it is signed by 4 members. That's all it says. It's signed by 4 members. And this is got 1 bid for $225. It's going once and going twice. Shotgun Messiah 175. This is the Iron Maiden Complete Albums Collection. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 LPs. Or 8 albums, should be 9 LPs. It is sealed, and it's a $400 start. Sealed, a $400 start. Before we show another thing in here, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And the next auction is Firehouse. And Firehouse is a 2023 unofficial on red vinyl, a $95 start. Firehouse is a 2023 unofficial on red vinyl. Firehouse 3, $95 start on that. Shotgun Messiah sold to MT Matt for $175. The Halloween that's in there is $46.99. And I'm about to show another one. The Halloween in here is $46.99. Queensryche was signed by Jeff Tate, Michael Wilton, Eddie Jackson, Scott Rockenfield. All right, so that's $225 final call, $95 on Firehouse. Iron Maiden final chance at $400. This Halloween is $46.99 the Time of the Oath. Here's the other Halloween, Master of the Rings, 2LP gold vinyl, $38.99 for Halloween. I've got 2 of those. That's an expanded 2LP. And Soulfly, live at Dynamo Open Air, 1998. Soulfly is $29.99. All right, that means we need 2 more auctions. Here we go. If you're still waiting on something, you better keep reminding me. Here is Slayer, and then let's go ahead and put up 1 Tesla down. Let's go ahead and put up another. Here we go. Teslas, man. Can't get enough of them. Here is Slayer, Show No Mercy, the 2024 limited edition. This is the reissue remaster 40th anniversary box set. It has the vinyl, booklet, slip map, poster, etc. And Slayer is a $100 start. That's now up for bid. Slayer, $100 start on that one. Next thing over here is a Treyu Baptized, $29.99 on a Treyu. We have Teaser, Demos and Live, $84 to $85. Teaser is $29.99. And the Cult, Pure Singles. The Cult is a 2LP, $38.99. Also, you get the Queen's Rock for $225. Thank you, Oso Adventure. That's so do you. If anybody wants the Iron Maiden box, it's $400. It's a buy now. We've already sold one just like that, and I still got the picture disc for $900. Okay, so that's available. And now over here, Firehouse. The last bid on Firehouse was nothing. It's a red vinyl unofficial, $95 start. Slayer over here is at $100. Now I will sell Nick Bargeron, the Cult Pure Singles. I'm going to try to attempt to show y'all the next item. We're going to basically cut the price in half and try to get a bidder tonight because we have got to get these sold. It's been sitting around, and I looked them up, and I'm going to start this extremely fairly, especially for one essentially brand new, never been opened before. Okay, I mean, it's in the original box. Usually I don't get these in the box, and here in a minute I think I'm going to grab this sealed crate of Iron Maiden stuff and bring it over here and start pricing some stuff live while I show other vintage LPs, okay, just to keep y'all on your toes. So here it is. I'm going to attempt to put it here on the table. It weighs about 4,500 pounds. This is the Super Uber Duber Deluxe of Guns N' Roses, locked and loaded, okay? So as you can see, it takes up half of the table. It's that gigantic chest looking thing, and this is brand new in the box. Like, it's still wrapped in plastic and it's never been opened. I hope you're all ready. This one's beautiful. We've sold some before that are kind of, that's been loose or maybe even missing stuff and, you know, et cetera, but there it is, the Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction Super Deluxe, locked and loaded, okay? $800 start. Everything is sealed. I mean, one recently sold for $1,500. That was back in August, sealed, kind of similar to this on eBay. And everything is sealed and mint. $800 on the Guns N' Roses Super Deluxe, locked and loaded, Appetite for Destruction. Now you know it's up for bid. $800. And I can promise you, if it doesn't get any bids, it's not like I'm going to take offers, because that is the bottom. I'll buy it for $800 and take it home and put it in my closet, wrap it in blankets, and forget I have it, okay? I'll just take it and nicely put it away, because this is incredible. $800, that's now up for bid. John Kaiser's in. All right, it's going to sell. $800, going once, going twice. Let's see what happened over here. One of our first no bids tonight. No, it does have a bid. Right here, Firehouse, $95, Slayer's at $100, Guns N' Roses at $800. Where did we get to right here? First thing we had was Buzzcocks, and Buzzcocks was Attitude Adjustment, $44.99. Korn, self-titled, $49.99. And Oasis, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, Oasis was $39.99. So final call on Slayer, final call on Firehouse. Guns N' Roses has a bid for $800. And here is Tesla, Mechanical Resonance, an 86 US Club, a strong VG, several light scuffs. So this one has some scuffs. Overall, it's still pretty glossy, but I hope y'all can see those marks. Because of that, we got to call it VG, and this is a $30 start on Tesla. That's it. $30 start on Tesla. John Spencer Blues Explosion Extra Width, $29.99. Yes Big Generators, $29.99. And the Yes album on Sea Blue Vinyl, the Steven Wilson remix, $29.99 on that. What's the Slayer? The Slayer over here is Show No Mercy, the 2024 40th anniversary box set, sealed, one bid $100. Firehouse is sold to Misty for $95. Thank you, Misty. That's so do you. Final call on Guns N' Roses, $800 on Guns N' Roses, the John Kaiser. Slayer over there, that is at $100. And then Tesla is a $30 start, VG condition. All right, next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Hope everybody's ready. This is your chance. Here we go. This is Bullet Boys Freak Show. Folks, you should be aware of the consequences of owning this record, just like the last one. This one's even tougher to get. The 91 German OG, conservatively graded VG+, maybe even EX. It is pretty glossy and clean. It has the original on her sleeve. Bullet Boys Freak Show is a $75 start. $75 start on Bullet Boys Freak Show. That's now up for bid. Also in here, we have Jeff Lynn's ELO, Alone in the Universe, $33.99. Wasp, The Headless Children, $33.99. And Wasp Dominator, $29.99. What's the Guns N' Roses? Well, I really can't bring it back over here. It is the super deluxe, gigantic Guns N' Roses locked and loaded box set. You know, the gigantic, huge, huge, big, gigantic locked and loaded chest with all the secret compartments and stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It has a high bid right now of $800 with John Kaiser. $800 with John Kaiser. The super deluper uber duper deluxe edition. Okay, Tesla has one bid for $45. Bullet Boy $75. Also, Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, $29.99. Easy E, Easy Does It, $33.99. And Wasp Babylon, $29. So Wasp, Easy E, Stormtroopers, Wasp, and Wasp. Slayer got one bid and sold for $100. And Slayer sold for one bid, $100 to Steve Weaver. Tesla is sold one bid to Richard Bradshaw for $45. Let's do it. Just one bid, $45. That was a steal. Holy crap. I was waiting for other people to bid. Nobody bid. Now Bullet Boys, $75, $80, $85, $95. Corey, if you say pass on Guns N' Roses, I wish I could show it to you. Just imagine a huge, gigantic black box right here with that huge Guns N' Roses chest wrapped in styrofoam. It's sealed in plastic, and it's sitting down in a big, giant box, and the high bid is $800 right now. The next auction, oh my goodness, this is Warrant Cherry Pie, and this is the 1990 Club version. Unfortunately, it does not have Ode to Tipper Gore. That one was on the true first press. This is an edited 1990 Club. Still very desirable, though. It's near mint minus in shrink, and it is going to go up for a $100 start. Bullet Boys does have the original on her sleeve. Yes, that's a new polyline bag. There's the original on her sleeve, okay? And that's at $105. Now it's at $125. Cherry Pie is at $100 on there. And then in here we have Pato, $39.99. We have John Fogerty, The Lost Tapes for $29. And George Harrison, Live in Japan. That comes out tomorrow. It's a new remaster 2LP, $59.99 on that. Bullet Boys at $130, Warrants at $100. And then our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Dockin'. And Dockin' is Dysfunctional, a 2LP yellow vinyl unofficial. And Dockin' is in shrink, a $100 start, a 2LP yellow vinyl unofficial. And this is a $100 start on Dockin', Dysfunctional, okay? $100 start on that. I don't see any bids on Guns N' Roses. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hammer. Thank you, John Kaiser. What a great deal. I consider that half of market right now. $800 on Guns N' Roses. I probably could hold on to it, try it on Discogs, eBay. Might have it 3 or 6 months. Let's sell it and get it sold tonight for an epic night at Coletco. Thank you, John Kaiser. That was all she wrote on that air horn. Another air horn can in the canister. The trash receptacle. Thank you, John Kaiser. Let's go ahead and put that gigantic box right over here. This is sold to him for $800. Let's put that right over here. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Dun 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 dun. Ra-da-da-da-da. Mr. Kaiser. Dun 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 dun. Ra-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun. Ra-da-da-da-da. All righty. Bullet Boys. The last bid was $200. The last bid on Warrant was nothing. Looking for a $100 start. And Dockin' has one bid for $100. Guess what? If anybody wants this, here's your chance. If you just said, dang nabbit, shoot, I should have been on that. Well, guess what? But wait, there's more. I have another one. It's like new, just no big box. Golly. $800. There you go. Now you can actually see what one looks like. Here's another one. Let's do it for $800. How do you even open it? It's like some kind of secret code. There you go. secret compartments. It's got drawers and tchotchkes, and I think back there is a secret compartment. Not to spoil the secret, but back there somewhere is a secret drawer, okay? So here we go. Yep. This one's in like new condition. Everything's here. They've went through it and checked it. It's all there. There's like rings and jewelry, and there's another one, okay? $800. $800. Same thing. I mean, his was just in a box and wrapped up. All kinds of goodies there. $800. There you go. That was the riff to Welcome to the Jungle. Take me down to a paradise city when the grass is... Please take me home. Take me down to... One of the biggest debut albums of all time. I think it sold more... That sold more than anything as far as a debut album. I think that beats out everybody's debut. Okay, $750. Cherry Pie has a bid for $100, and Dawkin got one bid, and so did Nick Bargeron for $100. All right, this is so did Nick Bargeron for $100. There it is, done. See you later. All right, here we go. Let's do another crate. This did get a bid for $110, so that's a final call to John Kaiser. Final call to John Kaiser on that. Thank you, John Kaiser. Thank you, John Kaiser. Thank you, John Kaiser. All right, and then over here, Bullet Boys. And Bullet Boys is empty mat for $210, and that's the high bid right now, okay? All right, there it is. We're ready for all new stuff. Bullet Boys 210, Warrant Cherry Pie, and then over here, and la 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 lovely Linda. Speaking of Mr. Crowley, Mr. Crowley. This is an 81 Japanese OG near mint minus Blizzard of Oz, $150 star. Wow. Can you hear Crazy Train right now? Da 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 da. $150 start. Good luck. Japanese OG minty. Mint. Looks new. Looks brand new. It's minty. Sealed. OG. It's not sealed, but it's near mint. Judas Priest Demolition. A 2 LP. This is sealed. That's why I was saying sealed. This is sealed. It is an unofficial, a $65 start. Judas Priest Demolition. That's now up for bid, okay? All right, there's 2 new auctions. How much was Guns N' Roses? $800. $800. We just sold one. There's one more. $800. All right, Judas Priest is right over here. Let's get that other one sold. All right, so Cherry Pie is sold to John. Boy, I can't get another crate going for selling auctions. That sold for $110 to John Kaiser. And Bullet Boys is sold to MT Matt for $210. Now, there's 2 fresh auctions. Guns N' Roses was $800. You'll see that that's a very, very, very fair price. Ozzy over here is $150, and Judas Priest is a $65 start. Let's grab another crate, not before we put up another auction, okay? Some of the autographs I have to be a little bit later because I really don't have a lot of them ready, and we'll have to kind of pause, watch, figure out who does this and who does that, and et cetera, et cetera. Hey, there he is. Faster way. What is your name? Have you registered, and what is your name? There you are. I hadn't seen you comment in a while. I got to get your name. I need to know your name to know if you're registered. If not, I got to resell your Badlands. Never did see that come through over here with a handle, with your handle. So let me know if you want to bid any more or buy any more, or if you definitely want that Badlands. I need a name. What is your name? We have Tesla, a 2016 U.S. reissue anniversary 2 LP Tesla. That is Psychotic Supper, $100 start. Jugulator has not sold. All right, let me finally get this crate off the table. Holy moly. All right, let me set this over here. I'm just grabbing crates. I don't know if they've been through yesterday, today, tomorrow. I don't know if they've been gone through Saturday, this day. I'm just trying to find stuff that I think y'all are going to buy, okay? I see great titles, and I know the crowd that's watching right now. And here we are, okay? Blizzard, 100. You mean 150, Jeff. Blizzard of Oz is $150 start. Judas Priest doesn't have a bid yet, $65 start. And Tesla's $100 start. That's where we're looking at right now. All right, let's go ahead and do another thing right over here. And this is this thing. And let's go ahead and do that thing. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this thing over here. Goodness gracious, here's another thing. Here is Motley Crue Generation Swine, a 2020 unofficial, a 2020 unofficial, and this is Generation Swine. It's on red vinyl and white vinyl. A Motley Crue unofficial, $80 start on that. $80 on that, okay? All right, there we go. Here we have it. This is it. We have Motley Crue. Now we have Led Zeppelin Mothership. That's the 4LP, the very best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. I have over here Marty Supreme, the original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin, 2LP, $39.99. We have Mitski, the newest album. I've went ahead and marked these down to $19.99 because I've ended up with so many of them. Mitski, Nothing's About to Happen to Me. That's on yellow vinyl, $19.99. All right, and then over here, Nobody Bet on Judas Priest. This is a sealed unofficial of Demolition. It should be on colored vinyl. It is on colored vinyl. And Judas Priest is a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now on Judas Priest Demolition. I'm going to put that right there. Ozzy doesn't have a bid. This is your last chance to lock in a bid. Over here, Tesla is at 100 with Ed Hickey, and Motley Crue's already 80. Guns N' Roses, are you talking about the big Guns N' Roses box? Everything is in like new condition. Yes, like new condition, okay? All right, well, here's what we're going to have to do. The person who bought the Badlands, does anybody remember who was the backup bidder, or are you still watching if he was the backup bidder in Badlands? That's about the only new buyer tonight I've had trouble with. They're commenting like they're in a... I don't know. I don't know if they're coherent or not to even be watching this. So what I'll do is I'm going to sell that to the backup bidder if we know who it is and if they're watching. If not, maybe I can go dig through the crates and we can re-auction it, okay? The person who's been doing that, they've been commenting sporadically and erratically. I'm not for sure what's going on. So I can't sell it to somebody unless, yeah, about the only thing I'm getting out of them is That's about the only thing they've been commenting right there. ERR, I don't know if that's a different language. I'm not for sure what's going on. So maybe there's a language barrier here or something. So I'm going to sell that to the backup bidder. I don't know if that person's watching. If not, what I'll do is I'll just go pull it out and we'll just have to rebid on it. I don't know who the backup person was before that. But, you know, this is serious stuff here, okay? Trying to run a business. And every second, all this time right now, I'm ticking, tick, tick, tick. See all this time? Tick, tick, tick. This is dollars just evaporating before my eyes, okay? Tick, 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 tick. So I've got to get some of these people off so they can't bid again. I don't know who these people are or what's going on. So let me just take all this off, okay? So account created. Started following since March 19th. So they followed us tonight and started bidding on stuff, okay? So what we're going to do is hit ban, so I never have to see them again, okay? That's the first actual ban over on Twitch I've ever had to do. That was my first block on Twitch ever, okay? That was my first block ever on Twitch. All right, so that person's done. I don't know who that was. Richard Bradshaw, do you want Badlands for $140? That's what they want it for. Or you can make an offer. They want it for $140, okay? $140. Let me know. If not, we'll put it back up for auction, or if you think you were back up at a lesser bid, I'll go ahead and take it, okay? Sorry for any confusion. Ozzy did not get a bid. This is Blizzard of Oz, $150 on this, okay? Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, $150. Blizzard of Oz is a buy it now for $150. I think everybody else is new tonight. They've registered. They've respectively sent messages with their name and their address. Now, if you're under a handle and you don't want me to say your name, that's okay. But if you're not clear about initials or something, some people want to be conspicuous. I'm okay with that. Probably if I was watching it, I would probably be conspicuous too. I'd want to be like, boy, I don't want anybody to know Chad Williams is watching this. You know, because, I mean, I just want to be kind of under the radar. So, same thing. But that's okay. But I at least got to maybe get some initials so I know you've registered. So I know who you are. Make sense? Okay. Over here, Chad, let's talk about that Blizzard. Too late. It's already sold to MT Matt for $150. Sold to MT Matt for $150. And then over here, Tesla. Ed Hickey, 130, and then 133. All right? 133. All right? 133. Chad asked about condition of Ozzy. Ozzy was near mint minus and pristine. MT Matt claimed it, and then he said details. Got it. That was over here. And that was near mint minus. It's beautiful. 81 Japanese OG. Now, Jeff Brent put 100, and then he never did say anything else. And then MT Matt asked the condition. Then MT Matt claimed it. Then Jeff Brent's making an Aussie, but it's already sold to MT Matt for 150. Jeff, you should have offered 150. You can't get cheap on Randy Rhodes. What are you trying to do, Jeff Brent? You're trying to get cheap on Randy Rhodes over here? What are you doing, Jeff Brent? Jeff Brent trying to get cheap on Randy Rhodes. What is going on? Okay, and then over here, we have Motley Crue. Sorry for all the confusion. That has derailed me. I'm confused. I'm lost. And Motley Crue over here, this is Generation Swine, an unofficial press, okay? Chad Snyder offered 40. It was not up for bid. Ozzy was a buy it now for $150, okay? And then over here, we have this, and we have Guns N' Roses. Danzig claimed it twice now. We have another air horn, the other Guns N' Roses box. I'm not even going to bring it over here. I actually have it on the table. Danzig gets the other Guns N' Roses box for $800, okay? Thank you. That's sold to Danzig. You're going to be very happy. It's all near mint. He has tried to claim that twice during all this chaos. See? All the chaos about the no-payer Badlands almost cost me an $800 Guns N' Roses. All right? Sorry about that. We got you. I got to bring out another air horn. Tesla's at 138. Motley Crue's at 50. And yes, the other Guns N' Roses is sold for 800. Sorry for delay. Sorry for all the timeouts. Here we go. We got Keel requested. I'm about to condense all the auctions and read through them again. I think we're good to go. We got to bring out an air horn. We sold another Guns N' Roses for $800. Here we go. This is it. We're here. Hope everybody's ready. This is it. Buckle up, another air horn, $800. This is sold to Danzig 35, the locked and loaded box. That's shipped too. It's going to cost $134 to ship it. Holy cow. All right, thanks everybody. Wow, big night. That was the fourth air horn, third air horn, fourth air horn, third air horn. Whew, okay, we're good to go. Now, Ozzy Japanese was sold without a doubt and without any question for $150 to MT Matt. That's clear. Everybody's happy and everybody's good. Tesla's up for bid. Josh Jones has it for $143. All right, $143 with Josh Jones. And then Motley Crue recently just got a bid for $55. And that's unofficial Generation Swine. And that's on red and white vinyl. Red and white vinyl, $55 on that. Now, Tesla is the 25th anniversary reissue, not in print. None of the original Tesla albums are in print, just FYI. Motley Crue, and I think we're good. We sold the Danzig. Okay, and then Richard Bradshaw was the next bidder on Badlands for $135, okay? Chris Paneca, but Richard was the immediate next person, and he was at $135, and he says he'll take it. Now, whoever's watching, let's go back and find Badlands. That's a big deal for such a big record. That one usually brings out the hoodlums, okay? Badlands usually brings out the hoodlums. We need to bring it to $135 to Richard Bradshaw. A Badlands record will bring 50 new viewers. People will see that record and they will lose their absolute mind. Like that guy wanted Badlands so much he couldn't even type correctly. Y'all say he was just typing Yiddish in the comments. Just a bunch of gibberish. He didn't even know what he was. He was so tore up over the Badlands. Not only could he not pay for it, but he had even trouble talking. That one brings out, I mean, when I post that record, I know it's going to be a chaotic night. Everybody just loses their mind. Most people can't talk or think straight. They're just like, good Lord, what kind of crime do I have to commit? What kind of crime do I have to commit to obtain that? Theft, burglary, felonies, whatever it takes, I've got to obtain that Badlands, man. There it is. Next auction. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. Here's another LA Guns. We're back to normal speed now. This is the 1991 Netherlands LA Guns with the 3D glasses. And I'm pretty sure this is the 3D glasses that came with it. These little tiny 3D glasses here. Wow. 3D cover and 3D glasses. I'm tripping out. All right, and this is a 91 Netherlands OG, a very, very solid VG Plus EX. And this is going to go up for a $100 start. Joe Davola. Yeah, that was crazy Joe Davola earlier on the Badlands. LA Guns, $100 start. Very cool record. Motley Crue's at 70 and Tesla's at 155 with Josh. Now, I left off right here. AC/DC, Highway to Hell. These are all new and sealed. Before I do another vintage crate, I'm trying to go through a little bit more new sealed where we can find hard rock and metal. AC/DC's $29.99. Kiss Alive 3. 2 LP, another 2014, $46.99. Green Day Kerplunk. Green Day is $44.99. Green Day Kerplunk. And Blink-182, Enema of the State, $36.99. Also AC/DC, High Voltage, $29.99. Parliament, Mothership Connection, $36.99. And Kiss Dynasty 2014, $33.99, okay? So Tesla over here. Josh Jones, 155. Who was the immediate bidder before him? Chris Ligero, you're out. Let me know. Motley Crue, Scott just went out. Final call to Sean Sam. And LA Guns, $100 on that. $100 on that. Ken Crooker's in. Creed, Human Clay. With arms wide open. Boy, I will hit some Creed karaoke. What is karaoke? Karaoke and beef jerky. That's where you chew beef jerky and sing karaoke at the same time. Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. Aliens Among Us on Blink-182. Sold to Aliens Among Us. LA Guns has two $100 bids. What is the high bid on Tesla? Josh MF or Jones at $155. Now it's at $160. Now Josh MF or Jones, you're out. Kiss Unplugged. Kiss Unplugged is $44.99. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. Also over here we have Electric Ladyland, all along the Watchtower, $34.99. Also Kiss Psycho Circus, that's another 2014, $33.99. Tool Opiates, $24. Taylor Swift Red is $29. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Have you ever been experienced? Well, I have. For $24.99. Tool, live in Starplex Dallas, 1993. Tool is $24.99. And that is the Battle of Los Angeles, Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. Good luck on the pilot, Jerry. We have Tesla at $163. Motley Crue, who has the last bid? Out. It was sold to Sean Sam for $70. Sold to Sean Sam for $70. And now LA Guns is rolling. 110, 125. We got to get back to 4 auctions wide with a lot of activity. I'm talking 4 auctions live on a lot of activity. Flag on Crue. What was the starting bid on Motley Crue? The starting bid? Motley Crue, Sean Sam has this for $70. The starting bid on this was $80. Did somebody bid $80? I don't know how it ended up at whatever it is. Johnny's throwing a flag. He says a flag. It says $80 on the back. I don't know what I said, but Sean Sam's had it for $70. Johnny Hancock said he bid $80 75 minutes ago. All right, we got to do this again. $80 on Motley Crue. Going once, going twice to Johnny Hancock. Tesla is at $165. And then over here, Tesla is at $165. LA Guns is at King Crooker at $125. We're not done on Motley Crue. Johnny Hancock says he bid $80 and then somebody tried to confuse everybody and bid $50. Who tried to confuse everybody? We need a name. Who is the confuser? Somebody's trying to do some kind of Jim B trickery over here, trying to lower all the bids. They're trying to lower all the bids. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. This is Steelheart. And Steelheart is a 1990 USOG in VG Plus condition. And this is a $100 start. Steelheart is OG, VG Plus condition, a $100 start. Johnny Hancock, 850 Johnny has Motley Crue at $80. Aliens Among Us wants Tool. That's sold to Aliens Among Us, okay? Tesla is up to one person, Josh MF Jones. And of course, I've lost Nick Bargeron on LA Guns. That happens a lot. This guy, he works with live animals. And so he's always outside trying to work with his live animals and bid. And every once in a while, a horse will get loose or a pig will be running around. And I'm like, dude, Nick, get inside. Tell your animals they'll have to wait on the food. Please lock in on this LA Guns. He works with live animals. It's like a circus over there at his house. And so, like, he'll be bidding, and then he'll drop his phone in, like, a bucket of slop or something, and then just it's like chaos for the next 30 minutes at his house. He's trying to find his phone. Cows are running around. It is just chaotic over there, and we lose him all the time. Ken Crooker's about to get the LA Guns for $125. I don't know what's going on over there at Nick Bargeron's house, but it is chaos right now. There are people running around screaming. His wife will come outside and be like, Nick, get inside. I've got supper ready. Horses running around everywhere. I mean, it is insane what happens over there at his house on a daily basis. Okay, let's go over here and grab another crate of vintage. This is all buy it now or best offer. And let's figure out which one I want to do next. This is all buy it now or best offer. You may find something you like. You may find something you absolutely hate. Okay, I mean, it's up to you. You can be the determined factor. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First thing is this. Comments are now coming in on Facebook, left and right. Look at all these comments. So over here, Aliens Among Us got Tool. Paul Peterson, you were second. Which one did you want? And then you said 50. Motley Crue 85. LA Guns 130. Nick Bargeron is back. Tesla's at $168. Paul Peterson wants the Tool Live. Let's go ahead and tag that for Paul Peterson. Tool Live. So that was Starplex. Thank you, Paul Peterson. That's so to you. Let's tag that for Paul Peterson. All right, and then over here, LA Guns 140, and then over here we have Motley Crue at 80, LA Guns is at 130, and then Motley Crue's at 90, and then over here we have Tesla at 170. What was Mothership? New and sealed, $119.99. He said 80, that's why I bid 80, and then LA Guns 150 and LA Guns 165. Okay, now Facebook might have got hung up for a second, so let's clarify where we're at on all these auctions. Here we go, here we go. People say I'm missing bids. I'm not paying attention. They're wanting to know what I'm trying to do over here. They're confused. I'm confused. They're just trying to win these auctions. So the first thing we have over here is Tesla. Tesla over here is this. This is called Psychotic Supper. It's a 2LP. It's a 2LP over here, Psychotic Supper. That is Tesla. Now, I want to clarify right now. Here is the person who has the high bid. Alex Miller at $170. Alex Miller at $170. Alex Miller, all done. Hit me. We have Alex Miller over here, $170. Josh Jones, it's up to you. I have a feeling Josh MF Jones is not out. Motley Crue is an unofficial pressing. Josh Jones just came in on Tesla, 173. Now let's work on the pigs here. Speaking of Nick Bargeron, this is Generation Swine. I made all that up about Nick Bargeron, okay? That was a funny story. That was all... He's probably laughing at that. I don't know where that came out of. All that story about him having animals, all that was a complete fabrication. Motley Crue, Johnny Hancock has this at $90. Hope he got a good laugh out of that. I was just trying to think what would possibly cause such a delay at his house on bidding. And the only thing I could think of is that a guy owns like a petting farm or something. Motley Crue, this is an unofficial on colored vinyl. And the last bid on this over here, Motley Crue, this is so to Johnny, or has the high bid is now $95. There we go, new bids right down here at the bottom. See, they just came in. Tesla 175, Motley Crue 95. Boom, there we go. We're rolling. We're rolling. Nick Bargeron's out on LA Guns. Trying to think of a reason, you know, that would make sense. He would own like some kind of crazy farm with animals. He's running around going, get back in here, cows. I'm trying to bid on this LA Guns record. And the LA Guns is at 165 of Ken Crooker. Folks, this is OG, has the 3D glasses, tough to get, out of print. And LA Guns is at 165. And Steelheart, no bid. OG, solid VG Plus, $100 start. And if y'all have bid, during all that, I did not see it. I did not see it, okay? I did not see it. Now, somebody said, Chad, I'm sorry, buddy, but I have got to see that Zeppelin one more time. You've got my interest peaked, and I am very curious. Led Zeppelin Mothership, 4LP Jimmy Page Remaster, the best of Led Zeppelin with 20-page book, $119.99. I have heard every song on here thousands of times, not even close. Every song on here thousands of times. There is no telling how many times I've listened to Good Times, Bad Times, and Whole Lot of Love, and Immigrant Song, and Black and Cashmere. Good gosh, $119.99, the very best of Led Zeppelin, the very best of Chad's favorite music. $119.99. Are we ready? I hope everybody else is ready. Here we go. And Steelheart has a bid for $100. Steelheart is a U.S. original 1990 VG Plus condition. Everything in this crate is vintage pre-owned. Buy it now or best offer. I have More American Graffiti. That's a 2LP, $24.99. We have Father Guido Sardici live at St. Douglas Convent, $14.99. Janie Freaky, singer of songs, $14.99 on Janie Freaky. Carla Bonoff, $9.99 for that gold stamp promo. Wow, Star Wars with the poster. Good Lord. That's an auction record, $49.99. Okay, we're ready for new stuff. LA Guns, I've gave it plenty of time. Soda King Crooker for $165. $165 on that. That is sold for $165. $165. This is buy it now or best offer. Over here, Tesla out. Sold to Alex Miller for $180. Tesla sold for $180. Get those requests in now, folks. Dial them up. Get those requests in now. Steelheart's about to sell for $100. And are we done on Motley Crue? After all that, we're still not done. Sean Sam, you've been outbid. Motley Crue's at $101 with Johnny Hancock. We're still not done on this, folks. That one caused a little bit of confusion, but we're good. $101 on that. $101. Steelheart's about to sell. One bid for $100. Get those requests in now. Dial them up. That's 1-800-COLLECTCO. Call that, and then there'll be a guy answer. He's very rude. His name's Seth. Nobody likes him. He'll say, "Thanks for calling CollectCo hotline. Can I help you? My name is Seth." And you're like, "Yeah, man, can you please put up that metal church, Blessing in Disguise?" And he'll go, "Sure, I'll let Chad know. Thanks for calling CollectCo hotline. This is Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise, a 1990, a 1989 U.S. original. It has no condition notes, and this is a $45 start. This is an 89 U.S. Metal Church, Blessing in Disguise. It has the original electro inner sleeve, and that's up for $40. Hi, this is CollectCo Hotline. My name's Seth. Can I help you? Yeah, man, can you put up that Metal Church? I'm trying to bid on it. Right here it is. Chad's got it up. Thanks for calling CollectCo hotline. This is Queensryche Rage for Order. This is the Black Ring, the 86 US SRC pressing, near mint minus, a beautiful specimen. A $75 start. In shrink wrap, Queensryche is a $75 start. Now, once again, I've screwed myself, and I've got a Motley Crue and a Metal Church at the same time. So make sure you put Metal Church if you're bidding on Metal Church. Okay, first thing is this, Steelheart 100. Next thing over here is this. Next thing is this, Tesla out. And then Steelheart 101. Calvin Ward, you've been outbid. Calvin Ward, you've been outbid. Wraith Request, on deck. Motley Crue 105. Can I show the poster on Star Wars? Yes, it should be like the Death Star scene. Should be them and TIE fighters and, you know, and everything. Okay, there's the insert. This is a Gatefold 2LP. There's the insert that came with it. And then over here, and this is the poster. And it's like, here it is. Beautiful. I've sold this individually for $49.99. Look at that. That was an auction worthy. Let's go to the top cam. Somebody else has already bought it, but Hiram, you have first dibs. Look at that. Wow. Holy crap. Look at that right there. Good gosh. And then if you don't want it, it looks like Charles Berry's bought it. Yeah, that's beautiful. That is the OG poster and the inserts with it. That's an auction-worthy record in this condition. I don't know what we're thinking. I don't know what we're doing, but this should have went up for auction. Wow. Take a look at that. Take a look at my Star Wars record. This is sold to Hiram Aponte. Beautiful. No ring wear. Now, just imagine if John Williams had signed it. That's on my grail list. You can go get them on eBay right now for about $3,500. I don't want to pay that. I'd pay about $1,000, but I can't find one for $1,000. Star Wars sold to Hiram for $49.99. Next on that one was, you said you had a Dio. I've got one. Yes, Star Wars. Charles Berry, you were second. Motley Crue 106, Motley Crue 107, Metal Church 60, Steelheart 105, Steelheart 106, and Queens Rock 107. Excuse me, Steelheart 107. Queens Rock is a $75 start. So right now, here's the high bid. Motley Crue, Sean Sam is at $107. Steelheart 106, Steelheart 107. Metal Church all of a sudden getting new bids. Alan Montgomery's at 60. Queens Rock's up for bid. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Oh my gosh! Superman in shrink wrap. Another John Williams. $29.99. Boy, I love that song. $29.99. Superman shrink wrapped. Holy crap! The Beatles rarities. $34.99. The only official way the butcher cover has ever been released since its original inception. There's the original shrink wrap. What a beautiful copy of the Beatles rarities. Yes, this is a buy it now best offer crate. That's $34.99. We got a request for Keel. Coming up, man. Coming up. We got a request for Dio. Wow, Robin Williams. Reality, what a concept. What a legend. $14.99. Alan Montgomery on Superman. That is sold to Alan Montgomery. That is done. And then we have Moby Grape. What a beautiful copy of Truly Fine Citizen. It has a promo stamp on the back. Is this a Columbia 2i? It has a crisp inner sleeve here. Wow, look at that. A specimen. That is Moby Grape. Truly. I mean, I've never seen one that doesn't have ring wear. This one looks like it was just made, and it has a promo stamp on the back. $29.99 on that. We'll remember always 15 greatest hits of rock and roll. That is $9.99. You put that on and you can dance with your girlfriend at the shindig. All right, next is Alan Montgomery on Robin Williams. There's some beautiful looking records in here. That is sold over here. Are we done on Steelheart? 109. It doesn't look like it. Are we done on Metal Church? It got one bid and it is sold to Alan Montgomery for $60. Angel of Montgomery, Alan of Montgomery. Alan Montgomery gets Steelheart for $60. All right, that is done. And Queens Rock is a no bid. Unbelievable. Queens Rock is a $75 start. The inner sleeve of this record just flew completely underneath this table. All right, let me get this cleaned up here. It flew underneath the table. There's the inner sleeve. Don't let the record touch that because that's probably really dusty now. And then here is the disc. And then Queens Rock, wow, a $75 buy now. I can tell it's getting a little bit later. Did you say the Queen? Yeah, this is a 86 US. Well, it's the black ring. I think the very first ones were blue. But yes, it's 75. It's near mint and shrink. And right now, the first dibs goes to Chad, and the second dibs goes to Victor. I can't believe no one bid on that. Steelheart is between two people. John Kaiser, you're out. Right now, the high bid on this is Calvin Ward at 109. And boy, are we still bidding on the Motley Crue? Good Lord. What happened over here on this thing? Good gracious. Sean Sam at 107. Has Johnny Hancock went out? Johnny Hancock went out. This is sold to Sean Sam, without a doubt this time, for $107. That is so. We're ready for all new auctions, folks. Here we go again at Coletco. Down this lonely road at Coletco. This is Robin Williams was sold. MG. John Kaiser, if you want it, it's yours, but it will be sticker price. If not, I'm going to sell it to John Farrell. But I will go ahead and sell you the Beatles for $29. Chad has first dibs on Queens Rock, then Victor Guerra, then Sean Sam claimed it, then Brian Reynolds claimed it, then Chad Saul says he'll take it. So Queens Rock is sold for $75. I can't believe nobody was bidding. What are y'all thinking? What are y'all doing? There's some of y'all probably right now going, what are we doing? What are we thinking? Captain Daniil, Love Will Keep Us Together, $9.99. And Chet Atkins, Teensville is sealed. Wow, look at that. Early price tag on the back, a sealed copy of Chet Atkins, $19.99. John Farrell, you get Moby Grape. And now, Calvin and John Kaiser are going to fight over Steelheart for a while. Let's go ahead and try to find some of those other requested auctions. There's a few people been very patient with me, and they've said, listen, Chad, man, I've been patient, but you're starting to push your luck with me. I'm about to come down there and put a pop knot on your head if you don't put up some of these auctions, okay? We got Roy D. Mercer on the line, and a pop knot's about to happen, okay? We're going to put a pop knot on your head if you don't get some of these auctions up, okay? So we still got Megadeth, Slayer, Motorhead, Dio, Slayer, Dio. Here's Keel. This is it, a 1984 USOG in shrink with this cover here that could, don't try that in public. Lay down the law, $40 start. It's in shrink, an 84 USOG Keel is a $40 start. That's now up for bid, okay? And then we've got a couple people that said, listen, man, you have got to put up these Dios. I don't know what your problem is. I don't know if you're trying to keep them from me or hide them, but here it is. This is a 1986 UK limited edition picture disc. The Dio EP, there it is. The Dio EP. The Dio EP. This is now going up for a $30 star. This is worthy of the top cam. The Dio EP is now up for bid, a $30 start. Hide in the Rainbow, Hungry for Heaven, Shame on the Night, and Egypt. The chains are on. EX and the original plastic, $30 start on that. Steelheart does not have shrink wrap. No, it does not. Steelheart is VG+, VG+. 110, 111. Next thing over here is Steelheart Owl. Final call for 111. Keel 40, Keel 50, Keel 51. There's Dio. This is a vintage buy it now best offer crate. This is George Baker Selection, Paloma Blanca, $9.99. Dwayne Eddy twanging the gold. Twanging the what? Twanging the golden hits, I think, sealed for $14.99. And Frankie Boy and Nancy Girl, that is $24.99. Frank Sinatra, Nancy Sinatra. All right, next auction. We hadn't done anything from, well, we got quite a bit of Motorheads over here. We probably need to start knocking them out. This one here, some of these are pretty spectacular. This is a 1995 German OG, a $200 start, near mint. They only pressed 1,000. It has the original on her sleeve. That is Motorhead Sacrifice. Motorhead Sacrifice is a 1995 German OG. This is a pretty rare Motorhead record. Originally only 1,000 made, and it's a 95 German OG with the inner sleeve, and it's near mint. Wow. Beautiful Motorhead collection this guy had. $200 start on that. Dio has one bid for 30. Keels at 70, and I think we're done on Steelheart. Let me go ahead and show a couple more records. The Greatest TV Things. Wow, that's cool. Starsky and Hutch, The Ventures, Charlie's Angels, MASH, and that is $14.99. And then From Nashville with Love, Chet Atkins. That's sealed for $14.99. And we have Carl Perkins, Oh Blue Suede's Back, and this is $19.99, okay? Over here, Steelheart is officially sold, and Steelheart is sold to Calvin Ward for $111. Keel is at 72 with MT Matt. Keel is at 72 with MT Matt. Let's move that right over here. Donnie Parsons is out. That was a fast auction. Dio looks like it's just going to get one bid. Final call to Calvin Ward, and Motorhead is a $200 start. Motorhead is a $200 start. Moving on. What comes next? Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Oh, man, Chad's putting up another auction. I never would have thought it. Next thing is Faster Pussycat. This is a 1987 Canadian. Currently, there's none for sale in the United States. It has the original on her sleeve. Faster Pussycat, OG, $45 start. Dio has a bid for $35 with Alan Montgomery. What's in the no-bid crate? Just 3 items in the LPs. Judas Priest Demolition, $65. Ozzy, $1,500. Ozzy, $1,500. We've sold 1 signed Ozzy, 2 remains. Now, there's also a couple box sets, though. The first big box set is Iron Maiden, the complete albums collection. This one is $400. This one's sealed. All the albums are sealed. We've already sold 1 tonight. There's another one, Iron Maiden, $400. And I actually think this, for a real Iron Maiden collector, I mean, if you're going to be a real Iron Maiden collector, I'm putting your reputation on the line. Do you have this? The Picture Disc Collection box set. These start overseas after tax and shipping everything at $1,000. I've already knocked it down 50. $900 on Iron Maiden. $900 on Iron Maiden. So $900 on Iron Maiden picture disc. Whoa! I just knocked over a bunch of crates over here. Everything's under control, though. I had crates crisscrossed like this. That is $400 for the regular albums and $900 on the picture disc. So Faster Pussycat, $45, $45, $60. Dio is at $36. And then we have Judas Priest. That was a buy it now over here to Charles Berry. I promise the Iron Maidens didn't hit the floor. But I'll tell you what did, a bunch of vintage discount crates over here. A bunch of vintage discount crates. Judas Priest, that's a lot better than Iron Maiden hitting the floor. Judas Priest is sold for $65 to Charles Berry, okay? Can't believe that didn't get a bid earlier. And then next is Janie Freaky from the Heart. Janie Freaky is $14.99. And Super Oldies of the 50s, Volume 8. Super Oldies of the 50s is $9.99. Keel is officially sold to MT Matt for $72. MT Matt, that's sold to you for $72. Dio is at $41 with Calvin Ward. Dio with Calvin Ward at $41. And then over here, Motorhead is a no bid. And Motorhead is a no bid for $200. Motorhead is a no bid for $200. I'm going to put that right over there. Add that to the no bid pile. So really the only thing we have are some really high-end style items that didn't sell. And then Faster Pussycat, the last bid was Corey Ross. Scott Witt has it for $60. Scott Witt has it for $60. Moving on, we have a request for Judas Priest Jugulator. Judas Priest Jugulator. And Judas Priest Jugulator is a 2020 unofficial on green vinyl. This is going to go up for a $75 start. Judas Priest is a green vinyl unofficial, $75 start. Can I show the Dio again? The Dio EP picture disc. The Dio EP picture disc is at $42. Next thing over here is Charlie Rich, the full strikes again. Charlie Rich is $9.99. And Super Oldies of the 50s, Volume 5. Just a moment ago, we had Volume 8. There you have it, Volume 5 and 8. Mike Post, this has some of his theme songs like The A-Team, Compelling Movie Things, Footloose, Against All Odds. That's sealed for $19.99. And then Cool and the Gang, Open Sesame, $19.99. Still in shrink. Wow. Somebody left it in shrink and never did open up the Taj Mahal. That's pretty interesting. $19.99 on that one. And we have Super Pack Share. That's a 2-in-1 compilation, $29.99, okay? Now, Dio's at $42, and then Dio's at $43. Corey's out on Faster Pussycat. Let's show this one more time. It's OG, and it's a final call to Scott Witt at $60. Judas Priest Jugulator is a 2020 unofficial on green vinyl at $75. And we have Andy Kim, Rock Me Gently. Andy Kim is $9.99. Andy Kim, Rock Me Gently. Also, the Brothers Johnson, look out for number 1. The Brothers Johnson is $9.99, and Steven Steele's is a white label promo. Charlie Rich, honestly, it couldn't get any better. Near McMinus and Pristine, the full strikes again, $9.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that next auction is this. Yeah, we still got some pretty crazy stuff in here. Somebody said the Poison. It's coming up right now. And that is, give me one second. I just had my finger on the Poison. Hope it doesn't kill me. Here it is. Boy, what happened to it? Did I take anything over those crates? Yeah, I guess I did. All right, well. There it is. All right, Poison. Holly Weird. 2025 unofficial. Poison. Holly Weird. Near mint. Unofficial teal vinyl, and this is a $100 start. Poison, $100 start, okay? $100 start, Poison, Holly Weird, $100 start on that. Now up for bid. Interesting one there. 2025 unofficial, okay? Charlie Rich is sold for $7, a Mega Blast. And Faster Pussycat sold to Scott Witt, and that's sold to Scott Witt for $60. Judas Priest is a no bid. It's a $75 buy now for Jugulator, a 2LP green vinyl, $75 on that one. And then Dio, Alan Montgomery has that for $45. Looks like it's a final call. Poison has a bid for $100. Buy it now, best offer. We have Earth, Wind, and Fire, Open Our Eyes, $14.99. And then Village People is sealed, $19.99. Poison has 2 $100 bids already. Our next auction is another live unofficial Slayer in Agata Davida. And Slayer is The Devil Came to Dance. And this is a selection of mixed desk recordings from Essence Grugan Hall, January 10th, 1989. Live Slayer unofficial, EX condition. Slayer is a $50 start. $50 start on Slayer. Poison, Holly Weird has 2 $100 bids. Chad King, you're out. Sweet, sealed. Wow. A sealed copy of Desolation Boulevard. It does have a punch hole in it, $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and this is going to be another Motorhead, another 1998 German OG, VG Plus or better with the original under sleeve. Snakebite, another Motorhead, $200 start. These are not cheap whatsoever. Snakebite Love, that's also a $200 start, okay? Dio is officially sold to Alan Montgomery for $45. Thank you on that. We need to get that in a new sleeve, please. I've got a cardboard backer in there you can use to back it up. Poison's at 110. Nick Bargeron, you're out. Slayer has two $50 bids, and there's another Motorhead for 200, okay? Next thing in here is this. Wow, the Young Frankenstein soundtrack. That's cool. Mel Brooks film, $39.99. And then also we have American Graffiti Volume 3. I don't see Volume 3 as much. $24.99. Our next auction is going to be Princess Pang. Princess Pang, a 1989 USOG, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Princess Pang, this is one of those that always gets a lot of activity, it seems like. Princess Pang, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. American Graffiti Volume 3. We have Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $14.99. There is some writing on the cover. Vinyl's clean, $14.99. YF, $25. How about YF, $35? And then I'll do Village People here, Renaissance in shrink, sealed, unopened, $19.99. Nick Bargeron, just so you know, you're out on Poison. Chad King has it for $110. Hopefully Nick Bargeron isn't out running around with his animals again. Nick, have you got all those cows wrangled up? Because you're out been on Poison and you're about to lose it. Mel Brooks, 34. I'll do 34, but let me make sure that Josh wants to pass first. Okay, if he passes, then we'll sell it to George Scher. Slayer is still at $55 with Joseph. That means Steve Weaver, you're out. And then Motorhead, $200, and Princess Pang, $35. Craig Honeycutt said he will take American Graffiti Volume 3. Thank you, Craig Honeycutt. And then over here, we have the Rooftop Singers, Walk Right In, Baby Let Your Hair Hang Down, $9.99. A folk classic, $9.99 on that. So J Beach, $34 a bite. $34 a bite, and if not, I'm going to sell it to George Scher. Your call, though. Working on those night moves, $24.99. Poison has a new bid for $125. Nick Bargeron is back in from wrangling cows. His petting zoo is open for business, folks. Slayer has a new bid for $60. Josh, J Beach says he'll take it. Sell that for $34 to J Beach, okay? We're about to make Motorhead and Princess Pang a bite now. Here is your chance. Little River Band, Backstage Pass. That is sealed for $19.99. That's Little River Band, Backstage Pass, $19.99. Also over here, we have Tangerine Dream Rubicon, Tangerine Dream, and this is $24.99. Also, Rick Wakeman. Whoa, look at this. No Earthly Connection. Oh, I wonder if this does have that insert. I forgot that album has the, yeah, this is a pretty cool thing here. I've never seen one complete like this. This is $19.99. Attention, this album especially banned for radio play. But this piece of foil here, you make it into a cylinder, okay? And then when you put it on this cover and you look down in it, oh, man. It's kind of like a trippy effect, okay? You probably don't want to get the full effect, but that's pretty cool. Now, as a Yes collector, I don't see many with this still in there because it usually got destroyed. And you can smudge it really easily, so I'm going to put it back in there. It has the inner sleeve, and it has all the stickers. So I'll tell you right now, if somebody wants it for $19.99, that's fine. If not, I think I'll keep that one. That's pretty cool seeing all that on there. That's Rick Wakeman, No Earthly Connection. It has that really cool piece of reflective material in there. And the classic Grease soundtrack, $19.99. Boy, my ear is messed up. Y'all remember when I got back from Vegas and I was having trouble with my ear crackling? Oh, man, it's doing it again tonight. I think the air horn messed me up earlier. I have lost half of my hearing in my right ear tonight. Princess Pang does not have a bid. This is a buy it now for $35. Princess Pang is a buy it now for $35, okay? That's a buy it now. Let's put that right over here. And then Motorhead, Snakebite Love. Motorhead's a no bid, and that is $200 buy it now. And then Slayer is still getting bids. It's at $60, but Joseph McCormick's out. Gerald Whitworth said, Chad, you talked me into it. Give me the Rick Wakeman. Thank you. That's a cool item. And then Slayer is sold to Steve Weaver for $60. And now we have one question. We have Joseph McCormick put TD for $20. That's sold for $20. And Grease is actually in really high grade. No condition ups. All right, Nick Bargeron, I've lost you again. Chad King has Poison for $135. All right, let's do another auction. Here we go. How about Heaven and Hell? Heaven and Hell is an unofficial sealed live at Whackin', and this is sealed a $60 start. That's Dio, Iommi, Butler, and Vinny apiece. That's going to go up for a $60 start. Neon Nights, 30 years of heaven and hell, $60 start. That's now up for bid. Good luck to everybody bidding on that one. And over here, our next auction is this Overkill. Boy, I forgot about some of these rare Overkills. I don't know if y'all caught this one in the video, but yeah, this one's not easy to get. A 1996 German pressing of the Killing Kind Overkill. And yeah, this one is not easy to get. It's on green and black marbled. And it's a $175 start Overkill. And this is the way it came, just like this, a $175 start, green and black marbled. Now, you'll check Discogs. There's a green and there's a green and black marbled. This is the green and black marbled, much rare on that one, okay? Next thing was Poison, did get a new bid for $138. Heaven and Hell got a bid for $60. Grease is sold to JCB for $15. Ailing is Among Us wants the sealed suite. Heaven and Hell got another $65 bid, and Grease is already sold. So Overkill, $175 start. I got the stats over here from Discogs. Not easy to get. Heaven and Hell's at $70. And Poison, Nick Bargeron's out. This is, no, you have it for $138. Chad King hadn't bid. Chad King, you're out. Nick Bargeron has it for $138. So, Nick, you still have it right now. Now, Chad bid $145. Now, Nick, I'm assuming you're done bidding, right? I'm assuming now, Nick, you are done bidding. If that's not true, then let me know, okay? If that's not true, then let me know. If it is true, then say, Chad, that's true. I'm done bidding, okay? Overkill is nice. EX or better. What year was Heaven and Hell? It's an unofficial. I don't have an exact year, I don't think. Hold on one second. Is this it? It is, I'm not for sure on the year. It is unofficial. I don't have a year for you, though, but it's an unofficial. Okay. Now, here is what's in the auction crate, and then here are some autographs that I have not put up yet. So first, here's the auction lineup. Okay? These are the auctions I still have to do. Megadeth, Motorhead, Slayer, Mastodon, Meshuggah, LA Guns, Poison, Badlands, Velvet Revolver, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Slaughter, Metal Church, Iron Maiden, South Gang, Alice in Chains, Queensryche, Skid Row, Motorhead, Cradle of Filth, Faster Pussycat, Testament, Overkill, and then autographs, and these could take a little bit longer, but now it's slightly slower than it was. We're hitting the 10 o'clock mark. I've still got Metallica, Act of Defiance. These are signed albums. Signed Metallica. And no, not the ones with Chris Burton. These are everybody but Chris Burton. Hetfield, Lars, and Hammett. Act of Defiance, Wraith, Morbid Angel, Creator, Brittany Fox. I'm going to go ahead and do one of those right now. Mastodon, Seether, Queensryche, and then in the bonus stuff, I still got Ozzy, and that's it, okay? I also got two crates of like brand new stuff, pre-owned, and other near mint minus records, and those are to be priced tonight. So here even later, oh, I've got 3 more box sets too. I've got Motorhead, Slayer, and Motorhead box sets. Motorhead, Slayer, and Motorhead. Okay? Motorhead, Slayer, and Motorhead. That's some of the ones I still have, okay? Motorhead, Slayer, and Motorhead. Just FYI. Okay? Motorhead, Slayer, and Motorhead. That's 3 more boxes. Now, that's a lot. That's like another couple auctions. Okay? Cliff Burton. So we have Judas Priest. Let me figure out what happened over here. Oh, man, great neck adjustment. So Poison, 145. And I'm assuming Nick Bargeron was done. Okay, so sold to Chad King for 145. 145. Sold for 145. That's done. Okay. Heaven and Hell, Red Cave Collections has it for $75. Dan Popovich went out. Sold for $75. Overkill did not get a bid. $175 buy it now. Chris Panecka, perfect timing. Sold to Chris Panecka, $175. Only 36 people had this in their collection. 232 people have it on their want list. 232 people have it on their want list. And I think the other, just the green vinyl, it's a little bit cheaper. Even more people was looking for that one. Probably because it's more affordable. All right, board's cleared. All right, so some of the autographs like Morbid Angel, I think the vinyl is just as expensive as the possibly the signatures, okay? So I'll check though, and let's go ahead and get some other stuff. So I'll basically have them on standby, and then we'll do a couple at a time now that I can type some in. And there's still a lot of people watching, and we got to keep the pace rolling to get through all this because my bin is full. So I've got about as many auctions over here as what we normally start the show with, normally. But we've been loading it up on these metal nights. We know everybody's going to be watching, and we're loading it up, okay? So this actual signed record here, I think, is a 2000. And it feels like a reissue. I don't think it's from 2000. Yeah, I doubt it. The 2000's pretty pricey. I don't think this is. It feels like a reissue. And then it's signed. Okay. So let me put this on standby. It's coming up. And we got, and also just like vintage crates, I still got, how many? I still got 3 vintage crates that haven't gone through. I don't know if I'm going to do all of them tonight, but we got them over here to go through. Okay. And we can use those any day of the week. We can use those. Okay. And there's been some great surprises in all of them. Some of them's been some of them's been like, holy cow. All right, here we go. So back to some of those requests then. Let's go ahead and put up this right here. Let me flip through them because I know I saw some people ask for some stuff. Here we go. Let's go ahead and knock out one of the last Metal Church. This is Metal Church The Dark. It's an 86 US OG and Shrink EX edition, a $45 start on Metal Church. That is The Dark. It's in Shrink. The Shrink is torn down here. That's EX, $45 start. Did somebody offer on Judas Priest over here? I think Charles Berry offered $60 for the unofficial Priest. Sell that to Charles Berry for $60, right? $60, right? Charles Berry, that's what you were offering $60 on, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what he was offering $60 for. Morbid Angel. Okay. All right. And then here is Iron Maiden. Alice in Chains, sorry. This is the unofficial pressing. I think y'all know the demand for this. It's sealed, and it should be on colored vinyl. Don't hold me to that, though. They usually are, though. Unplugged, unofficial, $125 start. Unofficial, $125 start. So that's up for bid. Metal Church 45, Alice in Chains 125. And we have over here, let's do Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. An 89 US $75 start. 89 US $75 start. Okay. And that really knocks down the no bids to just a couple high-end Motorhead records, Princess Pang, and the signed Ozzy's. Okay, just want to make sure I got everything good. And then next is Morbid Angel. Let's see what we got over here. I think very fair for a starting bid would be $125 start. Morbid Angel, Gateways to Annihilation, signed, $125 start, JSA authenticated. There you have it. All right, so 4 live auctions right now. Metal Church has a bid, Faster Pussycat has a bid, Allison Chains 125, and there's Morbid Angel also 125. Moving on. Let's pick out another vintage crate to do. Buy it now or best offer. All right? As soon as I do some stretching. Oh. I'm going to run the JSA. Hiram just asked. You were reading my mind. Let me run the JSA code and see what it says. All right, so this says, stand by. It is CL89366. Hey, they actually list it. Signed by Trey Asgoth, Azagthoth, Steve Tucker, and Dan Vadum Vaughn. 3 signatures. Trey, Steve, and Dan. If that helps you enter. 125 on that. Only 1 bid on Metal Church for 45, and only 1 bid on Faster Pussycat for 75. Okay, I think we can go ahead and breeze through another vintage best offer bin. And I think the time to do that might be right now. Let me just figure out which one I want to do. Let's do this one. Let's go through another vintage crate, buy it now or best offer. Here we go. Allison Chains is a sealed unofficial. Yes, sealed unofficial. Sealed unofficial. Here we go. This whole crate is buy it now best offer. We have Going Home, 10 years after the greatest hits, including that live epic cut of I'm Going Home at Woodstock. That's awesome. 1999, 10 years after. Beautiful. Durham, OG, 1999 on that one. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile. Shrink Wrapped, $14.99. And Born to Wander, the 4 seasons. That's $9.99. $9.99. The 4 seasons. Frankie Valli. That's amazing. This record is, what, 60 years old, and this guy's, like, still out performing. $9.99 for the 4 seasons. Also, Gordon Lightfoot, Summer Side of Life, $14.99 on Lightfoot. Awesome. And Jigsaw, they had a one-hit wonder, Sky High. Jigsaw is $19.99. All right. It's getting a little late. Auctions are just getting 1 bid or just a couple. You can pick up some deals. Alan Montgomery gets Metal Church for $45. Thank you, Alan Montgomery, $45. Nobody bid on Allison Chains, $125 on that. Faster Pussycat, just 1 bid. Donnie Parsons, $75. Patient pays off. And I'm going to go ahead and make Morbid Angel, also a buy it now, for $125. Gateways to Annihilation, Morbid Angel, $125 on that. Also, I had a signed Queensryche over here too. I forgot about that one. I just saw it peeking out over here as well. So there's that. So 125 on Morbid Angel. All right, that means we need a whole new slew of auctions. Let's do another one of these tough to get overkills. Some of these I'm like, man, I can't believe it. Overkill here. This is none for sale in the United States, Bloodletting. Overkill is a $75 start. Another one that's out of print. Overkill has a big discography, but most of these we've had tonight that we've tagged for auction, I pulled them out because I was like, I don't know this one, I don't know this one, never seen this one, never seen this one. $75 start. This is Overkill, Bloodletting, and Ken Crooker's already in. Yeah, some of these I'm like, man, I mean, I've been ordering vinyl now for 5 and 6 years, and I've just never seen some of them. Okay, and the other signed Queensryche right here. And I think this is a pretty desirable record. Now, this one has an extra signature on it than the other one had. Let's run this one right here. Let's verify other certificate. Let's do CL89411. We've already sold 1 Queensryche tonight. Here's another one. This one says signed by 5 members. This might have an extra signature on it that might be a little bit more desirable. And I think this actual record is also an OG kind of tough to get one here. And yeah, this is the 1994 OG Queensryche Promised Land. So yeah, we don't get this very often either. It comes in a plastic PVC clear vinyl, and they signed the disc. So that would look really cool framed. You can frame it like that. Queensryche Promised Land clear. 5 signatures on that one. $225 start as well. $225 start. That one has one more signature than the last one did. $225 on that. That's a pretty cool item there, all right? Overkill bloodletting. That was a 2015. 2015 on that one. 2015. Overkill has multiple bids. This is a vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Sweet. Give us a wink. Another sealed Sweet record, $29.99. And the very best of Poco, that's a white label promo, $19.99. And Pro Call Hear 'em Live, a white label promo, $29.99. Let's add a third auction. And that is Slaughter, Stick It To You. Wow. A 1990. And this one come with an EP. So this is pretty interesting here. This is Slaughter. And this is Stick It To You. And it come with an EP. And this is near mint, an $80 start. First of all, we don't get this very often at all. And this one happens to be OG, even reissues. The Friday music pressings, I don't get those as often. This is OG 1990, and that's an $80 start. $80 start on that. Jay, say number so I can look up who signed it. The Queen's Rock doesn't say who signed it. It just says it's signed by 5 members. I've already checked that one. It just says signed by 5 members. Colin Butler says he's coming tomorrow morning to pick up his recent buys. Okay, if you've let Ed know, be a busy day tomorrow, I will leave a note right here. Ed wasn't here today. He should have your stuff up front, okay? Let me make a note right here so they can have it. Colin Butler items up front. Okay, he wasn't here today because he's working Saturday for the $2 sale. I don't think it has Jeff Tate, but it has Chris DeGarmo, somebody said. So just FYI. Sorry. Man, if I don't take time to actually try to figure it out, it just looks like scribbles to me, unless it's people I know. If it's people I know, then I can figure it out. If it's not, you know, like if it's bands that I know the actual members, but some of these I'm not as familiar with. Yes, Slaughter has both the album and the EP. It says include free EP, Stick It Live. Yes. Okay. All right. That's what's going on right there. So now we're down to 3 auctions. We're probably going to keep 4 going because that's what we're going to have to do to get through all these tonight, especially before midnight, okay? And we got some crazy stuff over here. So let me go back up to the top. Overkill was at 111. And then over here, we have Show Poco again. Poco was the very best of Poco. A clip corner, white label promo, the very best of. Poco was $19.99. Okay, Slaughter has a bid for $80. And then over here, what is the color and or year of Morbid Angel? Okay, and then Slaughter $82. So here is another look at the Queen's Rock that's signed. Here's another signed Queen's Rock. If you look it up on, because it's just a basic cert from JSA, it just says signed by 5 members. It is an original 1990. And that's the signatures. $225 start. They put the sticker on the back of the label. That's great. $225 on that. Are we done on Overkill? Who was the other bidder on Overkill other than MT Matt? Ken Crooker. Ken said out. So, okay, we are about to sell that. Let's add a 4th auction. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is the 83 reissue on the Capitol label, not EMI. It's the Capitol 83 reissue. A VG Plus copy for a $45 start. VG Plus, $45 start. Slaughter's now at 90, and Slaughter is OG with the bonus EP. Slaughter is OG with the bonus EP. Iron Maiden, a $45 start. Let's go through a few more vintage here. We have Supertramp, Crisis, another white label promo, $24.99. The Immortal Otis Redding, nice, in shrink wrap, $39.99. Beautiful copy. That's unusual to see that kind of record and that kind of grade. $39.99. Charlie Rich, Take Me. Charlie Rich is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. And Rick Wakeman, that's White Rock. Rick Wakeman is $19.99. And Three Dog Night Cyan. Wow, another promo copy. A lot of promos in here, $19.99. So the first thing we can do is sell Overkill to MT Matt. Thank you, Matt. This is sold for $111. Thank you, and let's get that sleeved and put away. I think a lot of people are thinking about Queen's Rock, but if you've thought long, you've thought wrong, because now it's a buy it now for $225, and let's see who grabs it. Queen's Rock is a buy it now for $225. It can be purchased right now as a buy it now. Now, somebody else asked about Morbid Angel. That's another signed album over here. Morbid Angel's $125. Chad Sauls gets the Queen's Rock for $225. Morbid Angel is, when I scanned it, the barcode comes back all the way to the original, but it also includes all the reissues. So I don't have an exact year. It is black vinyl. I don't have an exact year, but I'm based on the cover, I'm pretty sure it's a reissue. It's signed by 3, and they actually list those names. $125 on Morbid Angel. Slaughter has hit $100 with Mike Kennedy. The Iron Maiden self-titled debut is VG Plus, an 83 reissue, a $45 start. Blackie L was second on Queen's Rock. I wish I could have convinced y'all to bid so we could have had a little bit of a bidding war there, but now Queen's Rock is gone. Here is our next auction. Here's another Overkill I don't recall seeing too much. This is Overkill, and this is called Cover Kill. Overkill Cover Kill is a 2015, and I know I've never seen this one available, and this is a $65 start. They start at like $90 overseas right now on Discogs. Overkill is a $65 start. Craig bid $100 on Slaughter. Y'all were actually tied on Slaughter. Mike Kennedy, you're out. Craig is ahead of you on Slaughter. There's his 100, and then you came in second. So you're actually out. There's another Overkill, $65 start. Wild Cherry Electrified Funk. Wild Cherry, $14.99. Play that funky music, White Boy. That's not on there, but that's who that is. Woodstock 2. Wow, is this sealed? A sealed copy of Woodstock 2, $44.99. And the Tramps, Disco, Disco, Disco Inferno. Beautiful copy, $14.99. All right, moving on. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. And this is a 1991 German OG VG Plus condition. And Skid Row is pretty solid. I think y'all know these are tough to get. This is going to go up for a $75 start, Slave to the Grind, a 91 German OG. Maiden is a $45 start. $45 start on Maiden. No bid yet. Overkill is near mint. Slaughter has a new bid for $125. $45 is the minimum on Iron Maiden right now. And then I'll make it a buy it now, okay? And then if it doesn't get a bid, you can make an offer. But right now, it's a buy it now. It's a $45 start, excuse me. I think I just made that even more confusing. Okay, Iron Maiden's in VG Plus condition. Overkill does have a bid for $65, and Skid Row a $75 start. Craig Proper, you are out on the Slaughter, okay? And then we have The World of the Partridge Family. That's a 2LP, another white label promo, $29.99. James Taylor, Walking Man, another promo record, $24.99. Craig says, congrats, Mike. So Slaughter is sold to Mike Kennedy, and this is sold to Mike Kennedy for $125. Hammer is up on Iron Maiden. I'm about to make it a buy it now. There's a couple people kind of wanting to get it. They're all over it, but they hadn't bid on it yet. That is a final chance. Overkill has one bid for $65, final call, and then Skid Row is a $75 start, no bid yet, VG Plus. Laverne and Shirley Sing. That is $19.99. Now Iron Maiden does have a bid for $45. Bay City Rollers, Rock and Roll Love Letter. Bay City Rollers is $9.99. Skid Row is not Record Store Day. Skid Row is an OG pressing from 1991. A 1991 German OG pressing. 1991. The UK has the exact same catalog number, but not on the label. This is OG VG Plus, a $75 start, solid copy for what that is. Some of them have sold for as much as $126. Let's go ahead and add a fourth auction. That is South Gang. This is an unofficial sealed. This is an unofficial sealed of South Gang. Should be on colored vinyl. As y'all know, a tough record to get. Either way you look at it. And this is called Tainted Angel. South Gang is sealed, a $75 start. That is now up for bid, South Gang. Also, we have Michael Frank's Sleeping Gypsy. Michael Frank's is $9.99. Tina Turner, Sweet Rhode Island Red. Tina is $19.99. Tangerine Dream Stratosphere. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. Also, Cat Stevens Buddha and the Chocolate Box. Oh, Very Young with promo sticker, and it's a promo label, $19.99. Nobody else bid on Iron Maiden. That is sold to Steve McGee for $45. Sold to Steve McGee for $45. Overkill. One bid sold for $65 to Ken Crooker. Thank you, Ken. That's sold to you for $65. That is done. Sold for $65. Next is Skid Row. No bid, a $75 buy it now. You can buy Skid Row right now, a 91 German. Nobody bid, $75 buy it now on that. South Gang is an unofficial sealed. That was a $75 start. No bid yet. Still got a couple box sets over here that hadn't been officially put up. Skid Row is sold to Greg Smith for $75. Skid Row is sold for $75, and South Gang is an unofficial. Yes. It is an unofficial. Next is Motorhead Bad Magic. This is a 2015. This Motorhead box is a 2015. It is near mint CD poster patches. It is Bad Magic. It's complete and everything's near mint. It also has a book. No, that's a patch and a book. Yeah, or what is this? This is a poster. Poster, book, patches, and this is the CD, right? Yeah, that's the CD. Yep, and then the vinyl. Motorhead, an $80 start. South Gang 75, Motorhead 80. Next auction over here is, we got Megadeth, Motorhead, Slayer, Rare Tracks. This is a 2009 Euro unofficial compilation. Slayer is in VG Plus condition. A $45 start on Slayer. Rare Tracks, Volume 3. $45 start on that. And then the last few vintage LPs in here, Little River Band, first Under the Wire. Little River Band is $9.99. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, Two Stuff to Jump. That's $12.99. Also, we have Foxy Lady Share, $24.99. And the best of Chad Atkins and Friends, $9.99. $9.99, okay? All right, so a final call. South Gang, when I come back, I'm going to make it a buy it now. Unless there's a bid, Motorhead is an $80 start, and then Slayer is a $45 start. And those are all up for bid. I can tell everybody's getting the Thursday night blues all of a sudden. Even though it's Thursday night metal night, everybody's trying to fall asleep on me. This isn't the time or the place. Like I said, I've got a whole crate over here of auctions about the equivalent of quality and quantity that we would normally start a fresh, brand new show with. I mean, if I took a hot picture of what's still over here in this bin, right, and posted it, everybody'd be like, wow, this is a killer metal night. And that's just the stuff we hadn't got to yet. Everybody'd be like, good gosh, killer metal night. I keep on getting a big smell of coffee over here. It's kind of distracting. I think Patrick drinks coffee over here. It smells like it's right in front of me, though. I'm starting to get a little crazy. Where's that coffee at, Patrick? It's pretty strong. He makes a strong brew of coffee. I can smell it like a... Gosh, it smells like somebody's feels like a ghost has got the mug right in front of me. You know, some kind of trickery or something. I smell like I'm in a Waffle House. Okay, here we go. So... first thing we have is Slayer. Lots of bids. Let me swap out crates. And here we go. Lots of stuff still to go through. And I mean lots. I think it's time to make sure everybody's awake. I'm going to bring this metal stuff over here that didn't get priced. And we're about to do it live, okay? So that only means one thing. It's time to do it live.
I can't do it. Okay. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Because I'm here to sell records. And let me tell you, what I'm about to put out and price is going to sell. There's going to be people like just grabbing them. Okay? And we're going to do it live. That's the best way to do it. Everybody's locked in. They're going to be like, good Lord, what is this guy about to put out, okay?
I can't do it.
Okay.
We'll do it live.
Okay. Well, no.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
This is a buy it now for $75. South Gang Tainted Angel. South Gang is a no bid, a $75 buy it now. Nobody bid on Motorhead, Bad Magic, $80 buy it now. Those are no bids. And then Slayer, the last bid over here on Slayer was $53.55. Chris Reddings gets South Gang for $75. That's sold to Chris Reddings for $75. Facebook is evidently stuck. Uh-oh. Facebook's stuck. Let me go over here and see what's happened. Let me see. I may have missed some stuff. We may have some retractions. Facebook is stuck. Let me see what's happened over here. Slayer, Otis, Slayer, and Slayer. Okay. Otis Redding is still available. We need to make sure this goes in new sleeve. I only showed Chris Reddings on South Gang at 75, okay? Here's the last. This is why I knew it was time to go through something different, okay? That was the first time ever I've went through a vintage crate and we didn't sell anything. Here's the last stuff in the crate is auction. The last crate and the last items in the sold crate are auction, 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 and auction. So I went through that whole crate and we didn't sell anything, nor did anybody make an offer until right now. Chris Redding, Rick Berrien offered 35, so we sold one record out of there. That tells me nobody is interested in classic rock, pop, soul, male vocalist, anything like that. There's nobody interested. Because the odds of going through 75 records and nobody making an offer means there is nobody interested in vintage records right now. The interest for vintage vinyl tonight is near zero. Or there would have been an offer. That was loaded with promos and near mint minus pressings, OG pressings. There was no offers until right now. And that's Otis Redding, Rick Berrien got that for $35, okay? So, we're probably done with vintage, okay? There comes the comments, okay? There comes the comments. They're all coming in. Watch them. That's all Facebook stuff that was backed up, okay? All right. So, Slayer is at $75 right now. And I want to make sure we know where we're at. Rick Berrien, you got the Otis Redding for 35. And then over here, the South Gang, let's make sure that goes in a new sleeve. Just for clarification, that's sold to Chris Reddings, okay, for $75. All right, so let me bring this stuff a little bit closer. Let me fix this sleeve on this other record, and then let me show y'all the no bids, and I got to get caffeined up, okay? I mean, I got to get y'all to wake the heck up, okay? It is metal night. Some of y'all wait all week for this, and y'all have got to get woke up, okay? You've got to get woke up, all right? Now, Jeff Brand is on here begging for stuff because last night he bought a signed Stevie Ray Vaughan poster for about $300 that was worth about $2,000 or $3,000. So he is like a hound dog sniffing out some more deals. We also sold a Grateful Dead poster on here last night for $395 that was probably also worth about $3,000. And there's some people on here right now, they're begging to see more posters. We basically, if we have a $5,000 poster, we sell it here for $200 or $300, okay? And there's some people back on here tonight, they are begging right now, please, Chad, I will do anything if you go through some more miscellaneous and posters. You were selling stuff last night for $200 or $300 that would easily sell anywhere else $3,000 and $4,000. Please, please go through some more posters, Chad. Please, please go through some more. Jeff Brent is begging. He's racking up. He was over there jumping up and down. He was messaging me all night after the sale. He was worked up. He couldn't sleep. He was running around LA today just excited. He got that poster. Like, he couldn't believe it. Motorhead was a no bid, $80. That was the last no bid. Slayer Rare Tracks over here. Slayer Rare Tracks over here. The last bid was Steve Weaver at $75. If you are not Steve Weaver, you do not have this high bid right now for $75. I've got to make that extremely clear. If you are not Steve Weaver, you do not have that high bid for $75. Here is our next auction. LA Guns. And yes, you heard me correctly. LA Guns is a 1988 U.S. club. This is OG, near mint. It comes with the inner sleeve, but it does have corner damage. Still a very sought after record. It is a $60 start. LA Guns is now up for bid. Auction number 2 is Badlands. Demos and unreleased. It is a cream colored, unofficial on 2LP. And this is an $80 start. Badlands, an $80 start, a 2LP. Demos and unreleased, 88 to 89, $80 start on that. Slayer is sold to Steve Weaver for $75. Now we got LA Guns at $60. Now we got Badlands at $80. Hope everybody's paying close attention. Let's move this over here. Let's move that right over here. The next thing is going up right now. Let's try this right here. This is sealed. This is OG. It's not sealed. It's Queensryche The Warning. This is an OG 84 UK Queensryche The Warning VG Plus condition with the inner sleeve, a $35 start. $35 start. Good luck to all those that are involved in all that right there and everything, okay? Now, let me go get this crate of stuff we're going to price. Bear with me. Here we go. Metal straight price crate. Are they ones that are cleaned and good to go? It is. A lot of Motorhead, Overkills and Slayers, Ozzy's and Rats and Megadeths and Anthrax and Kills and Dangerous Toys. I want to do this crate first. Yeah, I'm going to actually do this one first here. Okay. Here we go. This is it. This is it. All right. There's no bid on LA Guns. I don't say that too often. There's no bid on Badlands. I don't think I've ever said that. And there's no bid on Queensryche. I don't think I've ever said that. Okay? So LA Guns over here. Final chance, $65. There's no bid. Badlands, demos and unreleased, $80. Queensryche, $35. That's what's going on right now. And there's no bids on any of them. Once again, everybody's like, I'm not interested anymore. I'm out. I'm done. Oh, Chad, I'm not a serious metal buyer. I'm not serious about vinyl. I've never been a fan of Randy Rhoads. Not interested. Could care less about Jimmy Page. Gene Simmons was a fraud. I mean, you could just go on and on over here. All right, this is sealed. Iron Maiden, the number of the beast over Hammersmith, $49.99. Iron Maiden, the number of the beast over Hammersmith, sealed, $49.99. Hope everybody's locked in and paying close attention. $49.99, sealed. I got to get lots of sleeves over here. I'm stealing from John. He's got makeshift desk all over the place here. Jeff Brent RTO gets Iron Maiden for $49.99. Sold to Jeff Brent RTO. $49.99. All right, now, here's what's happened. When I walked away, Queens Rock 35, LA Gun 65, details on Queens Rock. People are walking their dogs. Badlands $80, Queens Rock 42. Has Motley Crue 94 already sold? Yes. What is Queens Rock? Who is Queens Rock? Then somebody asked, what is a Queens Rock? Oso was second on Iron Maiden. Queens Rock 45. Queens Rock 40. Okay, so here we go. LA Guns. LA Guns is a U.S. original. It's shrink. It's got corner damage, but it's nice. And right now, it only has one bid with Corey Ross for $65. Badlands is an unofficial. Demos and unreleased 88 to 89 on cream-colored vinyl, a double LP. It has one bid with Oso for $80. And then Queens Rock is an 84 UK VG Plus condition. 84 UK VG Plus condition. And the last bid on this was Hoopy at $40. Hoopy at $40. I'm going to bring out a record. I'm going to price it. It's all first come, first serve. Hopefully you're first. I'm going to be scanning these. They're going to be comped at essentially market price. Plus, you're buying tonight at $8 in limited shipping. So if you've already bought several, you're pretty much buying at below market. And I'm going to be comping right off Discogs. And this is opened and sealed. Let's do this for $39.99. Iron Maiden Senjutsu, triple LP, Iron Maiden Senjutsu, $39.99. Senjutsu, $39.99. Let's tag it, and let's see who wants it. Iron Maiden, $39.99. I'll bid $50 on Queens Rock. Now Queens Rock has a bid for $50. Iron Maiden for $39.99 is sold to Michael Ruttman. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. That's sold to you. These have never been priced. They've never been gone through. That's what's going on right now, okay? So pay close attention because these will get sold probably immediately. LA Guns got one bid, and that is officially sold to Corey Ross for $65. Thank you, Corey. Let's get that in a new sleeve for Corey. Thank you, Corey. Sold for $65. Two other people on Iron Maiden, Senjutsu. The second person was Barry Stramatos. The third person was Randall Garwal. Now, my crate's full. I'm going to go ahead and sell Badlands. No more bid on Badlands. That is sold for $80, and that is sold to Oso Adventure for $80. My crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. All right. And here's that, and here's my crate. All right, now, this is sold. Let's do it. Queens Rock is OG. It's getting new bids. Yes, Little Caesar is already sold. Little Caesar is already sold. Big emphasis on the auctions the rest of the night. Let's move down Queens Rock here. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Testament, Titans of Creation. And Testament, Titans of Creation is this box set, 2 LP vinyl, stereo white and gray, near mint minus with this awesome lenticular cover. It's got these little corner protectors to protect it. And this is Testament. It also is a CD. It has a 24-page book in lenticular. And this is going to go up for a $75 star. That's an awesome lenticular. Titans of Creation, Testament, a $75 start, okay? $75 start on Testament. That's now up for bid. Queens Rock is at 46 with J Nutria. That means Hoopy has it already at 50. Hoopy has Queens Rock right now at 50. Hoopy has Queens Rock at 50. Just for clarification, Hoopy has that for 50. I know exactly how much this is. $29.99 for Cinderella. These new, I bet somebody bought it from me. $39.99. We'll do it right here. It looks like it's maybe still been sealed or maybe lightly pre-owned. Just $29.99 on Cinderella, still climbing. That's a music on vinyl pressing. $29.99 for Cinderella. Queens Rock has a new bid for $51. Okay, And then let's go ahead and put Cinderella in here. And that's $29.99. Testament has a bid for $75 with Steve Weaver. Cinderella is $29.99. Queen's Rock is at $51 with Jay Nutria. Hoopy, you've been outbid. Oldies but goodies. Give me 1 second on that. I got to put up another auction. And that next auction is Cradle of Filth. This is kind of a pricey one here. Cradle of Filth is a 2014, and this is limited edition orange and black splatter. Excuse the nudity on there. I don't know what's going on, but it looks pretty demonic, and that's a $125 start on Vampire. Vampire, Cradle of Filth, $125 start on that. Thomas Schwartz says both oldies and goodies from the last crate, $13. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me find that crate. It wasn't in that crate. It was in this crate. And somebody was saying they was waiting to see Supertramp again. I think that was Jay Beach or somebody. I've got it right here in front of me. It was a white label promo, $24.99. The oldies but goodies was actually 2 crates ago, Thomas Schwartz. That was actually the 50s oldies but goodies. That was 2 crates ago, but I know what you're talking about. These right here. These are sold to Thomas Schwartz, the pair for $13, okay? And then we got Cinderella sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw. Next thing over here is this. And we had a... Okay, I know exactly how much this is. This is $34.99. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets, live, orange vinyl sealed. Orange vinyl sealed, $34.99. That's Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets, live, sealed, orange vinyl, 2LP, $34.99. $34.99. That's orange vinyl 2LP. Sold to Cynthia Herdron. That was easy. $34.99. Sold. Queen's Rock also sold. Time for new auctions. Queen's Rock sold to Jay Nutria for $51. Done. Testament. Testament is sold for $75, and that is sold to Steve Weaver for $75. Okay. Next over here, Cradle Filth, going once, going twice, $125. These squares, these cardboard things, I'm going to lay them on top of this crate. They're very annoying, but we can use that to put around the edges if we want to. And then here is our next auction, and our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Velvet Revolver. Now, this is a unofficial. It's tough to get. It is the album Libertad, and Velvet Revolver is an unofficial on red vinyl near mint, an $80 start, okay? $80 start on Velvet Revolver, Libertad, unofficial, Supertramp 18 from last crate. You got it. See, we're still making deals on vintage. I teased everybody. I said, all right, no more vintage. I turned into the record Nazi. No more vintage for y'all. And everybody's like, holy crap, we better start making offers so Chad doesn't get mad again. And then let's go ahead and tag Supertramp for 18. I got it right here. I've condensed, actually, somehow or another, those last 2 crates into 1 crate. There's that, and here's this. And let's sell this. All right, and then Velvet Revolver has a bid for 80, and Sign Seether. Let's get that rolling over here. Yep, let's get that rolling over here. I'm going to try to knock out some more of these signed albums. But first, here's Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. And somewhere Jeff Brent just crapped his pants. He went, Ozzy? Oh, God. And then we have Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. This is a 1982 USOG. It's unfortunately pretty low grade, though. We're going to have to grade it overall VG minus, maybe even G+. Ozzy's just a $25 start, though. $25 start on Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. And then over here, we had one more. We got Sign Seether. Let's take a look at it, and let's see who actually signed it. And let's see what we got going on here, okay? And then we're going to price some more stuff here on the fly. I wouldn't go anywhere. So we have back. I need to go to this website and find the... It don't like you staying on there. It times you out, very unfortunately. I don't like getting put in timeout. CL89... 434. So this one's on deck. Let me lay it back here so you can look at it. Seether is signed, and it's signed by 4 members, okay? So first thing is I need a bottle of water. I'll go through the no bids right now, though, before I walk away. The no bids. This is a good time to do it before they get any more crazier, okay? Motorhead Mad Magic. The most sought-after items of the night. The no bids. These are the most coveted items of the night. What did people not bid on? And that means people want it. The stuff people don't bid on is what people want the most. I know that's kind of reverse crazy magic, but that's the way it happens. Motorhead Bad Magic. This is $80. It's a box set with vinyl CD patches and everything. $80. Motorhead Bad Magic. Morbid Angel, signed by 3, Gateways to Annihilation. That is $125. We have Alice in Chains Unplugged, a sealed unofficial, $125. Princess Pang was $35. I will not do $22. I will do $35 on it though. And then Motorhead, Snakebite Love, OG, that's 1998 German. Motorhead, $200. Motorhead, Sacrifice, a 1995 German, $200. Those are rare. And then 2 signed Ozzies. Diary of a Madman, $1,500. Blizzard of Oz, $1,500. These are JSA, full letter. I will mail you the letter as soon as it comes in. Ozzies, we sold Ultimate Sin. We already sold Ultimate Sin. Then there's 2 box sets. The Iron Maiden Picture Disc Collection and the Iron Maiden Album Collection. Those are $900 and $400. $900 and $400. Cradle of Filth is also a no bid. Cradle of Filth Vampire is $125. Velvet Revolver has 1 bid, and that's with Tom Sullivan at $80, and we're about to sell it. Ozzy's at $35. Let's go over here. Did the Eagles 45 sale? The Eagles 45, boy, that was 7 hours ago, Mike. It's still available for $10 one of these nights. French. The Iron Maiden Picture Disc box is $900. The Iron Maiden Albums box is $400, sealed. Here's another record. This is $29.99. It's going to be straight priced, and that is Dangerous Toys. Greatest Tricks on pink vinyl. Another sealed Dangerous Toys. Another Dangerous Toys pink vinyl. $29.99. Okay. All right. We have this one right here, and this is $29.99. This is Dangerous Toys Greatest Tricks, $29.99. So does Cynthia Herdron. Which box set was $400? Brian Stern asked, and Mike Locke gets the Eagles for $8. Mike Locke says, "I'll take it for $8." Fine, we'll sell that to Mike Locke for $8. There it is. All right, next thing is this. We need Ozzy Details, please. And then if you're talking about Speak of the Devil, it's OG VG minus. The high bid is Todd Rocks at $35. Tom Sullivan gets Velvet Revolver for $80. Velvet Revolver for $80. There's a lot going on. People's pulling me in multiple directions right now. Box sets, new bids, no bids, offers, claims, and this, okay? And then first thing is the Iron Maiden box set for Brian Stern. This is the complete albums collection, 1980 to 1988. And it looks like all the discs in here are sealed. It is this box set, and it looks like they're all sealed. And there they are. And it's $400. Pretty firm on that one. The complete albums collection, $400. And then I got the picture disc, which are the same era. It's $900. The box is twice as big. All right, let's price something else. Let's keep rolling with what? Dangerous Toys. This is artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, $29.99. The artist formerly known as Dangerous Toys, $29.99. Yes, that is official. That is official. Iron Maiden, yes, that's just like the one we sold earlier. Dangerous Toys, $29.99. Ozzy's now at $37. We definitely need more auctions. There's only one up right now. Come on, Cynthia. I know you need that one too. Let's keep these rolling. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, we actually have an Iron Maiden auction, and this is a 2 LP. Actually, no, we can straight price that in just a second. We can straight price that, and we can put that up for bid. Yep. All right, and then let's see here. Megadeth. This is a live unofficial. Megadeth is a live unofficial. It's live at Bloodstock 2014. It's on copper vinyl, and it's numbered 6 of 100. Megadeth live at Bloodstock 2014, and that's Cotton Hall Park 2014, numbered 006 of 100. Megadeth bootleg, a $40 start. Ozzy's still getting bids. It's at $37. And then we have Dangerous Toys sold to Cynthia Herdron. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Thank you on that one. Let's keep the straight price stuff rolling. I really, really want to walk up front and get me a bottle of water and some caffeine packets, but I don't want to step away. We're rolling so fast right now. I'm putting up stuff. We're pricing stuff. So far, everything I've priced, there hadn't been anything left over. So let me open up Discogs and let's keep this rolling. It's after 11. And y'all know what? We got tubs and tubs of stuff like this I can do. Tubs of stuff like this I can do. Megadeth, and this shows up as blue, opaque, and green. Could it actually be colored vinyl? It shows up, it came back as blue, opaque, and green. So Megadeth, sealed $34.99. $34.99 and $34.99 on Megadeth. And that's $34.99. Megadeth live out there, blue and yellow vinyl, straight price. Jeff Brand is trying to get some kind of illegal advantage, trying to request something before I price it to see if he can get some kind of early dibs, which he knows is not allowed, but yet he's trying it to see if he can test the system. Megadeth is $34.99. Now, when I scanned the barcode, it came back as the colored vinyl here. So that's what it showed up. I'm just saying. That is The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Princess of Pain is still available. Princess, this one right here, is still available. Princess Pain is still available. I was asking $35. Somebody offered $22. I said I need $35. Ozzy's at $40. Megadeth's at $40. And then over here, Jeff Brent says dibs on Maiden. See, he's trying to get some kind of clear, uncut, unfair advantage by requesting stuff that he doesn't even know if I have. And if you could do that all night long, you could say dibs on Ozzy, dibs on Randy Rhoads, dibs on Iron Maiden, dibs on Seether, etc., etc. Speaking of Seether, I got to look this up over here and see what's going on. Sorry for whoever asked. I pulled it up on JSA, and now I was going to go over here to eBay and try to get some comps, okay? So give me 1 second. And then I've had these before. This is a great live Iron Maiden unofficial. Maiden Voyage, Nijmegen Holland on cloudy colored vinyl. See, that's my price tag from back in December. $38.99 for Iron Maiden. And guess what? It's still $38. We'll keep it at $38.99. That's a great bootleg. Megadeth was $34. Are we done on Ozzy? I never did hear back from Kevin R. Kevin R. fell off the face of the earth. His internet burned up and he fell asleep. So, or he just refuses to say out. This is sold then to Todd Rocks for $40. Thank you, Todd Rocks. That's sold you for $40. The Megadeth boot just got one bid, and it is sold for $40 to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom. That is sold to you. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. He said, sorry, Ozzy out. My bad. That's okay. It's only a $35 penalty. So don't worry, you'll have a $35 fee on your invoice. And then Cynthia got Iron Maiden for $38.99. Megadeth is still available for $34.99. Jeff Brand is over there still trying to figure out how he can get some kind of advantage. He's still cooking it up. He's like, man, how can I get some kind of advantage? All right, over here, so we sold earlier a sealed copy of this just a moment ago. We did. We sold a sealed copy of this very same album. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Let me see what I had prices for. He's over here trying to calculate, man, how can I get some kind of advantage over these people? Is there something I can do or say to get some kind of calculated, like over the top, like some kind of secret rule or loophole? Something I can do to get in where I can, like, it's like somebody playing blackjack. He's over here trying to figure out, like, man, what can I do? Can I say something or get some kind of advantage where I feel like I'm over somebody else? Iron Maiden Sejinsu, $29. This one's opened black vinyl. Opened black vinyl, $29.99. This is Iron Maiden Sejinsu. It's a triple LP, $29.99. That's sold to Hoopy. That's $10 cheaper than the sealed one we sold. $10 cheaper than the sealed one we sold. $10 cheaper than the sealed one we sold, and Hoopy's all over that. Time for new auctions. But first, I'm going to peel this price tag off, this old retail price. It's probably going to be cheaper anyway. And we're going to introduce this Seether auction. Now, Seether says signed by 4 members. That's about as much as it gives me, okay? Seether is signed, and it just says signed by 4 members. And that is about as much as it will give me, just FYI. So let me scan the actual record. And yeah, this is Parabellum, and it's signed, and it's been JSA authenticated. And let me check. Okay, I'm looking at active right now. Seether signed. Let me go to sold. And let's put this up. I think $75 for this one will be pretty fair. Seether signed, and that's a $75 start. 2 other people on Iron Maiden, okay? All right, and then next over here is this. Let's scan this one over here. Jeff Brent RTO, man. I love messing with him. Just like, who else did I say? I had my list of people I can mess with. It's what I do in my, I got Seth I can screw with because he's not here. And then everybody else is just like, yeah, we can mess with this dude easy. Okay, over here, this is Sealed Dio, Evil or Divine, Lenticular, 3LP, $34.99 for Dio. Evil or Divine, Lenticular, sealed, $34.99. Dio, Evil or Divine, sealed, 3LP, Lenticular, $34.99. Seether has one bid for $75 with Cynthia Herdren. Y'all heard the price on Dio. And over here, Iron Maiden, $375. Let's do $385, Brian Stern. $385, Brian Stern. Come on, Brian. $385. Let's do it. Next thing over here. This is going to be straight priced. I hope you're ready. This is the most recent in-print 2LP Euro edition. And if I order these new, they would be $44.99. I'm going to give you a chance to get it right now. It's black vinyl, and it's only $34.99. Late night deal, live after death. No, it's not colored vinyl, Jeff Brent. Take a deep breath, dude. Relax. It's black vinyl, $34.99. $34.99 on Iron Maiden, live after death. $34.99. Come on, Iron Maiden comments. Wait, and here it is, $34.99. Okay? That is right here. Sold for $34.99. It is $34.99. Now, Seether, 75, Iron Maiden, 375. Chris Gardner said, what? And then Seether, 80. And then Brian Stern says, I'll take it. Is Dio a love album? Seether, 85. Seether, 80. And then Seether, 80. And then Kevin R. was first on Iron Maiden. Jeff Brent RTO was second. He is currently punching the wall. Brian Stern gets the complete albums collection for $385. Now, we sold one of those earlier already tonight to Chris Gardner. Chris, you got one of those already tonight, okay? This was my second one, and it sold to him for $385, just slightly cheaper than what you got yours, okay? That is sold to him. Chris Gardner, that was the second one I've had tonight, okay? That was the second one I've had tonight, just so you know, so there's no confusion. Now, there was a question on Dio. Hiram says, is it a love album? Yes, Dio loves you. He loves you with all your heart and all of his might. No, it's live. It's a 3LP Evil or Divine, and this is, for the first time ever, the complete show, including never before release version of Lord of the Last Day. And this is $34.99. Now, here's the update. So, Seether got a bid for 80, then 85. Kevin R. got Iron Maiden. Jeff Brent second. Jeff Brent punched a hole in his wall. Seether got a bid for 100. Seether got a bid for 88. And then what is Dio? Hiram already asked first, but Tom Sullivan says he'll take it if Hiram doesn't. And then over here, Tom Sullivan next on Dio. And then over here, Jeff Brent says, dude, I'm over here kicking my wall. I'm so mad. He said, I've already threw my cat across the room. Good gosh, dude, don't hurt your cat. Shoo-wee. Now, you're going to make some people mad saying you're throwing your cat across the... Golly. Take it easy over there, Jeff Brent. Holy moly. Throwing your cat. Dude, relax. All right, over here. So Hiram said he will take it. So that is sold for $34.99. Did I sell the Iron Maiden gig poster? No, Iron Maiden poster still available. Iron Maiden poster still available, okay? And you need it. It's only, how much did I say? $295. I think I just doubled the price. How much was it last night? $195. Let me get this old retail price off here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The price on here is higher than what I'm about to charge, but I just like to peel it off. I don't like ugly price tags on records. Come on, fingernails. Of course, I just trimmed my fingernails, so not much of a there. All right, so over here, we got Seether 120, Seether 130. It was 150. I think it was 150. I believe Jeff Brent's onto that. All right, this is only how much? Hold on, let me scan it here. Everybody, please chill, relax, take it easy. I know some of y'all are in a frenzy right now. Jeff Brent's got cats running all over his house. He's like, get out of here, cats. Get the heck out of here. Can't y'all see I'm on over here trying to buy records for the love of all things good and holy. Cats, get out. Ah! Metal Church, $29.99. 1,000 limited edition red vinyl. Metal Church. We sold an OG tonight for like 100 and something bucks. Metal Church is $29.99. Metal Church, $29.99. $29.99. It's red vinyl, music on vinyl. Chris, I was asking $150 for the rolled Iron Maiden poster. Come on, man, let's do a deal. How can you be an Iron Maiden fan without the Iron Maiden picture disc box and that poster? Okay? How can you be an Iron Maiden fan without that picture disc box and poster? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that right now. Seether, final call for 130. Let's get some more auctions. Boy, do I still got some cool stuff to do. Now, I don't know if anybody here is a fan of all of Ozzy, but here is Mr. Crowley. This is a 1982 OG picture disc. Pittman, VG Plus, Diary of a Madman. This is Mr. Crowley, an 82 OG. And I don't think there's any Ozzy fans here tonight, but we'll see. Mr. Crowley, you said it all in Suicide Solution. This is going to go up for a $30 start. I doubt there's any Randy Rhoads fans or Ozzy fans here. We'll see what happens over here. Seether is sold to Dana Murphy for $130. I think I have other signed Seether albums, so Dana and Cynthia, stand by for takeoff, okay? Stand by for takeoff. I still got Act of Defiance, Wraith, which somebody asked for hours. And then, oh yeah, let's go ahead and put this up. This is another Brittany Fox signed by Michael, what's his name? Michael Kelly Smith. Michael Kelly Smith. Boy, I forgot about this. Here's another. Here is a, this is Brittany Fox, Rock and Roll from Michael Kelly Smith. This is an OG Brittany Fox and signed and JSA authenticated, and this is going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start on Brittany Fox and signed. That's a $95 start. Ozzy has bids for 30, 30, 31, 32. And then over here, we have, I've got Motorhead Steel. Here's a Dio, Zoetrope, Mastodon, Meshuggah. Wow, Meshuggah. Let's do that one. Meshuggah. This is a 2014 German. And this is remastered near mint. Special edition. Meshuggah 1. Is that what that's called? $50 start. $50 start on this Meshuggah. All right, there it is. And Chris Gardner said, you let me this week, but I need to know, so for the next invoice, let me split if I buy the picture disc collection if you throw in the poster. So what you're asking for me to do is sell you the picture disc collection for $900 and the Iron Maiden posters part of the deal. So what you're essentially asking is $150 on the poster and $900 on the picture disc is $1,050. So what you're essentially doing is you're offering $900 for both. You're offering $900 for both. I don't like the word throw in. I've never been one for handouts, but so I'm at $1,050, and you're saying $900 for both. Here's what I'll do if this will make. Oh gosh, sorry, that was my knees popping back into place. I hope y'all heard that. I hope y'all didn't hear that. That was incredible. So I think if I hear you correctly, the original paper that I had stuck on that Iron Maiden picture disc said a $950 start. So what I'll do is, because you've bought so much, and I always keep this in consideration when somebody's buying a lot, plus I'll have to ship that poster separately and rolled, okay? So what I'll do is, if you're in on the picture disc box at $950, that was my original asking price, $950, yes, I will ship you that poster and we'll call it a deal. And however you want to split it up, you just let Ed know, okay? However you want to split it up. So if you'll take it for $9.50, and then so basically I'm asking $50 for the poster. If you're paying $900, however you want to look at it, we might actually put in the poster for $50. Okay, that might be how we do it. And then you can tell Ed however to split that up, okay? All right, we have a deal. Awesome. Okay, so first thing we need to do is we got a lot of stuff going on right now. We got 3 auctions. And I'm trying to knock out some of the big high-end stuff still for the night. And folks, we just struck a deal on the sealed Iron Maiden picture disc collection, 1980, 1988. So let's bring that over so we can officially call that thing sold, and we've reached a deal. We've basically done a deal on this set and the poster. So whoever's tagging, let's sell this for $900. The Iron Maiden picture disc collection, $900. And that is Chris Gardner's. Awesome. I really called him out there. I was putting his Iron Maiden reputation on the line. That was a high-pressure situation, but he did a good deal. Because that thing, the cheapest one for sale is overseas, $933. Plus, I think tax, tariffs, import, shipping, insurance. He's looking at over $1,000. And then on top of that, I'm throwing in for just $50. For just $50, I'm throwing in this right here. This Iron Maiden, Slayer, Motorhead, Dream Theater, and Spiritual Beggars original poster for $50. So tag that in for $50, okay? Tag that in for $50. And we owe him an air horn. Okay, we owe him an air horn. Awesome. Now, we got to get somebody bought in on these last 2 signed Ozzy records. We got to get somebody bought in on these last 2 signed Ozzy records. And we've sold out most of the high-end stuff. Now, let's update all the other auctions we have over here. All right, so the first thing I have is this. Let's go to Top Cam. We got 3 live auctions right now. Ozzy picture disc. Susie Breedlove has it for $45. Brittany Fox was signed, and it's OG. There's no bid yet. It's a $95 start. $95 start. I don't see a bid yet. So Ozzy is at $45. Brittany Fox, $95. OG and signed. And then Meshuggah has 1 bid for $50. It is on black vinyl, and it is a final call to Alex Kane for $50. Okay, that does have a bid. We're also pricing stuff live right now. The last thing was Metal Church, a music on vinyl press on red vinyl. Metal Church was $29. And then Megadeth, The Sick, The Dying, and The Dead. And that came back on colored vinyl, $34.99. So right now, that's the only 2 records I've priced live that are still available. And that's what I'm doing over here. I'm pricing stuff live, and we're making a list, and we're checking it twice. And that's, okay. This is only, I'll do this for only $19.99. It's sealed. It's Danzig, $19.99. $19.99. This is Danzig I Luciferi. It's on red vinyl, $19.99, okay? And let's put that in a brand new sleeve. And here we go, $19.99. There it is. I Luciferi Danzig. Sealed. All right. Meshuggah is sold to Alex Kane for $50. Thank you on that one. Done. Next thing over here is this. Next thing over here is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. And this is sold to Susie Breedlove for $45. This is sold to Susie Breedlove for $45. Brittany Fox is a no bid, a $95 buy it now. Some of these that I'm showing really late, I might have to put back into the hot pictures and auction again tomorrow. Ron Duffield, there's been so much overwhelming stuff tonight. The late night stuff here that's no bids may make for great hot pictures for tomorrow. Brittany Fox, a $95 buy it now. All right, let's put that right in there. Scott Leach said he got this, and he got it signed in person. So the person that's watching right now, Scott Leach, that just commented, We got this from him, and he got it signed in person, right? And then Alex Kane gets Megadeth. Thank you, Alex Kane. All right, here we go. So we need some more auctions then. We got a lot of Motorhead over here, a lot. I mean, and Dio. So here's the Dio and Mastodon, and then more autographs too. Here's Dio, the last in line, Zoetrope picture disc, sealed, a $60 start. That's now for the Zoetrope picture disc. That one's been pretty dang popular lately. And then here is Ozzy. I don't know if anybody's an Ozzy fan that's watching, but here is an 81 USOG solid EX copy of Blizzard of Oz. Now, earlier, I don't know if this is true. I couldn't believe this. There's a guy watching, Jeff Brent, and he said he'd never listened to this album before. And I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. I figured everybody had listened to this album before. Blizzard of Oz is a $45 start. $45 start. That's now up for bid. Dio is a $60 start, and Ozzy's now up for bid. I figured everybody had heard that. I was like shocked. I was like, what? Okay, and then our next auction over here is Mastodon, and this is Emperor of Sand, and this is a 2017 USOG near mint with insert. Mastodon is a $40 start. $40 start on that, okay? And then I need a bottle of water, okay? I've been talking about it. I've been thinking about it. I got to get some water, folks, okay? So sorry for the pause. It's only 5 steps away. I've already took 10, so let me walk up here and get the bottle of water out. Jeff Brent's like, dude, I don't know about this quote. Is it honest? Golly, dude. Holy crap. It's kind of crazy. Listen to Blizzard of Oz. Whew. Tonight has been intense. I tell you what, man. Holy crap. I got to step away for a second. Tonight has been insane. Holy moly. I can't believe it. Whew. Thursday night metal night, man. Craziness. I mean, for what's happened tonight, just insane. I can't believe it. I mean, just absolutely wild. Sometimes I'm like, just golly. Whew. A lot of people's curious of probably what I'm doing right now, because there's probably new people on here that's never watched this before, and they're probably wanting to know what I'm doing and what I look like. And the good news is you'll never know. But if I don't get caffeinated up and I don't drink some water, there might not be any more Coletco ever. I can't believe no one's bought anything off the back wall. You got, what are you looking at there? You're looking at a Metallica, an Iron Maiden, a Paul Stanley, and a Radiohead. I mean, good luck naming 4 better albums, right? Okay, I'm mixing up my drink right now. I've knocked down a banana. I've got to get some energy, though. All right, here's the acai berry. Nice. There we go. It's like a little science experiment over here I'm cooking up. Get some oxygen into my lungs. Okay. I wonder where everybody's watching from tonight. We probably have viewers all over the world tonight, right? Any of my UK buddies over there? Where's old Boxall at tonight? Jason Boxall's probably like in Cairo or something. He's probably like, I'm out here in front of the pyramids. I can't believe it. Somebody was tuned in one night. They was like, Chad, I'm over here at the pyramids. Where you want to go? And I'm like, good gosh, somebody's over in Egypt watching Coletco. Crazy. I was like, dude, enjoy the pyramids. And then they'll be like, has Badlands went up? I'm like, man, there's somebody over in Egypt in front of the Great Pyramids, and they're wanting to know if I'm selling a Badlands record. All right. Take it easy for a few days. Okay. Let's see where I left off. I'm walking back into the fire. Here we are. All right. Oh. Ozzy got a bid for 50. Jeff Brent said he wanted to see it up close. Mastodon got a bid for 40. What's Ozzy start at? Did Dio get a bid before any of that? All right. So Dio doesn't have a bid. It's a sealed Zoetrope picture disc of The Last in Line. Final chance because it's still a live auction, $60. This is Blizzard of Oz. Jeff Sapia has it for $52. An 81 USOG hybrid pressing plant. Of course, Seth said looks like. That's the old looks like Seth Hackett. VG++ Blizzard of Oz. $45 start. It's at $52 with Jeff Sapia. And Mastodon was a 2017 USOG near mint with insert. And Mastodon, the last bid was the only bid. Aliens Among Us for $40, okay? And right now, at this time of the night, I'm pricing stuff live. I've got some pretty cool stuff, and I'm almost actually done with this crate, and then I'm going to go get a fresh one. And I'm kind of just unsleeving stuff. I'm checking color. I'm checking pressings, and we're pricing stuff live, okay? And that's what we're doing. Thank you. I sat down for about 5 minutes and ate a banana and fixed up my caffeine because I'm going to be here until early in the morning getting ready for I'm already thinking about like how soon I need to end to get ready for the next one. So I don't know if y'all know this, but like we're constantly just working on the next sale. The last two of these sold. This is pre-owned. So Queens Rock just $29.99. Queens Rock Empire is a 2 LP clear vinyl, $29.99, near mint. Last couple sold sealed for like 40 and 35 and 36. So near mint pre-owned copy, just $29.99 for Queens Rock Empire. Sold to Kenny Roll. A lot of people like this set. I like this because probably over the next hour, if I keep this up, we will probably end up selling quite a bit of stuff. And usually it's better material, better high quality pricing too. So it's worth my time to sit here and sell $30 and $40 records, just FYI. Nobody bid on Dio. The last in line is $40. I do like half off crates, and we'll probably do one vintage one tonight, because that's how we move merchandise. That's how we make our money. But also, I like selling a lot of $40 and $50 records. So Dio is a $60 buy it now. Mastodon has sold them Aliens Among Us for $40, and that just leaves Ozzy, who has a high bid with Jeff Brent RTO at $55. Now Jeff Sapia, $56. Jeff and Brent are battling that one over. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff tonight. Here we go. Let's close out this. Let's close this out. Let's open up Mastodon. And Mastodon is a sealed picture disc. Let's do it for $14.99. Mastodon, this is the Mother Lode and Halloween. And that is $14.99 for Mastodon. Nico Capolana said he'll take Dio for $60. Thank you. And then Hoopy got Mastodon for $14.99. Thank you on that. All right, so Jeff Brent, it's up to you on Ozzy. Let's put up another auction then. Let's put up another auction, but let's go ahead and get Mastodon in a sleeve. I didn't even get a chance to put a sticker on that one. That sold so fast. And there we go. Gonna knock out this crate. I think there's even one more over here. So there's that. Okay, and then Ozzy. And then let's add another auction. This is Poison. It is the censored cover. We have it as a 1988 U.S. early repress with a censored cover. It does have the inner sleeve. VG plus $40. VG plus $40. Poison. Open up and say ah. Okay. Ozzy is now at 56 with Jeff Sapia. Jeff Brent RTO is calculating what he can do in his life to make another bid on that. And I tell you what, right now, you think long, you'll think wrong on Ozzy, right? Do you have any docking left? Are you talking about new and sealed or just anything in general? Far as auctions, no. New and sealed, we had some earlier tonight. And everything I'm going through right now, they have been tagged over here. Let's see over here. Okay. One second, please. All right. Sorry. All right. Don't forget, if you're local, at 10 o'clock in the morning, we open up for our $2 sale. Pink marbled, electric blue. I don't know which one this is. Purple and gold merge. Is this purple and gold merge? Yeah, I guess so. Purple and gold merge. This one demands a little bit more money. Anthrax, $34.99. Purple for all kings. Purple and gold merge. 34. Sorry, it took me a second to figure out which color that was. It looks like they made this on a lot of different colors. Anthrax, $34.99. Poison's a $40 start. No bid yet. $34.99 on this Anthrax record. Okay. And then Ozzy over here This is sold to Jeff Sapia for $56. Thank you, Jeff Sapia. That's sold to you for $56. And then Poison, $40 start on that. The next few Motorheads, 120 start, 100 start, 30 start, 200 start. Wow, got some expensive Motorhead still. Here is this one, Motorhead Bastards. It's a 2019 German, near mint with the slip mat, and this was limited to 2,000. This one includes a slip mat, and it's a $30 start. Motorhead Bastards. There is the slip mat, and that is a $30 start. It does have a ding up here on the corner. Motorhead, $30 start on that. Okay, and then I still hadn't put up this Slayer box. This Slayer box is Repentless, the 2015 Slayer Repentless. This is near mint. It has DVD, Blu-ray, poster, photo, and the box does have some damage down here and down here. Slayer is a $75 start. So all this is included. Has a Blu-ray disc, poster, and photo, and that's a $75 start on Slayer. Okay. Motorhead has bids for $30, and somebody else put Motorhead. It's up for bid right now. Two $30 bids at the moment. Okay. And I know what this Megadeth is. I didn't know they did them on colored vinyl though. So stand by. And let me check this. Maybe there's a barcode. Let me go ahead and put the disc right there. All right. And barcode. Nope. All right, we'll just do it manually then. Let's see what we got going on here. Megadeth. So Aliens Among Us, you're out. Tom Sullivan's bid came in first, just so you know. Translucent Red, 2018. This is it right here. Sealed. All right. It needs to be $49.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business, and Business Is Good. It is on red vinyl. They start right now at $69.99, but they sold sealed for that. And the last open copy sold for $50. So there it is for $50. Very fair on Megadeth, $49.99. Sold to Hoopy 31. Megadeth is gone. And then I tell you what we can do right quick. Let me sticker this. We're going to make Poison a buy it now for $40. And we're going to make Slayer a buy it now for $75. Oh, wait a minute. Facebook was hung up. Facebook was hung up big time. There we go. Nobody bid on Poison, though, right? No, nobody bid on Poison. So that's a $40 buy it now. Facebook was hung up, though. That happens a lot. So everybody's Facebook comments just rolled in. Motorhead then is at $44 with Gary Samuels. Alex and Aliens Among Us and Tom Sullivan, y'all are all out now. Slayer's a $75 buy it now. And Poison was a $40 buy it now. Okay. I'm going to put those down in here, actually. So those are off the table. Sorry, Facebook got what we call hung up there. It's something to do with the lag and the comments. And okay, I know what this is. It's on 3LP colored vinyl. Right. And yeah, this is on the colored vinyl. And these sold sealed and opened. All right, so these start at $45. I'll match that. So $44.99 for Legacy of the Beast. Iron Maiden, Legacy of the Beast. This is 3LP colored vinyl. And that's green, white, and red, $44.99. So what happens is Facebook gets hung up, and then after it clears up, it's fine for a long time. But I don't know, maybe in a half hour, Chris, maybe here in a minute, it should be fine for a while, and then it will it might get caught back up. Hung up is what I'm trying to find the term here. Cynthia's in on Iron Maiden for $44.99. All right, thank you, Cynthia. That's sold to you for $44.99. All right, let's tag that. Sold. And let's put that away. Okay. And that means we can sell Motorhead to Gary Samuels for $44. Okay. Awesome. All right, let's put this up. Earlier tonight, we had a lot of interest in the band Keel. So this is actually a bonus auction that wasn't advertised for tonight. Keel is self-titled MCA Records with hype sticker attached. Super clean vinyl. And this is a $25 start. Gold stamp promo. Keel. Super nice copy. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, and I've got 2 more to run after that one. So let's do the next Iron Maiden, which is an auction. And this one was tagged earlier tonight for auction. This is the picture disc From Fear to Eternity. The best of Iron Maiden. A sealed 3LP picture disc. $45 start. Okay? So Keel has a bid for $25. Iron Maiden, a $45 start. All right. Let's see what I skipped over. So I've went through this whole tub. Now I'm going to flip back through them and see what I skipped. And then we'll put some of those out. What I'll do with this one, since we need another auction, I'm going to put up this Dio picture disc. Never seen it before. Double Dose of Donington. 83 and 87, newly created Dio art celebrating 2 legendary performances at Donington Festival. Really cool art on this picture disc. Stand Up and Shout and Rock and Roll Children. $15 start for Dio. Slayer is sold to Rander Garwal for $70. You got it. Slayer sold to Randall for $70. So both auctions have bids, and I just added a third one. Dio's a $15 start. This is a very metal-looking band, and I didn't know what it was. So guess what? We got to scan it and find out. Never seen them before, to my knowledge. Probably I have, and it was one of those nights where we buy those huge collections of metal, and I don't know what it is. And oh, this is missing a disc. Oh man, it's missing a disc. Was that even the white disc there? Yeah, that's not the right disc. So wherever those discs are, never mind. Wrong disc and empty jacket, okay? So we'll pass on that right now. That will be later. And let me see if this is the OG, because knowing this guy's collection, it very well could be. It very well could be. Some of these that I typically see as reissues, I've been scanning. I'm like, uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, man. Here's a rare Megadeth. Okay. See, I passed over it today because I thought it was possibly a repress, and it's actually the OG 2001. Now, this not being advertised, I'm looking at comps right now. Here's a chance for a late night grab. You ready? And right now, in the United States, there are 0 for sale. Okay? And let's do price. ascending. So yeah, you really can't get one. I mean, 176, 218. This is a 2001 UK original Megadeth. The World Needs a Hero. An OG 2001 UK near mint minus a $150 start. Okay? $150 start on that. Let's go ahead and sell Keel to Angela Lewis for $25. Thank you, Angela. That sold to Angela Lewis for $25. Iron Maiden got one bid, and I think that was with Cynthia. And let's go ahead and sell that. Iron Maiden. No, that was with Dwayne. Sorry. Dwayne Sevilla. Thank you, Dwayne. $45. Appreciate it as always. Long-time Coletco customers there. Thank y'all and thank y'all. And then Dio right now is at 17 with Weasel. This album virtually just doesn't come up for sale too often in the United States. A 2001 original Megadeth, $150 start. Dio's at 17. Septic Flesh. No, I just seen it laying over here on his desk. Hiram, there must be something wrong with it because it was set over here. I don't know. Let me grab it and see if they... I'm not for sure. Maybe... Let's go through it. I'll grab it. It's laying over here on his desk. And we'll put it up, okay? I've got it right here. Megadeth is black vinyl. Yeah. Black vinyl 2001. $150 start. All right. And then I also skipped over this one, which I bet, I don't know, we'll find out. I'm telling you, this guy's collection, stuff I would normally think is reissues, I've looked them up. I'm like, oh man, like all those Motorheads. I had all those Motorheads that's $200 starts. Those are originals, which are just crazy tough to get. Yeah, this album is OG too. I'll just go ahead and straight price this one. It's sealed. The last two sealed was overseas. We'll say $124.99. That's a OG 2007 German press of Megadeth's United Abominations. That's a 2007 OG German United Abominations, $124.99. Pretty cool stuff right in here. That's titles we just don't ever get. 127 on that, 124 on that one, 2007. Obviously something we would normally auction, right? Yeah, definitely. Okay. And then Dio is tied. Chad Snyder had it for 18. Susie, you're out. Weasel, you're out. And final chance to lock in a bid on that Megadeth back there. Arcade is sold, yes. All right, here's another chance. Late night grab on another OG record. Another late night grab. No, what's going on here? Oh, never mind. Yeah, this guy's stuff was confusing. Why is this loose? I bet he had some loose disc and he bought. That's probably what he did. Never mind. I got some like Motorhead records and they're just like loose disc with like printed covers. And it's really thrown me off. And I need to have them just figure it out so we can get rid of them or sell them next week. Really confusing. All right. And this has bothered me since I found it. Some guy had a really good collection, but he messed them up putting tape on them like this. So yeah, this is... let me show it first. So this is a, I wonder how easy all this will come off. Honestly, let me try to do that right quick. Let me see if this, I'm never one to remove shrink wrap, but I think, yeah. See what somebody did here? They put tape around the shrink and made it look hideous. Now that all that's off, it doesn't look too bad now. It's got some residue where they put that tape on it. And then the disc hadn't been cleaned, but it's probably, it's got some scuffs on it. See that? VG Plus, Reach for the Sky. That's a hair. It needs a cleaning. $24.99. That's a great price on that, obviously. $24.99. Megadeth is a buy it now for $150. That's a no bid, $150. Let's get Rat in a sleeve. I mean, still pretty fair price for that album. That's always been a tougher one to get. It's pretty solid. It's glossy, just needs a cleaning. I'll make a note for them to wipe it down, whoever buys it. Megadeth will, oh, he submitted that before I even made it a buy it now. You got lucky. First of all, if I have it up for auction, I always wait to submit an offer after I make it a buy it now, because if it's a buy it now and somebody claims it, they would have had first dibs. It's always minimum bid. Then after it's done, you can try to snipe it or make an offer. Your call. Let's put up another keel auction right quick. And here's our next keel auction. This is the Final Frontier. Chad Snyder, Susie has the Dio at 24. But I will sell that to you for $135, which I think was a great late night deal. So Keel, the Final Frontier. Another really nice one here. Oh yeah. In shrink, a $20 start. Okay. And then sell this to Chris Paneca, our new buyer tonight, $135. Okay. $135. Keel has a bid for 20. Aaron Civic gets wrapped. Yeah, let's, whoever's watching, try to maybe track down John or Patrick and get them to clean that and then make sure it goes back. Okay. All righty. Well, that gets me curious about these other Megadeths then, because there's a couple more I skipped over. I was like, I wonder if these are reissues or OG pressings. So now I'm pretty curious about the other ones. So let me scan them and find out. Yeah, I think there's another OG. Yeah, 2009. This is sealed 2009 OG. And let's see. Shipped from none in the United States. And then sold recently all overseas. Never played. Record has light wear. Includes inner sleeve. Any sealed copies? It's been a long time. In-game, there is a breach in the shrink up here, but a sealed copy of in-game, $99.99. OG 2009. Wow. Another one. Yeah, that's OG 2009, $99.99. In-game. $99.99. The shrink is a little torn up at the top, but $99.99. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Don't get that too often. That would have probably been something I would have put up for a $95 start. So y'all are catching these late night deals. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Chad needs a quick drink. Looks like Dio's done. Me be trying to check on this septic flesh. It doesn't have a barcode. That's septic flesh Titan. I don't see any Discogs. Not with that. Well, not with that cover. I wonder what this is. Let's go ahead and sell Dio for $25 to Chad Snyder. Okay. Thank you, Chad. And Chad also has Kill for $25. All right. What's next in this crate? Here's an OG record that's usually... I don't know. Some of y'all that like this may get a kick out of what's written on it. Let me check it right quick. I usually auction this because I feel like a lot of people are always interested in this album. I got to listen to some of these. Well, all this stuff I've listened to just to be familiar with it. Not that I like it. Not that I don't talk bad about it. But then there's some stuff that I've sold for years and I still hadn't listened to. And this would be a band right here, Rose Tattoo. And I think it's probably this pressing. And we'll put it up for a quick auction tonight. I think it is, and let's see. Probably a couple different versions. Let me filter. But it's funny what they've wrote on the cover. Yeah, there's a lot of different versions of this. US. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me click on this. And then explore the versions. Explore the versions. 57 versions. Wow. We want LP, that narrowed it down, and then we want 87. That narrowed it down. Now, what year is this? We want 1980, I guess. Yeah. And then we want United States. I think that got us down to 3 versions, which is, yeah, SRC or Monarch. Okay. Monarch. This is a Monarch. All right, so this is a 1980 US Monarch of Rose Tattoo, self-titled. Now, obviously, it was at a radio station, okay? And it has radio station markings. The vinyl's really clean. It's got the Atlantic inner sleeve. I know it says Mirage, but that was a subsidiary of Atlantic. Rose Tattoo, self-titled, 1980 US original. But here's what the radio station DJs, so a lot of times I've seen this before, they would put a sticker of when they received it, so they got it on October 30th, 1980. That's where they filed it, Rose for Rose Tattoo. And then there's somebody's probably initials, maybe the last person who played it. There's the radio station markings, right? Well, the 2 DJs said, oh my God, get the women and kids off the street, loud, uninteresting rock. The other review from the other radio DJ was, this album just plain sucks. So this was only played twice probably at that radio station because they usually would write when they would play it like a log. And so this guy wrote, oh my God, get the women and kids off the street, loud, uninteresting rock. And this guy said, this album just plain sucks. Well, I'm sure some of y'all have a different opinion. This is a VG Plus EX copy, radio station copy, Rose Tattoo, a $15 start. They start right now on Discogs, Belgium, Germany, and there's only 2 in the United States. So $15 start on Rose Tattoo. Keel is sold to Chad Snyder for $25. And we have an offer on Princess Paying for $30. Now, the guys that wrote those reviews, they might have been jazz guys, right? That sounds like jazz guys. Golly, this album sucks. They probably said the same thing about Metallica's Kill 'Em All when they heard that a few years later, right? A few years later when they heard him Kill 'Em All, they's probably like, golly, this stuff sucks. Jump in the fire. All right, so we have Rose Tattoo, 15 and 15. And Randall Garwal got Princess Paying for $30. You got it. All right, Princess Paying for $30. We're about to go through all the no bids, but I'm not done going through stuff over here. And here is another Keel auction. Jump in the fire, searching, seek and destroy. All right, we have Keel, The Right to Rock. I hope that's a hair right there. It's got a pretty ugly scuff, but it's a non-feeler. We'll have to immediately call it a VG+. This is Keel, The Right to Rock. Overall, though, still really nice from what I'm seeing. It's been stored in a poly bag. It's going to be fine. A $20 start on Keel. Okay. Rose Tattoos at $22. And Thomas Hujar's over on Twitch. Welcome. And then, did I miss anything else? All right. So, next record in here is... we'll probably auction that one in just a second. And then I have a different Rose Tattoo. And then that album. Okay, here's what I was trying to get to. Man, I wish I had a barcode or something. Boy, there's nothing on this. Well, okay, there's one matrix number. All right, let me run this and see what it comes back. It's a picture disc, and I know who it is, but other than that, there's nothing on it. No writing whatsoever. It's 8886 3N. Here it is. I found it. It is official. It's from 2010. It's Anthrax. This is actually the front of it. Anthrax live from the Sonosphere Festival 2010. It was a record store day, and I'll sell it right now for $9.99. And there's no writing other than the pictures and the matrix stamped. $9.99 for Anthrax. They start right now at $9.99. So da hoopy. Okay. So Rose Tattoo is at $42, now $50. And Keel is a $20 start. And does Keel have a bid? No bid on Keel yet. Okay. All right. And then the next couple in here I'll probably auction. Let's go ahead and get this one up. I'm worried it might be pretty low grade, but here is a late night Great White auction. Great White going up at after midnight. Wow. Yeah, it needs a cleaning. Some of these are unprocessed, so they hadn't been gone through our normal checklist of cleaning and checking. This is like a VG copy. The cover is pretty beat up too. VG minus or less cover, spine damage, but an album that's not in print and it has the inner sleeve. So we'll call this like a VG cover. We will clean it, or we'll call it a VG disc. It's a Jacksonville press. A lot of that will come off. I can see just like, you know, dirt laying on top of it. It's pretty dirty. So let's call it VG, but be aware that it hadn't been really inspected extremely well. $15 start. Actually, I'll put it in a new sleeve right now. $15 start on Great White. probably a bargain copy for late night here. If we have this mint and shrink, it gets pretty expensive, as y'all know. Rose Tattoo 72. Final chance on Keel. And I've sold about everything I can out of that. I have another Rose Tattoo to run. And the rest of these are, well, I mean, I got a bunch of Ozzy, Randy Rhoads related stuff in here, but I doubt there's too much interest in that. Let me go ahead and pull them out. And then we got a few of the high-end Motorhead records still from tonight's hype that we hadn't ran. So, and then I have a whole nother tub to start trying to knock out. So, a lot to do here. Let's go grab that other one. Need an older Sabbath 1 and 4. I hadn't seen any of those, but see what's going on over here. Oh man, I forgot to mute my mic. Y'all just heard me chug out some water. All right, Rose Tattoo is sold to Matthew Hendon for $72. That's pretty good based on the backstory I just gave it. I think that's what made it interesting. Get the women and kids off the streets. All right. And then Keel's a no bid, $20 buy it now. The Right to Rock. Great White's tied at 15. Hoopy came in first. Angela, you're out. Just so you know. $20 on that. Hiram gets it. Whoa. And Hiram, I looked up Septic Flesh. I scrolled through the Discogs pictures and I couldn't find anything on this. Like I searched, that's probably why they set it aside. I searched Septic Flesh Titan, and then I couldn't find, no, I mean, it's pretty, I don't know what this is really. So, I'll try it again here in just a second. Let me go grab this other box of records that needs to be marked. I feel a lot better after eating that banana and drinking all that caffeine. Whew. Oh man, yeah, this crate has more Iron Maidens, Overkill, a couple other things. I don't know what they are, Slayers. So here we go. Let's do it. I don't see many more Megadeths, but there's some pretty cool stuff coming up right in here. All right, so here is a bargain start on a die-cut Wasp picture disc. Matthew Hendon is from Australia, so he probably knows those guys. Sounds like Matthew knows those guys. Unfortunately, this one's, it's actually dye-colored almost red. It's so brown, if that makes sense. But it's one of those kind of aged badly Wasp picture disc. It's Animal, F Like a Beast, and Show No Mercy. $10 start on that. That's the original plastic. $10 start. And then I have, let's do that other Rose Tattoo. And this one, let's take a look at it. Here's the other one. It's nice as well, and the cover's not too bad. Unfortunately, no radio station markings, though. That was their second album from 1981. VG Plus or better. Yeah, it's closer to EX to me. That looks like a specialty press. $15 start on that one. Great White's at 20 and Wasp is at 10. Okay. All right, let's start pricing some other stuff. Not everything's an auction in here. There is some stuff unless I feel like it should be. This looked very interesting. I remember we had this earlier. It says 1973 on the label, but I was like, there's no way So it's obviously some kind of reissue. So let me figure out what's going on here with this. It's probably a reissue of something rare, you know, like in the private press or something. I don't want to say the name because this is all a sneak attack, and I hope you're paying attention. Aha. Boy, when you look at it, it's in, y'all see what I'm talking about in just a second. Okay, but let's go to format vinyl. Okay, so there's been 6 LP pressings. This one's on black vinyl. Catalog number. This is probably it right here. Rock 0521. Yeah, still pricey. 40th anniversary. All right. 68 and 80. They start at 55. Why is that one so cheap? Okay, that's why. None in the States. And make sure that is the right version. Rock. That one's white vinyl. This one's not right. Okay. All right, so here is the record I'm talking about. Here is the original press. Well, let me show you the jacket. It's called Ice Cross. And Ice Cross is an Icelandic, it's an Icelandic acid rock, hard rock. And the 1973 pressing, they only made 1,000 of them. And as you can see, it demands big money. Some of them have sold for as much as $1,000. The cheapest they're available for right now is $655. Right now, we're dealing with this copy. It is the 2013, the 40th anniversary, the first official reissue of this 1973 Icelandic hard rock underground monster. And I'd do it for, well, from what I've seen here, I would be willing to do it from, I should have had the price ready, $59.99. $59.99 on Ice Cross. So this was an Icelandic hard rock album from 1973 that demands huge money. And it comes with a poster. That's it. Okay. And it looks like if you want to hold out for an original, you're going to be spending some huge money. So, and that's pretty much ties or beats all the active prices. So yeah, when I look at it, what does it look like to y'all? To me, if I saw this, I would think it's some kind of thrash or metal, you know, like death metal album from the 90s or 2000s, right? But it's actually from 1973. Sold to Chris Messer for $59.99. I bet that sounds awesome. What I've always said is this obscure stuff, if it sells for big money, like if there's an album that's 50 and 60 years old that you could get a reissue of, but people are willing to pay that kind of money for the original, that means it must be some dang good music. There's a lot of stuff that's rare that doesn't sell for anything. I mean, I've got some, you know, 45s that I know only maybe 25 were made, but they're not worth anything. But there's some 45s that they're 25 made and they're sell for $5,000. That's sold to Chris Messer for $59.99. All right, sorry for the delay on the auctions. That took a while to figure out. So Great White, Stephen Douglas, $22. The Wasp only got one bid. Let's go ahead and sell that for $10 to Todd Rocks. And then Rose Tattoo, Matthew Hendon has that one for $22. And Chad Snyder's out. So I think we're done on Rose Tattoo at $22, and we're done on Great White at $22, it looks like. That's what I'm seeing. All right, let me put the Wasp picture disc in there. We need to put a piece of cardboard behind that, please. All right, and then let's slide that down. All right, and our next auction is going to be, anybody interested in Tattoo Beat Messiah? Let's see what else is in here. Golly, a lot of cool stuff. All right. This is sealed. I'll do it for $24.99. Diary of a Madman Blue Swirl Vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. Sealed Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $24.99. I might can find a piece of cardboard for that one right quick. Right here. Yeah, put that wasp. Whoever's tagging, I got you. I need to go grab another handful. I go through some cardboard here, man. Sealed Ozzy, $24.99. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go now. I've got this crazy feeling. I don't understand. I haven't seen any other Megadeths, no. But we do need to go through the no bids right quick just to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Jeff Brent got Diary. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here we go. All right, both of these auctions are sold for $22. Rose Tattoo sold to Matthew Hendon. He gets both of them. And then Stephen Douglas, you get the Great White for $22. I've got this crazy feeling I don't understand. Gotta get away from here. Feeling like I should have kept my feet on the ground. Waiting for the sun to appear. Da-da-da-da. Mom. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, Ozzy. If he was here, he'd be like, what are you doing to my music, man? Stop it. Shut the beep up. You ruined my music, man. Shut up. What a bleeping disgrace. Bleep, 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 bleep. Boy, he would let it fly, wouldn't he? He didn't care. He just let it fly. Bleep. Bleep, bleep, bleep. That Osborne show. I'd like to go back and rewatch some of that. It's been a long time. All I remember, that show was kind of on when I was a kid, so I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember us like tuning in every once in a while. But I remember that episode where he wrecked on his four-wheeler or ATV, whatever. And like I remember watching that, and I was like, oh gosh, Ozzy's died. I mean, I was young enough to even know who he was. And I was like, golly, they've killed Ozzy on this show. This is a bizarre record. There's only one for sale for $66, but only a couple have ever sold. And this is, I'll mark it for $19.99. It's new metal, heavy metal. It's called OTEP Cult 45, spelled K-U-L-T. And this is $19.99. It says strictly a limited edition, orange and black splatter in gatefold jacket. So don't know a lot about this band whatsoever, but that's a pretty cool rifle there, painted in red, white, and blue. We'll mark that $19.99. And there's only one for sale for $60-something, but they've never really ever sold for that kind of money, so. All right, let's go through all the no bids before I put up another auction, because I'll need all this table space to do it. This is sold to Hoopy, and I'm also going to start a new crate. So that's sold, and let's start a new crate. And here we are, and it's after midnight on Metal Night. And let's run through all the no bids and see what has not sold, okay? So the first thing, let's just grab all this right here, okay? We got Brittany Fox signed, and that is signed by Michael Kelly Smith, and it is JSA. So this is an OG record, nice, and signed, $95. Cradle of Filth, Vampire. Excuse the nudity on this one. It is on orange and black splatter. It was $125. Okay, now we're kicking it up a notch. I got two signed Aussies left. We've sold one. We have two left. 1500 and 1500. Aussies are available. 1500, 1500. We got some rare motorheads here. I got Snakebite Love and Sacrifice, and these are both OG pressings. 1995 and 1998. 200 and 200. Alice in Chains, a sealed unofficial of Unplugged. I mean, I know it's a boot, and that seems like a lot for a boot, but as y'all know, the real ones are twice as much, and I've actually sold these for more than 125 before, so 125. Morbid Angel is signed by 3 members. I can pull up their names again. It's also been JSA. I'm pretty sure it's a reissue. Sorry, my mock died. And boy, if it wasn't for Kenny Roll, Kenneth Russell's the only person who let me know. A lot of y'all must be sleeping. Yep. He was the only one who let me know. Nobody else even let me know. Thank you, Kenny Roll. Man, everybody else is probably not even paying attention if they knew my mic didn't. Mic died. Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to stretch. Oh, okay. Get some of my bones and ligaments back in place. Oh, God. Okay. There we go. So, what I was going to say is a couple of these, I mean, didn't go up till later. So, I'm going to lay this Motorhead box doesn't work well in a crate. I'm going to lay it over here. I'm going to lay the Motorhead box, whoever's tagging, down here at the very end, okay? It doesn't work well in a crate. Couple of these, you know, they might just need to be recycled and sold a lot earlier. Oh, and there was Poison too. Poison was $40. I mean, like I said, this would definitely sold if I would have put it up 5 hours ago. So, I mean, I'll negotiate on them. Some of them I made this like literally run back again tomorrow during regular time. Okay. So let's keep going. Those are all bought now. It is a unofficial. What version? Let me scan it and see what it pops up. Probably. Usually these are like Holland, but we'll find out. When you scan it, it shows up UK, Europe, unknown, worldwide, Europe, Netherlands. Yeah, there's really no way to tell. It's sealed. But that's one I could easily sell if I like started it a lot lower and put it up at a random time. I can sell those any day. But right here's your chance, okay? So those are all still available. Don't hesitate. Surprise Poison hat. I know it's a censored cover, but those are available. Yabba dabba doo. Okay. All right, let's price some more and auction some more. Sorry, it's hitting me. I know that the caffeine made me feel better, but I'm getting hit pretty hard right now with the yawns. Tonight's the biggest toll on my brain. It is tough on my brain. Just the amount of concentration I have to do for 6, 7, 8 hours straight. It's kind of just now hit me. Yeah, we've been live about 7 hours. This is a VG Plus music on vinyl press of Overkill, $29.99. Of course, y'all know these are new. If I can get them between $39 and $44, this one's not bad. Overkill, $29.99. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle right here. Overkill taking over, $29.99. Still got Megadeth, Anthrax, and Metal Church in there. All right, let's run another auction. Let me see what's going on with this record. But those boots, there's no really way to tell unless you opened them. I don't know why this, yeah, that's why I put this in straight, but I don't think this is really that expensive of a record. Let me check it right quick. Yeah, I think the only US version is a promo. I mean, it's not bad whatsoever. $14.99. Zodiac Mind Warp Tattooed Beat Messiah. $14.99. It's a promo copy. $14.99. Need to put a price tag. Motorhead Bad. I think I've already tagged that for you. Didn't you buy that earlier? Yeah, I've already sold it to you for $70. Man, you would have paid $75. Well, shoot. Yep, I've already tagged to you for $70. That's what you call a good old-fashioned foot shooting. Vader, Solitude and Madness. Vader is $24.99. Solitude and Madness, green with green swamp with orange. $24.99. I just want to remind everybody, next Metal Night will be Thursday. Vader, Solitude, and Madness. It will be Wednesday Metal Night. A week from tonight, I'll be probably back home from Robert Plant, live at the Ryman Auditorium. Because I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood for a melody. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood for a melody. Melody. I'm in the mood. And I'm going to yell out, Robert, Susie Breedlove loves you. Take off your shirt so I can take a picture and send it to Susie Breedlove. This is Valiant Thor, our own master, sealed on green, slime green vinyl, $19.99. Yeah, it's going to get good and quiet, and I'm going to yell out, hey, Robert, my name's Chad, and I know this isn't probably the best time, but I really like you. But more importantly, I have a customer. Her name's Susie, and I own a record store here in Tennessee, and she really likes you, man. Can I get your number, and I'll give it to her? And then everybody be going, boo, get out of here. Shut up. Shut up. Susie's like, Robert Plant. Chad, who do you like as a singer more, Robert Plant or Paul McCartney? Oh, man, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. No, stop it. Golly, do you want my head to explode? No, stop it. There is no telling. I don't know. As a rock singer, I guess you got favorite rock singer, favorite pop rock singer. I mean, then you got favorite like metal voice. I mean, it's like I can't compare, Paul McCartney to like Chris Cornell. That's just different genres. I think that's apples and oranges, right? And that's almost like with Paul. And now you could probably ask me who do I prefer out of the Beatles. That would still be a tough decision, but I'm trying to figure out how much his Slayer record is. By the way, I think I found it. This is Red and Black Splatter. I think this is Red and Black Splatter. Here it is. There's only 500 made. It needs to be $59.99. Slayer, the Repentless Killology. I think that's Red and Black Splatter, which the last one sold for $65. Yeah, $59.99 on that one. Slayer. But man, Paul's voice on stuff like I don't know, Penny Lane, and Paul McCartney's voice on like Band on the Run. I mean, this is like ethereal to me. But when Robert Plant and the Lemon Song, when he's going, yeah, oh, all that stuff he does, it's just like, man, how does he do this? Yeah. Hey. Ooh. Robert Plant's probably got the best, ooh, all that stuff, I don't know. He was pretty good at that. Doing all the oohing and on. That's what Susie likes. Susie likes it when he starts doing all that. Ooh. Paul was good at that too. Just like on Maybe I'm Amazed. Yeah. Maybe I'm amazed. It's like saying, do you like bacon or bacon? Yeah, exactly. Oh, Since I've Been Loving You, yeah. Golly. Um, Motorhead, the world is yours. $59.99. The world is yours. $59.99. The Motorhead's autographed. You talking about those? Which ones, Derek? The '90s pressings we have? No, the reason they're $200. That's just kind of the money they demand. I do have some signed Motorhead stuff though, if anybody's interested. I've got 2 or 3 things over here. I actually got 5 or 6 signed. I've somehow ended up with a lot of signed Motorhead stuff. Leaves are falling all around. Tom, I was on my way. Now much obliged. Such a pleasant stay. Now it's time for me to go. The autumn moonlights. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, black vinyl, $24.99. Ozzy, Ordinary Man, black vinyl, $24.99. Now I smell the rain, and with it pay, and it head my way. Ooh, sometimes I grow so tired. There's one thing I've got to do. Ramble on. Now the time is now. Sing my song. I'm going round the world, gonna find my girl on my way. Been this way 10 years to the day. Ramble on. Oh, so Adventure gets Motorhead. The Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades. Don't forget the Joker. Oh no. This is stuck. That stinks. All right, let me look this up. That's a pleasant image on the back. Must be a Slayer record. Da-da-da-da. House of the Holy. I was listening to that on the way here today. Let me take you to the movies. Can I take you to the show? Let me be yours ever truly. Can I make your garden grow? No. All right, you're going to get a bargain on this one. Because the cover is stuck together. So they start right now at $34. Germany, Canada, Germany, Norway. And this was a German release. This is bicolor, pinwheel, black and green. But I got bad news. This insert stuck to the cover and the gatefold is stuck together. So they're not even for sale in the United States, but because of the cover damage, $24.99 on Slayer. Cover, gatefold is stuck together, but it's a German, that was a German market release. It looks like a pinwheel colored vinyl. So $24.99. They made a lot of, I think they're still pressing different colors. I think every few months they press another color of this. $24.99. All right, everybody's top 5 Led Zeppelin songs. Close the door, put out the light. You know they won't be home tonight. Aliens Among Us. Chad, thank you for another epic auction. Please don't fall asleep at the wheel again. I won't. No, I feel pretty good. I'm not trying to go home after this. I'm going to stay here and work until my shift is up in the morning. You need cooling. Immigrant song. Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 da. $44.99 sealed. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. It is a sealed gatefold 2 LP. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. The stickers are on there sideways. But that's sealed Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. It is a 2017. They start right now at $49. $44.99 for Iron Maiden. Sealed. Beautifully sealed. Black Dog. Da 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 da. When I hear Black Dog, it's the my favorite version was from BBC Session. No, How the West Was Won. It's there's a live version on How the West Was Won. Oh man, it's so good. You know how before Black Dog they used to play an intro. They would always play like a snippet of another song. So on How the West Was Won, they do the intro to Out on the Tiles. And then Robert's voice, it's just like, hey. And then the solo sounds like, I don't know, it's just so raw. Jimmy Page has all those little kinks he does in the middle. I don't think I've ever heard him play that solo the same time twice. He does little things differently every time. Oh, the Battle of Evermore. I went through a phase for about a week, and that's all I listened to was that song. And that wasn't too long ago. It's probably about sometime last year. I was like, man, listen to this song. Oh, put down your plow and hoe. The sky's filled with good and bad. Never know. Oh, none in the dark at night. That's the legendary Sandy Denny, the only guest vocalist on any Led Zeppelin song. Sandy Denny. In the Light. Oh, man. Physical Graffiti. What an album. Blind Stars of Fortune. Each have several rays. On the wings of maybe. Kind of makes you feel. Iron Maiden. No Prayer for the Dying. $29.99. Here's a deep cut for you. The Rover. The Rover. And if you feel like you can't go on. In the Light. What about Down by the Seaside? So far away, so far away. Achilles' Last Stand. Dun, 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 dun. It's an April morning. Oh, 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 oh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wow. I'm like a Zeppelin jukebox. I can give you a riff. It may not sound too good, but I can give you a riff. 10 years gone. Yep. Wow. All right, I'm looking up this Motorhead right now. This is a 2 LP reissue sealed. $34.99 for Motorhead Inferno. Motorhead Inferno, $34.99. Sealed. Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. The first time they heard that song, they heard Judy Collins. No, they heard Joan Baez do it. They heard Joan Baez do it. Of course, I think that's like another traditional, kind of like what Paul Oakley said about Gallows Pole. It's an old English folk song. I think that's what Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You. I think that's another traditional. But I think Jimmy Page heard Joan Baez do it, and then they covered it. Oh, Your Time Is Gonna Come. The keyboards, lying, cheating, hurting. That's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town, putting me down. Somebody's. Wow. One of these days, and it won't be long, you'll come. The Rain Song. Don't know. This is the starlight of my going. So I felt before. Tangerine, tangerine, living in an affection and a dream. Wow. These just keep going and going, right? I love the Beatles, but to me, Zeppelin's catalog is just insane. It's just absolutely insane how they put out about 9 albums, and it's just insane. And everything, it's like just crazy. I'm very partial. That might be a very biased opinion, but it's just absolutely insanity. I mean, I can only think of like a couple skips, and it's not many. Yeah, and think about that. Led Zeppelin 1 is essentially, it's kind of like the Beatles' first album. It was essentially recorded live. And so you listen to that and you're like, how in the world? You know, they just went in there and just went after it. I've always said, Good Times, Bad Times, it's essentially a live song. If you listen to it, it's like Led Zeppelin live. I think that was one take, which is just insane. They went in there and just went, bomb, 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 in the man, When the Levee Breaks. We hadn't even mentioned that. Down, 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 down. All right, this Motorhead Hammered is sealed, and it is $29.99. Zeppelin 2, Heartbreaker. Oh. Hey, fellas, have you heard the news? You know that Annie's back in town. Won't take long just to watch and see how it fares. Start is new and the pay is the same. Golly. Moby Dick. Dun, 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 dun. Jake, do we need to experiment with the auction right now? I've got about 15 more minutes here. We might can experiment, do a test run. Jake's probably like, no. Uh-oh, he's about to type something. Okay, Jake's typing. Working on building it. It's not ready. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Sounds good. Okay, so I basically I think the rest of this crate is more rare, if that's a word, Overkill and Motorhead records that are probably auctionable. Now that I'm looking at them, I'm realizing there's more OG pressings in here than I realized. So this is the last ones I've gotten priced here since we've been talking about Led Zeppelin for the last 20 minutes. And that's Motorhead Hammered. These are all priced as marked, $29. Motorhead Inferno, $34. Iron Maiden No Prayer is $29. Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark is $44. Slayer Repentless is $24. Ozzy is $24. Slayer is $59. Valiant Thor was $19. Vader was $24. Tattooed Beat Messiah, $14. Overkill, $29. Megadeth was OG, $124.99. Anthrax was $34, colored vinyl, and Metal Church was $29. Hey, Chad, question, if you please. The other night you were talking about a record that had some gassing. You said then it happens, people store albums plastic. They be kept up blasting, glue, plus easy put them in. We were talking about, what I was referring to is these kind of plastics. Let me see if I can find you an example. We were talking about this. Let me save my spot here. So if you have something stored in these kind of plastics can really do this to a picture disc. Now, in modern day plastics, some people that manufacture them correctly know what to use now, because 40 years later they went, uh-oh, we were using bad chemicals in plastics that hurt picture disc. And then there are some inner sleeves that cause gassing on vinyl. And those, if it's already happened, you can't fix it. If it's already happened, you can't do anything about it. But what we recommend is storing everything in these MoFi or anti-static inner sleeves. These are anti-static archival. So I recommend storing everything in these. Vinyl, picture disc. And I know recently there was a Otis Redding. I think it was the Black Crowes and Otis Redding. And it was a single from Record Store Day. And they stored it in like plastic. And it literally sucked to the vinyl and gassed it. And they're all ruined. And so somebody didn't know what they were doing. But yeah, some of those plastics have PVC, and they ruin things. So that's why every night you'll see 3 to 10 people say, Chad, I need a pack of inner sleeves. This is an old brand we don't have in stock anymore. We sell MoFi now, packs of 50, $26.99. And if MoFi ever goes out of stock, they actually can get kind of pricey. So that's what we have. Todd rocks on Motorhead. Todd, did you want this Motorhead or this Motorhead? let me know. And then 007 Platinum wants Anthrax and Ozzy. Okay, so there's Ozzy and there's Anthrax. That was on colored vinyl too. Those are sold and sold. And there's only a couple no bids. I'm waiting for 007 Platinum to buy one of these signed Ozzy albums. I mean, come on. Look at that. Hey, speaking of Led Zeppelin, I got a well-known, since Levi asked, I'll give him dibs. I got a well-known Zeppelin biography over here. I read this years ago when I first got into Led Zeppelin in high school. When I first became like a super fan, I had this exact version. I had a cousin give it to me. And let me double check it. And then if anybody else wants it, let me know. This is like one of the early definite biographies. I know that this has been years since this has been written, but this is one of the definite editions of this book. I'll do it for $14.99. It's called Hammer of the Gods by Stephen Davis. That's one of the most, and this one was updated with the Live Aid reunion, but this is one of the more well-known biographies about Zeppelin. It's called Hammer of the Gods. $14.99. So that's available. Okay, and then he got Motorhead. Todd Rocks got Motorhead Hammered. Okay, thank you, Todd Rocks. Motorhead Hammered. So Motorhead Inferno still available. And the only other no bids tonight was the Alice in Chains, Poison, and then these other pricier Motorheads and the signed Brittany Fox. That's about it. So Alice in Chains, Poison, Morbid Angel, Motorhead, Cradle of Filth, and Brittany Fox. That was the only other no bids tonight. Susie said she'll take the book if you don't want it, Levi. And, but yeah, that's the, I think this originally came out in the 80s. I mean, it would had to have because, yeah, 1985 is this version. And I don't think other than they've never released autobiographies. I don't think any of them have. So they've never really, they need to, I wish they would, you know what I wish they would do? They kind of did it with that movie they just made, you know, they just made that movie, well, golly, what's it called? I went and seen it 4 times, and I've watched it on Netflix a couple more. Zeppelin. What's it called? Shoot. Come on, somebody. I'm waiting for a comment to pop up. Becoming Led Zeppelin? I think it's called Becoming Led Zeppelin. Making Led Zeppelin. Yeah, what's that movie called? I was hoping they would do something as extensive as, you know, the Beatles anthology. Of course, the Beatles have such an extensive history. I mean, they did, what, 9 episodes on the Beatles? And plus, like, I don't know, there's just so much more to talk about there. Zeppelin's history has always been kind of obscured and pretty private. The Beatles were such an limelight, but I wish one day there's like a 9-episode about you could almost probably do something every year about Zeppelin, but I don't know. They probably did a lot of stuff that they don't want to talk about. They probably did a lot of stuff they're not going to talk about. You might get somebody write some books after they're dead. They did a lot of stuff probably they're not going to get on camera and talk about. Not saying the Beatles, but, you know, the Beatles got on there on Anthology and they talked about using drugs and experimenting with drugs and stuff like that. But, man, if Zeppelin got on there and Jimmy Page let it all out and Robert Plant, they would have some stories. So they're probably going to keep their mouth shut. Yeah, and their manager and all that. So they're probably going to be a little bit more quieter. But first time I watched the anthology, I was like, wow, Paul McCartney's on here talking about LSD and pot and dope as what was what's his name? He calls it dope. Their producer, George Martin. He's like, yeah, the boys would, I didn't know they were going upstairs to use dope. They were going outside and taking dope, coming back in and making Sergeant Peppers. Yeah, they was upstairs. They was going out on the roof and doing dope. John Lennon was upstairs doing dope. All right, this is sold to Susie Breedlove for $14.99. Thank you, Susie. She says, oh boy, a book with some pictures of Robert Plant. Thank you, thank you. I'll take it. She's like, thank you, Chad. Pictures of Robert Plant. Yummy, yummy. All right, does anybody have anything else? We probably don't have much time left anyways. So it's been an epic sale. It's been an epic sale. We've sold 5 crates of vinyl, but what's really crazy is the amount of high-end stuff in those crates is just insane. The amount of high-end stuff over there in those crates is just absolutely insane. We've sold some incredibly high-end items tonight. So just a few, the lowest quantity of the week probably, believe it or not, probably the lowest quantity of the week, but probably the most expensive night of Coletco so far. So just 5 1/4 crates. But what's amazing is I'm looking at an Iron Maiden box set, a Halloween box set, 2 big Guns N' Roses box sets, Iron Maiden poster, Motorhead box sets. There's a few more box sets in the crates, so that's pretty amazing. I never did run the other signed Metallica. No, I'm going to wait on that one, the one signed by Lars and James and Kurt. We might can run it tomorrow, but no, I hadn't run this one yet. I'm going to wait. We had some pretty high-end autographs I didn't get to. But this is a signed Master of Puppets. I bought it from a customer. I got to look it up and see who we bought it from. What's holding me back is I forgot what I paid them for it. Okay? I forgot what I paid them for it. So, I'll probably run it tomorrow. Lars, James, and Kirk. I always say James Hatfield. I put an A in there like he's wearing a hat, and I always say Kurt with a T. But it's still pretty expensive even without Cliff Burton. This is still because it's pricey. I wish they had signed the front, but you might get it a little bit cheaper because they're on the back. But, yep, I'm going to end the feed. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to get started. And that's it. Okay? Jake, if you've got the cursor, this one over here almost doesn't work. I'll have you hit the button that says stop streaming, Jake. Hopefully he still got control. I'll let Jake have the honors of hitting the button. He's watching from somewhere remotely, and he has access to my screen right now. So thank y'all. I'm going to eat a sandwich, and I'll be here the rest of the night working so we can do another sale. So thank y'all. Good night. I'll let Jake hit the button. Or maybe he's typing something. Hold on. He says, all right, 10 seconds. Okay. You can hit it. Good night, everybody.